Right? Lively crowd. You guys see them northern lights? We're supposed to see them again tonight. I'm in Oklahoma. It says that we should be seeing them here in the next couple hours between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. I would love to see that. Never seen it a day in my life, and apparently I missed it last night.
I'm up in Minnesota, and they were unbelievable up here. My whole
Oh, I
entire
bet.
life, I have never seen red northern lights. They were red.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of pictures coming from a lot of people all the way from California to Ohio showing a red and blue, purple, and green. It's just like, wow. I mean, just about the whole continent of North America is able to see this right now.
Yeah, they were dancing. You know how they dance and whatnot? They were dancing around. And
Nice.
I mean, obviously I'm a little further north than you, but just think of actually being like within like a couple 100 miles of the North Pole. That it got wow, I can't imagine.
It's something I've always wanted to see, so if I'm not able to catch it or see it tonight, I'm gonna be very disappointed because all of the sources that I'm finding are saying that, yeah, Oklahoma should be able to see the northern lights between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. I would love to see it.
We were coming back from a hockey game, me and my youngest son, and I just put one in the chat that I took from the window. Yeah, I can't get over how red they were. Like I said, I've never in my entire life have ever seen red northern lights. I've just never have. It blows my mind.
Yeah, because everything you've seen of them, they look, blue or green.
Yo, welcome. All right, just kidding. Hey, what's up, guys? Hope everybody's doing good tonight.
That's my guy. What's up, buddy?
Chilling, bro. How you been, man?
It's busy with the kids and hockey.
I feel you, bro. I feel you. Yeah, so what's up with that picture you posted up in the side chat, man?
We were coming back from a hockey game last night, me and my youngest son, and the Northern Lights were they were amazing. I've never seen them red like that. The whole entire sky was just all red, and it was like dancing. You know how they dance and like change shape?
Mhm.
Like it was unbelievable, dude. I couldn't get a hold of myself. I had to pull over, and we took like 20 different pictures, but my kid's got them on his phone. I only got one on mine, so.
I'm looking in the sky right now. Supposedly, there's supposed to be some more tonight too. I don't know how true that is, but when I'm driving right now, I don't see anything. I'm looking towards the north. I can't see. I mean, granted, I am in Vegas, so that I'll see anything.
I'm outside right now, and oh yeah, I can see them. They're green right now, but they're kind of
Oh
faint.
my goodness! Wait, what state are you in?
Minnesota.
Ah, Minnesota.
They're
Nice.
green right now, and it looks like we kind of got a little bit of cloudy skies out there, so it's kind of hard to see. But I'm gonna check it out before I go to bed.
Let
That's
me know,
awesome.
man. I don't know. I can't see anything. And sucks big fat ones, but what can you do?
I think Crit is from the northern part of United States too. I don't know if he's seen them or not.
I'm sure he has. I mean, he's normally up early though, so he might be going to sleep early also. I was gonna say I normally hear Crit when I'm up for work. I normally get up at like 3 o'clock, so or I'm at work at 3. Sorry.
Yeah, I usually get up at 3, be to work by 4. Says it's supposed to be a
Yeah.
full moon tonight too.
What? Again?
I
That's why
think
we
so.
just
My
had
weather.
one. No way, bro. That'd be nuts. I thought we just had a full moon. I thought we were heading toward the new moon, or like it was going to be invisible or something. I wouldn't be able to see it. Actually, no. I just saw it like 2 days ago. It's probably like 65%.
Yep, you're right. It's about 68%. It says.
Oh, okay.
I think it's waxing in it or waning.
Yeah, whatever is going to the new moon.
Yeah, because it just was full, so it's in its waning process.
Goodness, I gotta show you guys what Rob Utah just posted up in his server. He like literally just posted this. I just got a notification for this.
He has a server on Discord.
Oh yeah, dude.
What's his
He
server?
got, he got tired of losing. It's called Real Science. You want a link to it? I got
Ah,
you.
no, I got it, dude. I got that server. There's
Okay.
never anybody. There's never anybody on it though, bro.
Oh, I know. Why would you want to talk about the globe, dude? It's so freaking boring. Like in the Glober's eyes, that's like the same as making a 2 + 2 = 4 room. Like, why would you join that?
24/7 Globe Earth server.
Yeah, boring. Rob got tired of losing to me, so he wanted to make his own server. He had baited his ass like once a day for like 3 months, dude. Terrible.
Where did he post it at? I looked on the server. I
Uh,
didn't see any post.
Shoot, where did he post it at? English Hub Globe.
Yeah, I got it, dude. I see that same one.
Yeah. That's for anybody that's not in Rob's server. You can go ahead and check what I just posted. Kind of like a little. I posted a little string of compilation.
I
Let me
got
see if I can
invited to
post.
that. That's Rob's. Is that Rob
Yeah,
Notches?
that's him.
Robert
Oh no,
Utah.
Rob Utah.
Oh, yeah, he sent me an invite, and I was like, "You're just a waste of my time, bud."
Yeah, he's
He's that Jamaican black guy.
Jamaican,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah, yeah.
Bumbleclad.
Yeah, man. Let me see if I can find some good stuff here from him.
I know, kicking around here somewhere, we've got some pretty hilarious Robert Utah clips.
I'm gonna go post up some of these in this side chat for you guys. Go ahead and check them out at your leisure. Have fun.
Dude, that supposed photo, that's a fucking perfect sphere, dude. That ain't no fucking oblate spheroid.
Oh, I know, dude. It's so funny. I'll post up 3 other pictures up in the side chat if you want to take a look at those.
Dude, you couldn't get it more fucking perfect. That is so perfect.
I mean, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, man. It's supposed to be smoother than a cue ball.
It's so crazy because when you just Google what shape is the Earth, it says from space it looks like a perfect sphere, but its true shape is actually a spheroid or ellipsoid. I'm like, what? So how in the hell does it look like a perfect sphere from space if its true shape is something else?
Yeah, he says it's a fucking pear shape. Come on now.
Well, duh. That's the only way to make time zones work. Hello.
Yeah, we got over 32 time zones in the southern hemisphere.
Exactly. It has to be a pair. We can call it an oblate paroid.
I can't believe people gobble that shit up. So, man, how dumb do you have to be to believe that shit?
Hey, man, we were all there one day.
But
I
no, I
believed
have
it for a
never
long ass
been on
time.
Paroid Earth though. Like I actually saw somebody on Facebook actually like defending Paroid Earth. They're like, but just hear me out. It actually could be pear shaped. And I'm like, you listening to Nigga deGrasse Tyson again. Just stop.
Oh, that was me. That was me. You know, it's funny. I'm actually coming up on my 2-year flat Earth anniversary.
Right on, dude. I've already passed my 3-year anniversary in this server. It was
Oh, nice.
November 8th.
You were you flat Earther before you joined this server?
Yep. Came in flat smacking. I had
Oh,
already
nice.
heard Miggy's 3-point takedown, so I had a little bit of a fangirl moment when I heard the familiar voice, and I was like, "Is that Miggy?"
Oh,
And he's
nice,
like, "Yeah,
nice.
it's me. What's up?" And I was like, "Love your 3-point takedown, dude. Best shit ever."
Yeah, I've only barely woke up to flat Earth a few years ago. I'm like new. I can't find anybody newer than me.
Dang, you is new.
Yeah,
I
that's what I
already
was
knew the
saying.
Earth was flat, like I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago, and then I found um the 24/7 flat Earth on YouTube, and then I was like, I am totally getting into this Discord. Like, this sounds like a lot of fun, and here we are.
See, that's what I'm saying. Everybody got really good experience. Granted, like I found out about the server a while ago, but I never actually wanted to join and talk until I was actually decent at debating people on this topic. I was like fighting people in comment sections on like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube for like 6 months before I came in here.
Yeah, that's how I started too, but I didn't start getting good at anything until I actually started like engaging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I was
No,
by
yeah, I
my
totally get that.
when I was by myself, just looking into things and not like engaging, I wasn't getting any better.
Yeah, it feels like progress just stagnates. It's terrible. I was so bad when I first started. I used to like tell people space was fake because of the footage. I didn't even know the gas pressure argument yet. My goodness, dude. Like thinking back at it, it's cringe.
Oh, I know. Man, I watched so many Flat Earth Day videos. It was like I could do his spiel word for word right next to him, dude. I was like, okay, I got to do something different here.
Yeah. No, yeah, I feel yeah.
I think I did pretty well, just like first off, because when I actually thought about it, because I had done a lot of research and I kept my head low and stayed to myself. And then I was thinking about it, I was like, how the fuck can anybody breathe in a vacuum, bro? That was my very first thought about that. I'm like, the vacuum of space? And so that's the argument that I came in with. But I learned more about the laws of physics as far as gases are concerned. So that was cool.
Oh, yeah. Space teaches you a lot. Some of the smartest people I
Je-
ever met come from the server.
Jenna, you got to just stick to what you're good at. Just stay in the kitchen and keep your mouth shut, okay?
Oh,
Okay,
shit.
daddy. I cook, I clean, I make globers, cope, and seethe.
Oh, nice.
Oh, we got a couple new people jumping in here.
Oh, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody joining in. Feel free to speak up about the topic of the room, flat Earth.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on Earth to talk about the surface of the Earth.
I got to get them going here. We say the Earth is flat because it measures to be flat, and outer space is fake, but a capital F, like Hogwarts levels of fake.
And gay.
Yeah, that's
All that probing of black holes.
yeah. Imagine believing in hairy black holes. We can prove space is fake through the scientific method as well. If anybody wants to speak about that, we just want to go over measurements. All right, just kidding. That other guy didn't want to go over it. We got one left. We got Luffy. I think that's Luffy. I can't really see it.
I see Joan Trump.
Oh, I was just looking at his profile picture. I couldn't even read his name.
I like Joan Jett.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, that's a
Whoa.
little too old for these guys, Gemma.
Holy moly. Wait, Lats, how old are you?
33.
We're the same age. What do you mean you don't know who Joan Jett is? Oh my gosh, go get cultured, boy.
What is a Jones? Is that a brand of something? Is that like a Louis Vuitton bag or something? Like what is that?
No,
She was
go
only
look
one
up.
of the Yeah, she was an
Yeah, go
iconic
ahead.
singer back in the 70s.
Mm.
Yeah, Joan Jett.
You're only 33? Oh man, I would have guessed you in your 40s. Not that, your intellect is beyond a 33-year-old.
Oh no, you're good, bro. No worries.
Well, I'm talking about both of you, but I was kind of talking about Jenna there. Sorry.
Hey,
Oh,
thank you. Cheers. Sorry, lads.
oh, you're good. I don't remember who was the youngest one. I know there's some young setter that came in the other day. I don't remember what he said. I'm pretty sure it was like in his mid-20s.
I think the youngest, most babyest flat earther we've got is that cryptic guy. He's like 18, 19, and still
What?
has a lot to learn. Yeah, still has a lot to learn. He's like, so I
Oh, I
understand that
remember
it's not.
him.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Oh,
he's
that dude
still,
like woke up after the gas pressure argument. That's funny. I remember that guy.
yeah. He's around, but I think he is definitely the definition of baby flurf.
You know, I don't blame him. It's so funny because like when I first woke up to this, I was still like flip-flopping back in my head when I was like reading papers. It was weird and like studying this topic. It was like the weirdest thing. I was like experiencing cognitus. I just kept flip-flopping I said back and forth. Weird.
I went through that
Like,
like process of like maybe it is flat. No, it can't be flat. Like it was like an Owen Benjamin
yeah,
moment.
exactly. It was like a light switch. It was weird. I got to see something that was proof flat, and I'm like, wait, no. Wait, yes. Wait, no. It
Yeah.
was funny.
Yeah,
I can't be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. I can't. I just can't. Fuck. It's flat. It's about the process. I was like, damn it, water, you win.
I was like that too at the beginning. It was like I couldn't like just all the info on space and all the like fantasy lore. I was like I can't. I just it has to be a ball. And what got me was I sat there. I kind of went through it with Owen Benjamin on his when he put it on his when he podcasted his whole transition, and I was like, okay, it's flat. I can't deny it. Owen Benjamin kind of got me.
Yeah, I appreciated Owen Benjamin's video because I was already a flat earther upon finding that video, and I was like, holy crap. Everybody who's a flat earther went through exactly this. The whole there's no freaking way, man. But there's no way you can deny it, man. But there's no freaking way, man. I can't deny it.
Yeah, I like to
Yeah,
tell
that's a
people
good video.
I was sitting on the edge of my bed for like 20 minutes with my head in my folded hands, like just contemplating life after I found out. I was like, oh my goodness gracious. This shit is crazy.
See, I would get at my old job. I used to get in arguments with my. He was my boss, but he was kind of like the foreman of because I was an electrician, and he was like the foreman of the electricians, and super smart guy, like very intellect. And him and I used to go back and forth when I first, started. And I would give all the flat Earth proof, but then he was so good at talking, he would just crush me. And then I'd say, "Yeah, I'm just kidding, but it's interesting, and yeah, I couldn't get over it for the longest time, dude.
I tried waking up people that I work with. Dude, that's so rough. Some people just aren't ready, man. Some people just don't even want to have the conversation.
Think about this, right? Think about if you had believed in Santa Claus all the way into your adult life and somebody breaks the news. You'd be like, no fucking way. There's no way that Santa can't be real. Right? And you would come up with 50 million explanations, reasons, excuses, what if isms, to try to explain your point. But it's just same thing with the globe Earth, and it's just wild psychology to me.
Yeah, the biggest thing, it's cogdis. That is the biggest hurdle, hands down, is cogdis. And being able to acknowledge that you are locked in the cogdis.
See, like
'Cause
I'm the type of
I
person that go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say I knew I was in cogdis.
Yeah. See, I'm the type of person where like I'll hear something enough times and something of subject matter, and I'll sit there and I'll contemplate on it, and I'm like, nah, nah. All right, damn it, I've got to go do some research. Like it'll sit there, and it's what it did. It sat there and ate at me until I finally broke down, lost God knows how many days worth of sleep, and finally figured it out. So I'm glad I did, though. I think
Right,
Shaggy
right.
was asking me the other day. He's like, "So, like, if you could, would you go back to, being blissfully ignorant if you had a choice?" And I've, honestly, no,
Uh-uh.
no, I would not. For as much as it sucks to be so damn awake, I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't go
No.
back because having this knowledge and having this wisdom, I think for me is to have a connection with Source, with God, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, for sure. Off
Yeah,
topic.
I just want to say one thing while I'm working. One thing I did after, like, it all hit me and, it was quite overwhelming, is go, oh my God, we are of creation. And then that's like another thing that hit me as well because, I didn't believe in creation and it's like, I was wrong. And yeah, that was you know, pretty mad moment. We are
Yep.
creation. Love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was the confirmation for me. I was like, I always knew we were, but there was always that doubt in the back of my mind. And when I came to realize, I was like, yep, absolutely, we are created. God is real, creator, whatever you want to call it. Hey, Jenna, off topic. You're married, correct?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
Never been married, never been divorced, never been married. 32
Oh,
years
I
oh,
old.
thought I thought you were for some reason. I thought you said you had a hubby or something like that.
Yeah, I called him my hubby. I was with him for about 2.5 years, and then I kicked him out. Should have pulled his weight.
Oh, I hear you.
because he wasn't a flat earther. That's why.
He was, but like when I would
Oh,
learn something new about it or wanted to talk to him, he was very dismissive of me and a bunch of problems. And I was like, I'm not dealing with this. If I have to do everything, be the leader, make the choices, be the cook, do the laundry, buy the groceries, like I'm not doing this all by myself. I was like, what would change if I were single? Oh, absolutely nothing. Get the fuck out.
oh,
So
what
he
the
was a
heck?
beta. He was a
You were the
beta, huh?
breadwinner and the homebody too. Like, oh hell no.
Yeah, unfortunately, like his mask was good for a little bit, and then I managed to like get through it and see exactly who he was, and then he threatened to kill me. So I was like, definitely done now.
What?
Hey, let me show you my
Oh,
last red flag.
Well, yeah, exactly. So like as things went on, I find that he's just got incredible paranoia and deep insecurity and jealousy, and that it didn't matter if who he saw me talking to, I had to be messing with that person. And guys, I've never cheated a day in my life. I was like, you're really gonna sit here and insult me like this? Holy fuck around, Batman. Like, I wasn't going to deal with it. So, and then he's like, if I see you and that other guy anywhere near each other, I'm going to fucking kill you and that motherfucker. And then he conveniently didn't remember saying that to me the next day and wondered why. And he was trying to be all sweet and kind and nicey more than usual, which tells me he did remember that he said some messed up shit, called me a liar, called me a fake bitch, called me a whore, called me all of these terrible things and threatened to kill me. Didn't remember the next day and couldn't figure out why I was upset. And I was like, no, I'm
Yo, what
done.
the heck?
I'm so fucking nuts, dude. I was like, he probably would kill me in this weird psycho jealous thing. And he told me, and he doesn't even remember telling me, I'm possessive of you. I'm like, what? Dude, pump the brakes. You're what? I was like, I kind of already figured that out, but damn. And then he didn't remember saying that. And I was like, I can't, this is like too much. He's just a narcissistic pit, is what I come to find out.
Yeah, I
I
was
mean,
just gonna say
granted.
that. I was gonna
Oh, go
say
ahead.
that's definitely he's a narcissistic beta. That's what they do. They mask behind narcissism. But I'll tell you something. He does remember him saying that. Don't let him lie to you and tell you that he didn't remember. He fucking remembers.
I know he remembers, because why else would he be so sweet and extra lovey fucking dovey to me the next day? Like, I'm not an idiot. I'm like, clearly, I was like, don't even come at me like you don't remember what you did. I'm like, you and I drank the same amount, right? Couple tall boys isn't going to get me too sideways. And it's not going to get him too sideways. But it gets him sideways enough, I guess. But yeah, I know. I know he remembered.
I mean, granted, you do talk to a bunch of weird flat earthers online all day, so
Well, he was ignoring me on the stock market, so fair's fair.
oh.
Well, maybe I'll have to take a trip down to Oklahoma one day.
Ayo, yeehaw.
Might
Yeah,
have
let
to
me know
sweep
how
you
it
off
is
your
down there,
feet.
though. Oh,
There's really
oh,
not much to do here in
oh!
Oklahoma unless you want to go fishing or kayaking or whatever. There's not a whole lot to do. There's a lot of cool hiking trails and it's a pretty cool lakes and streams.
He wants to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'll do it every. No, yeah, it's a lot of
No,
that
my
stuff up
last
in.
relationship was like that. No, no. What? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? I'm like, no, for the love of God, please be a leader. Lead me.
Yeah, Minnesota's it's a lot like that too. We don't have much for mountains, but all the other good stuff is up here.
I've been to Minnesota. I work the Minnesota Renaissance Festival.
Yep, I was there 2 years ago down in St. Paul.
Very cool. I got to be the quote unquote captain of the bungee rides. They're trampolines, and you hook these people into harnesses and put them on these big ass bungees and launch them about 20, 30 feet in the air. It's great. When little kids go off screaming, they're like little screaming human missiles. It's excellent.
Or did you travel with them or something?
Well, it's not quite like traveling with a circus, but there's Renaissance festivals in damn near every state. And
Right,
I've
right.
been to a lot of them. I have Minnesota, Wisconsin, Louisiana, Ohio, Arizona, 2 of them in Texas, the one here in Oklahoma, uh, Colorado. Where else have I been? Georgia. Yeah, I've been kind of like all over the place and gotten to see some cool stuff and learn some cool skills. I know how to make longbows and cut and punch leather.
Nice. Gotta learn how to hollow out a log and make a canoe.
I could probably do that.
Hello.
Yo, buddy.
How's it going? I think we were speaking the other night. Is that Lats or however you say your name?
Oh, what? Was I talking to you?
Is it
I was
B-Man?
That's
talking.
B-Man. That's B-Man 92.
Yeah, I was talking to you too, B-Man, the other night.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, I recognize your voice. Yeah. That's
Oh, man, you
crazy.
get around. Okay.
How are we
Well, man,
doing?
welcome back.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, remember we were talking about you were talking about the flat earther that was really mean, and then he would just happen to pop in right when you were talking about him.
Yeah. That was it's embarrassing.
What was the mean
Yeah.
one?
I don't want to say his name in case he appears again.
Just
Fucking
guess who?
like Freddy Krueger.
Guess who, lads?
Mean
Beetlejuice,
one?
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
It
No,
wasn't
not
me, was
guess.
it?
Not
Was I being mean?
no.
He lives in the continent of Oceania.
Oh, bro, I have
It
Somewhere
no
was
in there.
idea.
Matrix. It was
Oh,
Matrix.
Was it Matrix? I
bro,
had
I
two
love
guesses. It was either
Matrix.
going to be Miguel or Matrix.
I was just gonna go down the list. Like it would be Matrix, Jedi, Cyclone, AI. I was just gonna go down the list. DJ, T-Dub.
He's a menace. He's a dangerous man.
It was funny because Matrix made like a crude comment after he had a discussion with you, like about, you must have heard something.
Yeah. I was low key top 10 scariest moments of my life whenever he showed up. I was not ready for that.
Oh, Matrix is cool. He just like that to disingenuous people, man. He just it's rough, bro. Doing this topic.
Well, it was like what Matrix said. He's like, I wasn't being mean to you. He's like, he was talking about how you would talk over everybody. It was probably just the lag of Discord. You can't when you're talking. Sometimes you talk over somebody, and that's what like burnt Matrix up, and he got all heated over it.
Nah, bro. I had so many arguments with him in the previous server, the Flower server. This guy gets heated, man. Like, so easily, too. Like, I wasn't even doing anything. This guy just starts shouting.
Yeah,
Not
his
exactly. He's just
No, Matrix
passionate.
doesn't do that though. Matrix like he don't yell for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's passionate, right? Right, anyway, what we flattening today? What's the topic of choice here, boys and girls?
Well, we were talking about the Renaissance.
The Renaissance? What about it?
Well, it was flat back then too.
I suppose it's been flat the entire time.
Yeah, there you go, B-Man. You're getting it.
Not really. In your guys' world, anyway.
Well, it's
Who
everybody's
joined?
world.
I'm just
Measures
waiting for
flash for
Matrix to join.
everybody.
I'm checking right now.
I mean, if he's listening on YouTube, he knows. He's gonna be
Oh
hopping on in a
God.
second.
Oh fuck. Do you think he has it on like 24/7? He just as soon as his name gets like mentioned, his eye opens. Just one eye opens. He's asleep.
You never know, man.
He just shows up
I
like
don't know what he
Voldemort.
does at home.
He usually works when it's evening in the United States, so
Oh right, okay. Is he in the US? Oh no, yeah, no, he's in Australia. My bad. Oh well,
Is you really that terrified of him?
nah, I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. I
He's
was about to
chill.
say, I'm
I
like,
know he's chill. We can get along.
I was say you've never talked to QE or
Which
Nathan.
one's he? There was this one fucking guy, right? There's this one fucking know-it-all guy in the last server. I forget his name. He fucking
yeah,
pissed
that
me
was
off.
probably
And
him.
then-
Well, you got along with Matrix the other night. You guys were having a good combo.
No, me and Matrix chill. Me and Matrix chill. I no, I'm just playing it up for laughs, but like, there's this one fucking guy. I can't remember his name, but nah, he always pissed me off. Just his tone of voice. He spoke like the nerd emoji. I think that's where the worst part was.
Or Weasler.
Don't know. His profile picture was like, it was like an Asian man with like the mustache. I can't remember.
Are you talking about Lao Tzu?
I don't know.
I've never heard him
Indio.
talk,
It,
actually.
it, it was
Oh,
Indio.
Indio.
India. It could have been
I
India.
already know.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
I did not get along with him. We did not get off on a good start. But
Well, that's sad because Indio's a pretty easy person to get along with. You
That's
must
hey,
have
straightforward.
been
he
disrespectful
just
or something.
rubbed me off the wrong way.
He said rubbed you up.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, he was not rubbing me. There was no rubbing. All right, enough of this.
You sold yourself out.
Enough of this inappropriateness.
Peter Griffin.
Yeah, let's get down to business. Where's that damn curvature?
Hey, no, but we're not getting down to business. Okay, enough
Nope,
of this.
we're getting down to
Enough of this
business.
talk.
Yep. Where's
Okay,
the curvature? Where the hell is it? Did you
it's
measure it? Have
everywhere.
you measured it yet?
It's everywhere.
Did you measure it at the beach?
Were you there the night I was talking about the harbor?
Pearl
I don't know.
Harbor.
Probably, maybe not.
No, never not. I know a few of you guys were. It was AI I was talking to, I think. Or AV or whatever his name was. He was a mod. Right, hold on 1 second, guys. I brought my friend with me today. Dominic, say hi.
Sub.
Welcome in, Dominic. Dom. Yep. I think we've seen
Yeah,
you in here before, haven't we?
No.
nah,
man.
I just showed up.
He's American like you guys.
Yeah, idiots. Let's go.
Yeah, USA.
Yeah,
Uh.
let's go.
Oh fuck. Right. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what to talk about because there's so many different things we could talk about.
Well, in here we talk about the surface of the Earth and
No.
how it measures flat. You know,
Oh,
slope of 0.
cool.
Okay. I wrote some shit down earlier on. Right. Do you know what I think's funny, guys? Like every single piece of technology that you guys use, that you guys use, like your phone, your laptop, your GPS, satellites, your fucking weather reports, and like even whenever
Keep
you're
going.
booking a flight,
Why
they
is she
literally
so-
all rely on the Earth being round. Every single one of them.
Wrong.
Every
Okay, so let's talk
calculation,
about
every
technologies.
translation.
Let's talk about
False.
technologies, B-man. Let's
They're
talk
literally
about
using
Yeah, you're right.
technology. So,
basic physics to argue against.
yeah, so today we actually have awesome technology, optical assisting technology, which has allowed us to determine that there is no curvature. Thank you.
I'd like for you to explain what you meant by that.
Well, first of all, your satellite GPS that goes off of Earth center, Earth fixed coordinates, and that is flat. They use the flat Earth model for that.
No, they don't use the flat Earth model. Do you want to know why it's flat, my friend? Because the Earth is very big. So then, whenever you look at a landmass, for example, the little country of Ireland, it does appear flat because it's a
Right,
big planet.
right. Earth too biggie. I remember.
Yes,
The Earth
talked
was
about it
flat
before.
because
Pretty easy.
pancakes are also flat.
Dominic, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually don't know if Dominic's a flat earther or not. He could be trolling me.
Well, it's kind of hard to. I mean, it's measured flat. So I mean, you got to come up with. You got the burden of proof, so you got to come up with the measurement that it's not flat. So
This is what I don't get. Why the fuck have the Globers of all people? Why do we have the burden of proof when everything is on our side? Everything in the planet is
okay, do you
on
know
our
how
side.
logic works? Logic works. The burden of proof works as okay. The base axiom. Anything other than what we all witness and observe, that is your base axiom. So you come with the extraordinary claim. We don't. We go with the claim of our base observations and what we feel. We don't feel spin. We don't see spin. We don't feel curve. We don't see curve. So that's the base axiom. You come with the extraordinary claim, so you have the burden of proof.
You've got this like medieval like way of thinking where like I can't feel it spinning, so it must not be spinning. But we have modern technology that allows us to understand
Yeah,
these things.
none of
Modern
those,
It's
none of
it's
those,
kind of
none of that
like,
technology, it doesn't show the Earth in motion.
but you can't feel or see volcanoes. Well, depending on where you are, but you know they're there, right?
You definitely can feel a volcano when it goes off. Trust me.
I mean, I've never seen a volcano. I live in Ireland.
I never
I mean,
felt
like,
a volcano.
so it mustn't be real, right?
Yeah, same with
No, if
earthquakes
see, you guys are being
or
retarded
tsunamis
now because it's
Okay.
called. Okay,
or the
listen.
Titanic.
Now we all know we can all go and verify a volcano. We can't all go and verify space. We can't verify planets. We can just all we have to do is go off of what some guy told you secondhand, and you just have to believe it. There's no verification of it.
But
We can go and see a volcano and feel the ground shake
true.
when it starts erupting.
But it could be a hologram. So
True.
Holograms don't make the ground shake, bud.
A very
I don't know,
advanced one,
like
right? But here's the thing. Here's the thing about space,
I
right?
was gonna make a joke, but I'm not sure.
No, Dominic, make the joke. Come on.
Okay, fine. When Brandon's mom jumps,
Fuck you.
I can I can sometimes feel the ground shake.
You're doxing him now. You're doxing B-Man.
Don't dox me. Don't dox me, bro. You're gonna find where I live.
You could
Guys,
probably
let me.
feel it too if you just focus hard enough,
Yeah.
depending on where you are. You know what? I'm pretty sure the whole Earth could feel it.
Fuck you, Dominic. Fuck you, man. I'm gonna get you back for that. Anyway, about the space thing. Okay. Yeah, the average Joe can't verify the existence of space. Like, you know, it's not going to be possible. Not everyone's going to be an astronaut. You know, that's just the way it is. Like, yeah, I've never seen a volcano, but there's definitely ways of me. You know, I could book a flight to Hawaii or something and see one, but like, no, I can't book a flight to space. Well, that's because it costs a shit ton of money and a shit ton of you know, engineering. There's a lot of work that goes into it. It's just not something possible. So, but there's people that go up there. There's people that come back. Where do you think they're going? You think they're just taking a wee lap around the Earth just for the crack? Do you think they're spending all this money just to lie to us, just for fun? Like
Also,
these
how do you
astronauts are all
explain
paid off
asteroids
too.
too?
Are these
Yeah,
people? You're just saying words. These people. There's only been 24 people in the history of the world that's ever been to outer space, bro.
yeah. It's the new frontier.
I'll
It's
be
the
the
final
25th.
frontier. Yeah, it's literally the final frontier. I mean, we've explored the entire planet pretty much, apart from like some of the ocean. But like
Right, it's the
that's
final frontier, and it's made in a Hollywood basement by the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah, isn't like we haven't
hell yeah.
discovered like 70% of the ocean or something like that.
That's
I
true.
remember being like a huge percentage.
Yeah,
So
it's too
like,
dangerous down there.
you're gonna say like,
For
oh, there's
Atlantis.
no bottom to the ocean?
That's a good point, actually. Like we can't verify what's down in the bottom of the ocean. So
We've been to the bottom of the ocean. We've been to the deepest part of the ocean.
we still haven't
Well,
explored a
not
lot of
really,
it. Though.
because we still haven't discovered more of it. So there could be further down.
Yeah,
We
because the
actually
Earth.
haven't been to the deepest parts yet because their submersibles can only go so far.
Or else they get crushed.
Well, there
Yeah,
was back when they went down to the Marianas Trench. There was two guys in that little submersible, and they did make it to the bottom.
So
again,
you're gonna believe
we
what
don't
those
know if
two
that's
guys saw, and just those two guys.
Ooh.
I didn't say I believed it. I'm just stating the
Oh,
claim.
you
And
made the example like, no, because those two guys, they went down there. So
right, but
it
we
means you kinda
could
believe it.
do it. We could do it if we wanted to. Space, you
Well,
couldn't.
we can't really, because you need like
So
a lot
you're
of
saying you can
qualifications. You need
right
to
now
study
you can
theory,
go
just
to
like
the
how you're
bottom of
going
the
to be an
ocean
I'm sure if
without
I had
having
enough
all the right
money,
equipment.
no, I'd have to have all the money. I would have to get in contact with people that have, these submersibles that can withstand that pressure. I mean,
Right.
but it's a possible feat, is what I'm saying.
So, well, not really, because that equipment takes a lot of money. Same with a rocket ship. Probably not as
Okay,
much, most likely, but still.
okay, well,
It
let's
most
scratch that then.
Okay, so it's the same
So,
thing for space, right? If you had enough money, if you knew enough people, and
Mhm.
you had the right contacts and everything was set in place, you could go to space. You know,
Exactly.
you could
well, the
be
thing
Elon Musk.
is,
He could do it.
space comes with claims, and these claims violate natural law. So for you to say we could do this, you would have to first violate laws that never have been violated before and come and then you could go to
What
space, but
laws?
you have to the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, meaning high pressure always goes to low pressure, hot always goes to cold. These are natural laws that have never ever been broken. So either natural laws don't exist or the claims that these people go to this place called outer space exist. You
But here,
choose.
here's the thing I find with the way you guys talk. Okay, so you bring out all the science shit, right? Like the laws, thermodynamics, all these different terms, right? But then whenever we bring out the science shit and we start talking about, why science proves the curvature, you're just like, oh, you're just taking some guy's word from it then. But
Oh, you're in
that's
a
what everything's
category
Because,
about.
error. You have to be stopped right now because you're in a category
Hold on,
error. Okay.
hold on.
exactly, you're in
You
pseudoscience.
just equated, you just put science to a geometric issue.
No, I didn't. I'm saying that.
Yes, you did. You said, well, here's science for the curve. That's globe science. You said that that's your science.
Okay,
Science has nothing to do with the geometric issue. And the Earth being
wrong
a
choice of
globe or
wording.
not
But
is
like,
a
here's the
geometric
thing.
issue, not
Here's the
necessarily a
thing.
scientific one. What
Here's
you
the
guys
thing.
have is pseudoscience and theoretical physics. Okay? We're working over here with straight geometry and natural law. Period. What you can actually demonstrate, test, prove, measure, repeat, observe, so on and so forth. Demonstrate.
Here's the thing. Whenever we say that there's been 24 people that's been to space, and you guys say, well, you're just taking some guy's word from it that they've been up there. But like that's what everything is. We're just all taking someone else's word for it. You know.
Also, I got another point.
Did you
So
hear anything that I said?
about
No, not really.
Yeah,
okay,
because you
so
were already trying to talk before I was finished talking.
Yeah, because you kind of interrupted me, so I just kind of blocked you out.
it kind of
No, there was a brief pause, and I took that moment to
Because
let you
I was
know that you're
breathing.
in a category error calling curvature science.
It is. But
B-man, it's not though. Go look up the definition of science.
okay.
well, it's a
Could I say
scientific
something?
fact that the Earth is round, or an oblong sphere, or whatever, or oblong, or whatever you call it.
So about the what Johnny said about the laws that never been broken from like heat to cold. How do you explain underwater volcanoes?
A volcano underwater.
Yeah,
What are you trying to get
underwater
at?
volcanoes.
This guy's obsessed with volcanoes right now.
I know
And what's your point?
about like the whole law of drastic heat and then from drastic cold or
Yeah,
something like that.
the second law of thermodynamics. What happens to that lava when it hits the water? Does it cool down?
Well, no, because the volcano's
Oh,
underwater.
it doesn't. So the lava doesn't cool and get harder like a rock.
Well, there's no lava. It just generates heat.
And what happens to that heat? It dissipates and becomes cold, correct?
I don't know.
Otherwise,
Never been there.
the oceans would be boiling right now if that were the case.
Not really, because underwater volcanoes are so far under.
And
so it wouldn't heat up the whole sea because the sea is huge.
yeah, it's because of the second law of thermodynamics. Hot goes to cold. Everything that's hot cools. Otherwise,
like
the oceans would be boiling.
So like asteroids, like how it goes from really hot and then cold.
All right.
Hold on, you're saying that. Okay, you're saying that if an astronaut were to go to space in a rocket ship, right, and that is breaking the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah.
Do you know why I say that?
Yeah. Explain to me why.
But you don't know why, correct?
Because. Explain a bit more. I don't understand how it breaks the law.
Breaks the law because we have 14.7 psi pressure on Earth, and space is almost a near perfect vacuum. So we have pressure here on Earth. Space is a near perfect vacuum. By the laws of nature, it would insist that the pressure on Earth would dissipate into the vacuum and fill the available space. It doesn't do that.
But this is all within a
We're
closed system, right?
What do you mean?
Well, it has to be in a closed system for
For
if
there to
the
be
rocket.
pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're in some sort of container.
but a rocket ship isn't a closed system, is it? It's pumping out tons of exhaust heat and energy into the atmosphere. Because so that's the entropy literally increasing. You see, nothing about it actually breaks physics.
Yes,
It's
going from a
what
pressurized
physics actually
environment.
predicts.
No,
The
B-man,
fuel
think of it.
burns,
You're
energy
going.
spreads.
I'm not talking about the rocket, dude. I'm talking about the 14.7 psi that we breathe on Earth, and then going from that, our what we breathe, our atmosphere, then traveling to a place that's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. That's the law that you're breaking.
No, but like you're confined within a ship. It's different. If a guy were to just outside
Oh
of the
my
ship in
goodness.
space, he'd fucking die. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
obviously.
I get that, dude. I get that. You're
Yeah.
not comprehending. You're not grasping what I'm
You
trying
can't
to
just
say.
say the word vacuum. A vacuum just literally it means no air, no matter, or no energy.
Yeah,
Rocket.
no particles. It's a near vacuum. There's never been a perfect vacuum anywhere. So
Yeah.
My
So
vacuum's pretty
a rocket
perfect over
can't
here.
go into space because the rockets, they don't push on the air, they push on their own exhaust. That's how it works.
go look up rockets in a vacuum and see how that works out.
What do you mean? Rockets in a vacuum?
Yeah, rockets don't work in a vacuum, dude. Neither do drones. Neither do any type of flying instrument.
Rockets work in a vacuum because they are self-contained propulsion systems that carry both the
Yeah,
fuel
you know
and
what
an
would happen if
oxidizer.
you know what would happen if you had a rocket in space? It'd be a fucking pinwheel, dude. It'd spin in a circle.
Allowing them to generate thrust by expelling mass without needing to push against external air, unlike gas turbines or propellers. I don't see
Yeah,
anything.
it's spin in a circle like a fucking pinwheel, dude.
How would
I
it?
don't think it just spins in a circle. They probably
But
have
How
some
would
sort.
it spin in a
what you're
circle?
doing, because there's nothing. How do you steer? There's nothing in space to steer from. We steer in our atmosphere. The air
I'm pretty sure it
molecules is
just
what.
said that there's
They got like the turbo jets or whatever it's called.
Right, so
propulsion
you'd spin in a fucking circle like a pinwheel.
Their
And that
propulsion
really
system
just
that
goes
carry
straight up.
their fuel. How do let me search up? How do rockets steer in space?
Yeah, they say they have little thrusters that push sideways and all that bullshit. But every
Well, yeah,
demonstration of a rocket in a vacuum does not work. So you're coming with another extraordinary claim again of
what
rockets working in a vacuum. Every demonstration anybody's ever tried to do here on Earth in a vacuum chamber, they put little rockets in there and they do not work. The only time the rocket moves is when The chamber starts filling up with air and then it moves. Otherwise, it doesn't move.
Sorry. Little vacuum with little rockets, yeah? Show me a video.
Yeah, it's called an experiment on a smaller scale. That's science.
Okay. I want to see a video. Anyone got one?
The only demonstration on YouTube is a little teeny rocket inside of a chamber, and it doesn't move until the actual pressure starts pushing off the wall of the chamber. Then it
Okay, so
moves a little bit.
yeah, so
Otherwise, it would not.
YouTube. Yeah, I don't think. I think I'm gonna take the amount of evidence over this one video on YouTube. I mean, I searched
No,
up how to
that video,
yeah,
that's the only video that shows a rocket moving in a vacuum. And the reason why it moves is because it's expelling it against the wall of the container.
and who uploaded this? Some fucking guy? Just some random person?
Yeah,
He
it's the
probably
only
it's
one
probably not.
on there that shows it moving. Otherwise, they don't move, dude.
I'm sure, buddy, because again, a full-scale rocket that has been crafted by some of the best engineers that NASA has is definitely going to be recreated by a bunch of people on YouTube.
I'm just saying it's an example. You
But
can
it's not.
believe all the
But it's
lore.
not how
You can believe
it's not
that.
how it works,
Hey,
is it?
feel free to believe rockets and space and all that stuff. That's fine. I don't care if you believe that, B-man.
Yeah,
You're
I'm just
still a
saying it.
cool dude.
All right, thanks.
I still think you're a cool dude, but
I think you're a
you're
cool
just
dude.
believing. You're just believing a story, bro.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's a story. I know it, but like this is where it all comes to. It just comes like you guys say, "Oh, I'm just believing it," but like here's the thing: I give you all this stuff, and you don't really have anything to say about it because this is how rockets work, and they do work in space. So it is possible to go to space, and if you
You're
guys had the
you're
money or the power, you would be able to do it, and you could see that you're wrong.
you're saying that you're giving me all this stuff, but you haven't. I've given you literal demonstrations of rockets not working in vacuums,
No, you've given
but
me
you
a fucking
haven't given me anything.
nobody's.
What's that?
That you've forwarded me to a bunch of YouTube videos made by nobodies
Yeah,
saying,
but
"Oh,
they're
well, this
literal.
works in vacuum."
Those are called experiments, things that we can do and replicate and try to work out here.
Yes.
You have no examples of rockets working in vacuums, except for the story of, these spacemen that go to this fantasy Narnia.
Okay, so the spaceships that just
moons.
take off, where did they go then? Are they just staying
Don't
in the
know.
atmosphere?
NASA goes and picks them up out in the ocean. They have a cruiser, a ship that goes and picks them up out in the ocean. They document it even.
You're believing a story. This is all a story. You don't have any evidence of this. Yes, they pick them up
Yes, it's
whenever they
documented by
come
NASA
back.
themselves. It's documented by NASA themselves. They show you.
Yeah, whenever they come back from space, they document that they can come back. Seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, there's videos of them dumping one of those space modules out of back of one of those big jumbo jets that they use in the military. It shows them dumping one of those little space capsules out the back end of it with a parachute on it.
There's a video, yeah. Okay. You see, this is what happens, man. It's just a bunch of. This is what happens when you go on a YouTube rabbit hole and you see a bunch of fucking random shit. This is what people put
Hey,
together.
I'm giving you evidence from the horse's mouth, dude. If you don't want to believe it, that's fine. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, but there's probably like reasonable explanations to all of them.
Oh,
Like
sure.
when you see like a 30-second clip of Instagram of something, and then like you just go down this rabbit hole, but there's probably like an explanation to everything. You think all these
Yep,
fucking astronauts and all these scientists
they're
and
just
NASA
like
are paid
assholes.
off?
Everyone's got one.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well,
Good
what's
talk,
next?
B-man, though. Good talk. I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it.
I'm gonna go check something else out. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Hey guys, where you from? Where you from, Johnny? John?
He's gone.
Oh, hold on, I'm still here. I'm from the United States. What's up?
Ah, okay. I'm from Brazil. I'm just
Hey, there's a
hearing
lot.
you.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Hearing
flat
you.
earthers in Brazil, isn't there?
Do you know? Do you know Brazil? Do you know some place here in Brazil? What do you know about Brazil?
Well, they just say that that's where a lot of flat earthers live, is Brazil.
Neymar, bikini, samba, carnival. Yes or no? I'm here just to hear you speak it in English because my
Right
listening is
on.
terrible. I can
No,
say
that's
some
okay.
words. I can say some words, but my listening is terrible, and I need to practice. You know.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Joplin. No problems, man. Just if you ever have any questions, just jump in and ask, okay, bud? Anyways, B-Man, hold her down. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, bro.
Okay, I'm going to sleep right now. Good talk to you, man.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night, bro.
Bye.
So, anyone else? Cause I'm actually curious right now. How do fucking constellations and stars work on this flat plane of yours?
How do you
I'm all.
see them when you're facing the opposite way?
Hmm.
Are you talking about the stars?
Talking about the stars.
You are.
Aye.
So, if it's winter, you're facing one direction at night. Then summer, you're facing the opposite direction at night. How do we still see the same constellation?
You tell me.
Nah, I can't explain it. I'm a flat earther, mate. Things like that made me realise it's not what this environment.
All right. Okay. You just.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'll say that again. It's not what we've been taught. It is what it seems.
All right. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, take Polaris or the North Star. Uh, in the northern hemisphere, Polaris is like fixed in the sky. But then as you
Yeah.
move south, it drops lower until it disappears. Uh, somewhere near the
That's just
equator.
our
And
optical limitation.
on a flat Earth, it
Yeah.
would be visible, wouldn't it? Just smaller.
No, no. You can't see forever. As you go further away from things, they tend to, go down, get smaller. That's what Polaris is doing.
Okay, but I don't.
Are we still talking about constellations?
Yeah, have
Yeah.
you seen the
Sorry?
Big Dipper?
Yes. Yo, you guys want to go over to politics 24/7 Flat Earth Room? They're hosting an event right now. That's where everybody's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, about that Polaris thing.
So he was talking about perspective, but surely, like, the reason why people follow the North Star is because it doesn't change.
It's always there.
Yeah, it's always there. So what was his point about how the stars like change?
Yeah, because it doesn't fade out. It
Yeah,
drops lower in the sky as you move south
yeah.
until it completely disappears below the
Everything
horizon.
lower the further you move away from it. Everything.
Yeah,
Why
but
would
that's
players?
why people follow the North Stars, because the star is there, it's shining in the sky, but it literally drops in the sky as you move south. It goes below the horizon because the Earth is round. If it were just getting
Yeah.
smaller from distance, it would stay. It would still stay in the
It was
same
still
position in the
stay there,
sky,
yeah.
just tinier or dimmer. But that's not what literally anyone observes. It actually sinks, which only happens if you're standing on a curved surface. That's why
How do you know that?
navigators for centuries use Polaris to measure latitude.
So,
Its
so
angle above the horizon changes predictably as you move north or south in
Yeah,
the
they
globe.
use
yeah,
a
to
stargazer
another.
or something.
So you're saying that you've experienced a flat Earth compared to
I haven't
a.
experienced a flat
Well, how
because
can
there
you
is no flat
compare it
Earth.
to how it would work on a sphere, and this is how it would work on a flat Earth?
I don't know what you're talking about though, because we're not on a flat Earth, we're on a curved Earth, and that's how it works. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
I'm saying.
Again, I'm using this is kind of basic. Like if it were if the Earth were flat, then it would stay in the same position, wouldn't it? It would just get dimmer. You know, that's how things work.
How do you know that? Have you compared the two? Have you been to a flat Earth and then you've gone and jumped onto a ball Earth?
All right,
You're
mate. I
making a
think
move.
no, and
Yeah,
it's not just
yeah.
perspective. Okay, perspective makes things smaller, not lower. It doesn't change the elevation.
What happens when
If
something
you draw a straight line
gets,
on a flat plane, the angle to the object doesn't drop. It just shrinks in
what
size.
happens when something gets smaller? It
What?
shrinks in size.
Yeah, but
It gets lower.
it doesn't change the elevation. It doesn't
What gets
it doesn't
lower?
change it doesn't get lower. It doesn't change that elevation. It just
It's
makes the
not
object smaller.
elevation. It's just the limitations of your vision. There's no change in elevation. I didn't say Polaris is all of a sudden dropping.
How is it the limitation of your vision? It's impossible. Again, this is what navigators have been using for centuries because it doesn't
So,
disappear suddenly.
so you're saying that if Earth was flat, then you would see forever.
Well,
Oh, you wouldn't see forever, no.
Well, how are you seeing this star forever in your paradigm?
You're not seeing forever because the further you move south, it dips below the horizon
No, you're saying on a
with a
flat
curved warp.
Earth you would see forever. This
It would always be
is your
there.
claim.
It would just
I
yeah.
didn't say it's going to disappear. It's going to disappear from your vision, from your optical
No, it's
limitations.
not.
It's not going to physically disappear. Yeah.
Well, where
So
would it disappear to? Where
you
would it
just
disappear to?
out of your vision because you can't see forever,
But it's a
like a
star in the
Hawkeye.
sky. You see, once you bring constellations and stars into this, it just falls apart because there's no model explaining the position of every single star and constellation.
Yeah,
But
there is.
it works exactly on a curved surface. Yeah.
So why don't we measure curvature?
Okay. So we're going back to
Why
this because
don't
again,
we
it just
measure?
falls apart, doesn't it?
That's where
You
you
got
fall
lost.
apart.
It's
That's
not
where
where I
you,
fall apart because
yeah,
you can
yeah.
measure
Because
curvatures.
if you were on a ball, you would measure drop over distance. You would measure at 10 miles, you would see 6 foot drop. In 20 miles, you'd see 260-foot drop. And in 30 miles, 660, I'm pretty sure. Pretty fucking out there. Or 6, I don't know. There's a
But
few
it's there.
sixes in it. Or 600 it might. Yeah, 600. And what is 100 miles? 6,660.
Yeah, it's there. It's just more subtle.
So you're saying that when I go on a road trip and I drive for 100 miles, although it seems I haven't been dropping, I've been driving over a flat surface. I've just dropped over 6,000 foot. You'd feel that.
No, you
You'd
wouldn't.
know it. Yeah, you
Because
would.
the way gravity works, you're going over hills, you're going over roads. It's not going to be a flat road the entire time. There's bumps and dips. It's not just on over time, and gravity as well. You're not going to feel the curve. You're not going to feel the earth spinning. You're not going to feel any of this shit. Everything's keeping you down.
Well, why don't when we build roads we account for curvature if they're curved? I'm in a grader right now and I've just finished building my road. I don't account for curvature, even with the GPS, even with the glide slope.
Because you're not building a road that's long enough to even. But do you know what they do account for curvature on? Brett, you don't need to account for curvature on a road. Why the fuck would you
Why?
need to account for curvature on a road?
Because
The
you're
ground is
dropping.
below you. Put the fucking tarmac on the ground. It's not that deep. Do you know what you need to account for curvature on? Bridges, and that's what architects actually do. They account for
No,
curvature.
no, that's just for structural integrity.
Yep. Just
Curvature is
for
there.
load bearing, bro. Load
Yeah.
bearing.
All right, let me search it up. Let me fact check you.
Oh, I don't doubt you'll find some sort of stupid tripe, some little Google quick shit that says, yeah, bridges are built with the curvature of Earth in mind, or
No, you
something
can't say
stupid
that
like
whenever
that.
you get all your information off of YouTube, mate.
Yeah, no bullshit. Try
Yes,
encyclopedias, bud. You know those are free online.
yeah. Yes, architects and civil engineers account for the Earth's curvature on very long bridges to ensure structural integrity and accuracy. For shorter bridges, the curvature is negligible, but for very long spans, not accounting for it would lead to significant errors, such as the bridge not being straight or the suspension cables not being the correct length.
Told you you'd find some bullshit.
Yeah, it's just bullshit, yeah, isn't it? Well, that's what they do. You're just going to deny, architects that go for 7 years at uni and learn all this shit, get paid thousands to do this. No, I'd love to see you make a bridge and not account for the world's curvature. Let's see that happen. A big long bridge, like what do you call that
Okay.
one?
Yeah,
What's the name of that bridge?
you can do it.
All right, I'll hold you
It
to it.
would why would you ever have to account for curvature when it's not there? It's
I
observably, measurably not there.
just
Hang
Like
on,
that part's
Lioness.
already been determined, so stop, pussyfooting around that fact.
no, I'm not.
He's trying to
I just
come out with another shot on the spot. He's trying to come up with. Good luck. I would go over to politics, but yeah, too many copers come in there. Sad to say, but I'd rather deal with B-Man.
What do you mean it's sad to say? Brilliant to say. It's brilliant
You're
to
just
say.
not as bad as some of the ones that pop in over there.
I'd love to hear the
But yeah,
Copers, not gonna lie.
sorry.
What do you mean by the Copers? Is there a lot of trollers over there?
Yeah, there is.
Ooh, AI is over there at the minute. Hold on, let me pop in for a second. I'll be back. I'll see what it's like. See what the environment's like. Hold on.
No worries.
Ah, fuck that shit. India was there, man. I don't want to speak to him.
How is it?
I don't know. India was yapping about some shit. Couldn't even be bothered listening.
Yeah.
Put me to sleep.
Oh, I've got a grease this grater soon. Damn it.
Dominic, you got any questions about Flat Earth?
I'm good for now.
Any questions about how it works?
How it works.
I know I had a few questions.
I know how it works, but yeah, just so done.
Wow. We don't even claim that we know how it works. You know, it's flat.
Well, I mean,
you
the
know.
Earth is round, so like.
No. It's flat. What's round?
There we go. Best argument in 24/7 Flat Earth. There we go. The Earth is round.
Like,
No, it's flat.
the Earth is round when round and flat actually like. So when you say round, I think of like a round circle, mate. Like not a ball or a
Yeah.
sphere. So be more
Clock,
specific.
you know,
Specific.
the clock on your wall is round. Coins in your pocket are round. Cake is round, right? But round and circle don't equate to spherical. Right? That's
Yeah,
a common.
Dominic.
That's a
They
common
got
You
you
know
mistake.
there,
what I
bro. Not gonna
meant.
lie.
You knew what I meant.
That's a
Like,
common mistake that the Globers love to make.
but you know what I meant when I said round, didn't you?
It's actually
Or
an
is
oblique spheroid,
you're
Dominic.
just like
Come on.
kind of
Actually,
slow?
confused because I don't see round as a ball.
Round, circular, whatever you like to call it. Just yeah, that
Oblique spheroid. Call it an oblique spheroid.
Round circular.
spheroid.
Right.
Like,
There you go.
Spheroid. That's better.
There
yeah,
you go. They can't
like,
get you
yeah,
now.
bro.
You're safe.
You knew what I was talking about. Like,
A round is easier to say, to be honest.
yeah, a lot of people say round
Yeah.
when they're talking about
Layman's
Earth.
terms.
Like,
Layman's terms. Oh.
A fallacy. Round and circle are synonymous.
I know, but like,
Yeah,
not
same
everyone calls it.
confusion.
Not everyone in the world calls it an oblique spheroid, bro.
No, you could just say a ball or a globe. Even say planet.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
classed
planet.
as a sphere.
I do love how you guys bring up the drop over distance thing. It's so funny to me. Like, the reason you don't see it easily, like whenever you're standing on the ground, is because the curvature is subtle, right? You're like we're all like little like just specks, like little ants on a beach ball or something like that, or just a ball. It
Mate,
feels
dude,
flat locally, okay? But over distance, the curve is measurable and it's very obvious. But locally, it's going to be
yeah,
flat because their circumference is about 40,000 kilometers. So like,
okay,
you're not
I
going to
get
feel
what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. No, we are not see it, but we should be able to measure it.
okay.
But we're not
How
ants.
what would you use to measure this? This
Oh,
this
you can
drop
use the
is
laser.
incredibly
You
subtle.
can even, sorry,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
sorry. I was just going to say that you could use a laser, a high-powered laser. You could even use a mirror.
How would you use a mirror?
Reflection.
Okay.
Yeah, only going to reflect in a straight line.
But haven't people tried using lasers and the results confirm curvature?
No.
Yeah, they have.
Can you give me an example?
And let me go into your favorite source of information, YouTube.
YouTube. Are you going to mention Beyond the Curve?
No,
That Netflix documentary they brought out?
The hippies.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. All right, show me a high-powered laser measuring curvature. It'd be
That's a
interesting.
good video. That's a good video. I've watched this before. You can give that a watch in your spare time.
Hang on, I'll be back in a sec.
What? Oh. Alright guys, getting kind of late, so I'm going to head out now, but you can watch that interesting laser video in your free time. Let me know what you think. I'll see you later. Bye.
Yeah, it leaves me with a laser bending over the curve due to refraction video and racks off. I'm
He
gonna ring
gave
this
up.
guy.
He believes it was a glow because he saw it on his TV.
Yeah, exactly at the start of every movie on the teacher's desk.
on Earth that I think I saw. I think they were in the US.
They're in the, you think. How long was the distance they shined the laser?
I mean, I didn't do the experiment. I don't know. I'm not a
But you
scientist.
saw a video, dude, and you
You
think it
shouldn't
proved the
ask
Earth.
me. You should ask like the scientists. I don't know about the
Yeah,
details.
so, well, why don't you ask the scientist to post the video in the chat?
I don't know about the details.
You don't
But
need to
you,
be a scientist to make a
so
measurement.
let me get this right. This is your position. Laser tests have been proved the Earth is a globe. You don't know the details, but you're sure there's a whole bunch of them.
A whole bunch of what?
Let's go with
No,
that. Let's
just
go with
saying
that.
whole bunch of things to
You
prove
said
that the Earth isn't flat.
no. You said there's a bunch of tests. These light tests. That's what you said.
No, there's a bunch of proof.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you proof that the Earth is not a globe right now, and I'm going to give you
Okay,
details.
please
Like
give
you.
me.
Okay. So
I'm not
they
trying
went
to argue with you.
Okay, let me finish. So, one of the tests that was done, they went to Lake IJsselmeer, which is in the Netherlands. It's a saltwater lake that they enclosed from the sea. Okay, so it's sea level water. They took a laser 10 meters above the water. They beamed it 40 kilometers, and at the other end, the laser was measured to be 1.5 meters above the surface of the water. Now, if the Earth was a globe, that laser should have been 127 meters off the surface of the water.
Okay, and where was this? Where was this
Lake
again?
IJsselmeer in the Netherlands. That's what I started with. Were you not paying attention? I literally started with the location.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm a little tired.
Okay, I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
Dandelion just posted a video of it in the chat. If you don't want to watch a video of them doing it, that's long. I can just post the report that was generated. So they did 5 of these tests. They did 3, and then 2 weeks later they did 2 and replicated the first 3. The longest 2 of the first 3.
I
The
mean,
longest
but it
2 of the
was
first
like
3
a
they replicated.
little above, right? The later was a little above
A little
it.
above what?
You said it was like 1 point something
It
meters.
started at 2 meters and ended at 1.5 meters.
So
Hard
it
to
has
aim a
like
laser across
some.
40 kilometers exactly. Do you know where the laser should have been if the Earth was a globe? You shouldn't have seen the laser unless you were on top of a 42-story building.
Okay.
Yeah, 42-story building. They're pretty tall, right? So that's the only place you should have been able to see the laser from is from up there. But they saw at 4 feet above the sea level. Not 400 feet, 4 feet. Not 127 meters, 1.5 meters.
Okay, and you think that's enough to prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's different than what the goal predicts by 2 orders of magnitude.
It's undeniable proof, bro.
It's
You
2
think
orders of
that's
magnitude, right? So it's way outside any measurement error, any uncertainty. It's way outside what the goal predicts. Not a little bit outside. It's not close. 2 orders of magnitude. You understand what that means, right?
Dude, he's got you. Just admit defeat.
Shut up, tourist. We don't need a fucking heckler.
well, I don't even know what I
So that's
said.
just one test, right? So during this test, they also brought meteorological stations where they measured the weather conditions, right? So what they did, they just tested the
Yeah.
globe. What does the globe predict? We're going to do the test. What are the results? Now, they got the result they got. This has been replicated, though. This isn't like this is a one-off event. It's a bunch of laser tests that are across way too far distances than the globe allows because the curve of the Earth should be in the way, right? So these tests have been done over water, B. Now, any individual test doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It's the logic that proves the Earth is flat. The surface of the Earth is covered mostly in water. And if that water does not curve, right, then the Earth must be flat. If the oceans of the world don't curve...
Do you know, what's your name? Sorry, Indio, right?
Why are you interrupting? Am I talking to you?
This is an important addition to your discussion. That's why I'm interrupting. Yes. The FECO model that you're I've been listening to your Fekko argument in the Netherlands lake, right? Do you know about Snell's law?
Yeah.
Or do you know
than you
if
do.
they knew about Snell's law?
Yes, I know about Snell's law, Fermat's principle, complex refractive indexes. Dude,
Right.
don't even try. You're not the smartest person in the room, dude.
So
If you pick the
then
wrong topic to try to be the smartest person in the room about.
I'm not trying to be the smartest person in the room. I'm simply saying, do you think the Fekko model accounted for for proper refraction? Did they apply Snell's law correctly? Yes or no?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Why does it matter?
Because even if you applied the gold standard refraction, it would only move the laser down 5 meters.
Right. So this
Yeah,
is this
so
is
you
an
need
insensible
100. You need
argument.
to move it down another 122 meters.
Right. So all of your conclusion is invalid.
So I just
That's
want
not.
to ask
That's
this:
not.
what else?
Okay.
What else
Well,
do
shut
this?
up. Why are my conclusions invalid?
Because you think the refraction was negligible because you misapplied the Snell's
No,
law.
I just
So it's
said
invalid.
standard refraction.
The
I just said
Fekko.
standard. I just said standard. The standard refraction prediction would move the laser down 5 meters.
So let me ask
The
you a question.
prediction is 127 meters minus 5 meters is 122 meters. Where'd the other 122 meters come from? Where'd they go?
Where did they
Okay, let's
go? The negligible
quadruple that.
refraction index.
Look,
So you-
it has to match a radius of 65,000 miles, bro.
if you don't understand it, right? Just say you don't understand it, and I can explain
Dude,
it.
Oh my
no.
gosh, are you not even hearing him? In addition, I put the report in the
What is-
chat there where it explains
Okay,
how they
first
took
of all-
what the refraction into account. It's like he's not even listening. He's just trying to
he's not.
reframe the
Well, Harris,
conversation.
I'm gonna prove your Dunning-Kruger pretender clownery. Okay, so
Oh,
Snell's
okay.
law.
Let's hear it.
Snell's
Let me
law.
hear it.
Shut up. Snell's law is not equivalent. You cannot use Snell's law in a gradient refractive index media, which is what the air would be. It's not mathematically valid.
Why not?
You're not. Look, I'll post it in the chat.
No, you explain it.
No, I'm going to post the paper in the chat because sine theta is not equivalent, right? Because you don't have a well-defined boundary in a gradient index media. I'm going to post the paper.
Okay. Do you
in the
know
chat.
what? Do you know what? Less
Don't
of a
ask me a question.
model
Don't ask me a question, bro.
required. I'm
Snell's
saying,
law.
you don't even need
Snell's
to do
law
this
is a
advanced mathematics to prove the Bloyd model.
Bro,
right? We don't
Snell's
even need
law
to do
is a
this. But even
no.
when you
You're
do
trying to
approach
run
it,
away from your claim now. Now that you got
I'm not trying to run away from it. We can stick
You
with it.
totally
I don't think you
are.
understand
You totally are. Now you're trying to say it doesn't matter. First, you were trying to pretend like Indio didn't
Did I say it
understand when
doesn't matter? No.
clearly you don't understand. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. All right. Let's hear it. Explain it fully. Snell's law. Go ahead. Let's see.
Snell's law
Let's
is a
see
special case of
how
Fermat's principle, which is
it
well-defined.
concluded is
Shut up,
negligible.
dude. Shut up.
No,
Snell's
you
law,
explain it.
Dunning-Kruger. Snell's law, Dunning-Kruger, is a special case of Fermat's principle. True or false? True or
Snell's law
false?
is Dunning-Kruger?
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle, the principle of least time.
Did you just say Snell's law is Dunning-Kruger?
Snell's law, yes or no? Is Snell's law a special case of Fermat's principle?
I'm not
i.e.,
telling you, dude. He
the
just literally
principle of
said
least time.
Snell's law is Dunning-Kruger.
Okay, I'm gonna say it for the third time. Yes or no? Is Snell's law a special case of Fermat's principle?
Did you just say Snell's law was Dunning-Kruger?
Oh, you Dunning-Kruger, you dunce.
Lord Dunning-Kruger.
No. That's what he just said. I heard him say it.
Yeah, we record this. Now you're embarrassing yourself.
I'm not
See
embarrassed.
the little bot
I
up
think this
there,
is
the
pretty
little
funny.
YouTube thing? All this is recorded. Anyone can just rewind and see what I said 3 times.
Okay, go
You
for
have
it.
zero
Go do
credibility.
it.
What little credibility you had, you just shot away.
What credibility? I'm not claiming to know its own entirety, but even I can tell you're talking out of your ass.
Oh yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
I'm posting
so
citations.
you don't have a comprehensive
I'm going to post
understanding of
citations
Snell's
from
law.
academic
You
sources.
don't have
No,
a
you're not
comprehensive understanding
disagreeing
of
with
the
me.
mathematics.
You're not
right?
disagreeing
You
with me.
say the refraction was negligible because you don't understand how it was. So the Facor model
Okay.
fails.
So
So you
explain
don't
to me
know
how
what
it works then. Explain to me how it works. Give me the model that accurately predicts refraction. Go.
Why do you want me to explain to you? Go look it
Because
up
how would
yourself.
you know?
Do your
How
own
would you
research.
know? How would
I'm
you
not
know
doing
if
your
I'm
research
using the
for you.
wrong model? How would you know if I'm using the wrong model if you don't know what the right one is?
Because I just listened to the fucking
How would you?
video.
How do you know that's wrong if you don't know what's right?
She's a dumb fuck like you as well. So who
How do
gives
you
a
know
shit?
that's wrong if you don't know what's right? Yeah, that's
Because
right.
they
You're
also
cooked,
use a
Harris.
Facor model in that video they just
How do you
posted
know
in
it's
the
wrong if you
Netherlands.
don't know it's right?
I just said, I just looked at the video that she just posted, the 55-minute video that she
Yeah.
posted.
Okay,
That's
and
the Facor model, right?
and it's wrong. Why?
Because it misapplies Snell's law. Same as what I
Okay, then
just said
show us the
earlier.
right application.
Why do I need to do that? I don't need to spend money to disprove your shit.
Because you
You
don't
do
know
your
what the right
research.
application is. You can't use
Well,
Snell's law even in this
okay.
context.
Okay. All right, listen, dumb fuckers. All right.
So
I don't need to
yeah,
do
that's the
all of
last
these.
time you say that.
Okay, peace
Oh
out,
yeah.
Harris. Peace out.
Yeah, you're about done.
Hey Harris, listen, Harris, I'll
The-
let you speak again if you post any application of Snell's law at all in any context in the chat.
Look, if you can even define Snell's law without
So
reading
I
it
love
from
the fact
somewhere
that
else.
you guys really believed it and you're very
Yeah, we don't care about your social commentary. Zip it,
enthusiastic
dude.
about it.
Zip
And
it. We
really
don't care
cool.
about you. Either bring globe evidence or shut up, bro. We don't care
Recent
about your
one.
social
Ringo,
commentary.
bro, I'm
Richard
trying to be positive here. You're being
No,
negative.
no, you're giving social commentary about flat earthers. We don't care. We want
Social
the globe
comment.
evidence
What's
or
that?
shut up.
I'm just trying to be positive. I'm sorry.
No, you're talking about us saying, you guys really believe this. No, don't talk about us guys. Talk about the topic. We're not the topic.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry. I'm just trying to be positive.
Yeah, shut
Low-key,
up. Just go on
every
mute,
flat
dude.
earther has
You're
their own
failing.
different.
You're
And now
failing. If
you're
that's what
doing
you're
it,
trying to
Taurus.
do, you
Now
failed.
you're doing the very thing I just told him not to do.
Dude, I'm a flat earther as well. I'm allowed to say what I believe.
You are.
Who the fuck
What's
are
the
you?
best evidence for a flat Earth that you've seen?
The reason no
Wouldn't
current
be.
found.
I mean, if the Earth
They
was
need all
flat, wouldn't tornadoes and hurricanes be impossible
Listen,
because
dude.
they only occur on a globe Earth?
That's idiotic.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's idiotic, dude.
Well, it's one of their arguments for globe Earth.
Is that hurricanes and tornadoes are impossible on a flat Earth?
Tornadoes and hurricanes, yeah.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is they only spin in one direction. And that proves the Earth is spinning. You don't even know the fucking argument of your own side.
I'm a flat Earther, but now I'm going to be a glober
Yeah,
out of
just like
spite.
Taurus, right? You never were like you couldn't tell me a single flat Earth argument.
Christopher Columbus, when he was sailing and looking around for the Americas,
Yeah, just go on mute, dude. Fucking troll army, dude. They all called each other. Come in there, let's troll the flat earthers. You know what you guys aren't doing? You're not producing evidence of a globe. That's what you're not doing. So Harris, we're gonna try you again. We're gonna try you again, and you're gonna answer a simple question. Do you know what the model of the standard refraction model used by surveyors is? Oh. Yeah, you're unmuted, Harris. You can get out of your DMs and come back in here.
Oh, I'm unmuted?
Yeah, you're out. Get out of your DMs with your little buddies here.
Fucking echo chamber,
Your
dude. What the
fellatio
fuck
party
is
that
this
you're
here?
having with your buddies. Okay?
Dude, this is
And
literally
come
an
back
echo
in here.
chamber of some illiterate Americans.
No, it's look, bro.
You're all
Harris,
functionally
Harris.
illiterate.
It's not echo chamber. It's echo chambers. We have echo chambers. We have three
No,
servers. We have three servers,
right.
so it's
Oh
echo
God,
chambers.
you're sweating. Fucking
We have
idiots.
echo
You're
chambers,
illiterate.
buddy. Get it right.
Functionally illiterates. Read a book. Did you pass high school?
Yeah.
What's the
Further,
highest
look, I
qualification you
went
have?
further in
Did you
academia
go to
than you
college?
did, Harris.
Did you go to college?
Yeah,
Did you
and I
do mathematics?
graduated.
Really?
Actually, in fact,
What was the
1,
qualification you got?
2,
What was the field in?
3, 4,
What was the dandelion fella
5,
or girl or whatever his
6,
name is?
6 flat earthers in here graduated university.
What cause was it?
And
Socialism?
Harris, you didn't. Harris, you
No, I
didn't.
did. I did.
I can
I
tell
did.
you. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What was the cause? What was your cause, by the way? Was it flat earthery?
What was my class?
Yeah. What was the course that you graduated from? That your qualification was?
Course. You take lots of
Yeah.
courses in university, Harris.
I fucking thought so. She said, "Oh, you didn't graduate from university." Fucking
You
liar.
take please. You take lots of
Yeah.
courses in
So
university.
don't pretend like you graduated from high school. I don't think you even graduated from high school. You don't know
You're the
any
ones who
basic
can't even tell me anything about Snell's law.
I don't need to engage with
Which
the
is
the
taught
element
in
of
high
the math.
school.
You don't even know what basic
Harris,
calculus is.
Snell's law is taught in high
Have you
school.
taken calculus before? Do you know what
Yes.
integration is? Do you know what differential?
Yes. Yes. I
Right.
know what
Do you
derivatives
know
are. So
what
this is
percentages are?
so did you see the paper I posted? So using the
Do you-
calculus of variations, it proves that Snell's law can't be used in a index for
Why you're just
gradient index
parroting the
reflection medium.
video. I looked at this 50-minute video, and
It's not the video, it's
used
the
a
paper I
fucking
posted, Harris.
two-layer model,
Harris.
bro. And I
Harris.
know distinctly that what the principal error that they made, right? The principal error is they misapplied Snell's law, which gave them far too little bending, so they concluded that refraction was
So then give
negligible.
us the right application.
Why the
tell us
fuck do
what
I
it
have to
is.
do why do I have to waste
correct
my
what they
energy
did.
and my
So because
education
Harris,
entertaining dumb fucks like you?
because
No,
Harris,
you get a diploma,
no, Harris,
you do the
I have
maths,
one.
and
I have a
you
few.
do it. So I don't need to do a play.
No,
This
Harris,
high level.
it's
Okay,
really
do
simple.
you want me to show you right a far more easier experiment that you can
Yeah.
conduct without
Yeah.
anything, right? You don't need any high powered laser. Okay.
Yeah, you're trying
Do you
to change
know?
the subject, Harris.
No.
It's obvious.
I'm just showing you.
No,
I
Harris,
can
Harris,
base
did they do
arithmetic.
Harris, how do you what refraction needs to exist to get that
I am
experimental
not going to
Now
have an
shut up. Don't
intellectual
interrupt me.
conversation with
Don't
you
interrupt me, I'm gonna
because
ban
you're
you.
not an
Last chance.
intellectual person,
3,
right?
2.
I will not engage.
Yeah, that's right. You will not engage.
Let's talk to the Christopher Columbus guy. True
Yeah.
self.
Yeah, that's
Hold
me.
on. I'm gonna finish my thought though. Okay.
Okay, do.
Because he was trying to mute me by filibustering. Okay. I want to know for anybody in this chat if they calculated refraction wrong, what refraction has to exist to get their experimental result? That was the question I was going to ask them. Which refraction has to exist for them to measure that? For them to get a beam at 1.5 meters off the surface of the water over a distance of 40 kilometers? What atmospheric refraction has to exist? And how did that same atmospheric condition happen again 3 weeks later? If you can answer those questions, then maybe I'll take you seriously. But carrying on.
Wait, me?
Yeah, Columbus boy.
Oh, I thought the other guy because he sounded smarter.
Oh my gosh,
Wait.
really? You thought he sounded smart because he gave no evidence, True Cell. He only kept making claims, kept trying to insult us, so on and so forth. He didn't understand what he was talking about. He wouldn't answer the question that Indio just asked, which was an amazing question. You can't just look at he obviously did not look at
You know what True Cell made
he
me
looked
think
at
of?
neither the video nor the PDF summary of the FE core experiment, because if he looked at it, he would see that they accounted for refraction that was already accounted for. So he had no idea what he was talking about. His purpose was to fool people who are not examining the evidence in an objective way, who are just interested in emotional appeal, fallacies, and arguments about the person, into thinking that he had the upper hand in the conversation when he never had the upper hand in the conversation. He never presented any information. What information did Harris present that made you think that he sounded smart, True Cell?
He used big words, but I do got 4 questions though. Four honest
I
questions.
got a question. Have you ever heard in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king?
No, that sounds cool though.
Yeah, that's you're a blind person, and you think the
Oh,
one-eyed
that
man
doesn't
is
sound
king.
cool. Okay, I got 4 questions though. One is I thought flat earthers don't believe in The Earth is
No,
spinning or
no,
gravity.
no, no, no. Flat
What?
Earthers isn't the topic.
But it's my
I thought
question.
you were a flat earther.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Okay,
shouldn't you
wait.
just ask yourself what flat earthers believe?
Okay, wait. Two is there a dome around the Earth? Like, and space is
Unknown.
fake, and you can't like
Well,
exit out of
that's a bunch of
space.
questions. No one knows if
Well,
there's
yeah,
a dome, but we do know it's contained. And space is fake because it's impossible.
to get to, right?
No, it's just impossible to exist in the way they say it exists.
What do you mean? We can see stars and like planets and stuff from telescopes.
Yeah, can you see how far away they are away?
I don't know. Maybe you could calculate it.
How?
I don't know. I'm not a math guy.
Okay, so you don't know. So this is the problem. Is that what they
Okay.
say is those things are in a giant vacuum and that we have air pressure next to that vacuum. But we know from experiment and real world experience that you can't have air pressure next to a vacuum without some sort of barrier separating them. So if you want to say
Oh,
planets and stars exist in some vacuum, there's no way you're going to get to them because there must be a barrier preventing you from getting there if they're in a vacuum.
okay.
Okay.
And three,
And we
if the Earth
know
is
because this is called the
flat,
second law of thermodynamics, which has no known violations in the history of mankind. So what we have is the second law on one hand and what it says, and people showing you images on a screen saying they're violating that. And then
okay,
if you ask them, they'll say gravity creates the gas pressure. And you say,
right.
okay, demonstrate that with an experiment. And they can't.
Mhm.
They can only talk about it. And then if you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in that to describe what gas behavior is
Right.
because gas is unaffected by gravity.
That makes sense. Okay. I
So it
think
can't
last question
exist.
is
It's not that it's fake. It's that it can't exist, period. It's a
okay.
violation of
Okay.
natural law.
I get it. Then
The
like
dome is more of a claim about the shape of what the barrier is. We don't know what the fucking shape is. Could be a fucking pyramid. Could be a fucking, I don't know, a rough fucking surface. Who knows?
yeah.
Who knows if
No,
it's
that makes sense.
even solid material? Like, I don't know.
Right. And then my
It's
second question.
speculation, dude. We only talk about what we can prove. We don't talk about speculate. We don't speculate here. We
Right.
only deal with what we can prove. Dome, we can't prove that. Gas pressure went out of container, yeah, we can prove that all day long. Go try to pump up your bike tire without a fucking tire.
True. True. Yeah, that makes sense. But how does no one fall off the Earth if it's flat? Is there like an ice wall?
Fall to where?
Huh?
Why would anybody
Like
fall anywhere?
if it's flat, wouldn't there be like an edge? You know, like
No.
a coin kind of
Why?
situate? No. I mean,
I just
it's
told you
flat.
there's no space. That means Earth is not a space disk. And why would you
So then,
fall? The whole idea of falling is, oh, there's this thing called gravity. Okay. Why would I
like,
fall off the edge of the Earth? Where would I fall to?
so are you saying there'd be a
Where would I
barrier? Like
fall
you
to?
physically,
Can you answer where I would fall to?
I don't know, like off the Earth somewhere?
To where? Would I fall
The
to
air,
space? Would I fall to space?
I suppose. Perhaps. No, I guess that
You
makes
can't
sense.
fall to space. There's no edge of the Earth. There's no fucking big void universe where there's a bunch of fucking objects
Okay,
inside
but
of
if
it.
it's flat
The
Earth,
Earth
like
is
you
not.
say, there
I'm
is
just
an
telling you.
edge.
You got questions. I'm answering them. The
Yeah,
Earth is
but
not some fucking object in a giant fucking void. Okay, get that idea out of your head. That's like
okay.
thinking like the universe is inside of something. What's the universe inside of?
Probably God or something. I don't know.
The universe is inside. What's God inside of?
The Christian God.
Okay, what's
Or
inside
more
of that?
historically
What's
accurate.
that inside of?
I mean,
You
the
see where
Christian
I'm
God
going with
is,
this? No matter what you say, I can ask what that's inside of.
well, the thing is, God has no beginning, so it's kind of stops it there.
Wait, wait. Well,
He wouldn't be
what do you mean
God
it
if he
has
had a
no beginning?
beginning.
No,
Like
God
the universe has a
is God.
beginning.
I'm talking about frickin' space, dude. Metrical space.
Hey, so I have a question for you though.
No,
Mm.
no, no, no. Wait. Okay. I fucking hate when you guys do that shit. We're getting right to the fucking point.
So like, you
What
can't
is the
fall off
universe
even though Earth
inside
is.
of, right? Does the universe have an edge?
No, it's apparently infinite according to NASA.
No, it's not infinite according to NASA. They say it's
Pretty sure
90
I heard.
billion fucking light years in diameter.
That's pretty big.
Okay, what's outside of it? What's the inside?
What's
Where's the
inside the
edge?
universe?
Yeah, where's the edge? The question you
Not,
just asked me, I'm asking you. Where's your edge?
like in my mind for the Earth.
In the modern cosmology, the cosmology you believe in, where's the edge of the universe?
I don't know.
Well, then it don't exist then. Universe don't exist.
The universe doesn't exist.
Well, obviously it doesn't exist because you can't tell me where the edge is.
Well, yeah, because I'm not like some
But it
space
has
guy.
to have an edge, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Because everything has an edge, right? Everything?
True. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No, everything does not have an edge, and it was proven a long time ago that you can't actually prove with math, geometry, logic that there's a boundary on anything.
I mean,
It's called Zeno's paradox because you can
okay.
subdivide shit by half for forever, and you can never reach the boundary condition. So using discrete mathematics, you can never actually prove there's a boundary, and that's what you're using when you say, "Hey, where's the edge?" Hey, if I walk certain distance in some direction, where does the Earth stop and become something else? There is no place where that happens. The only way you leave this Earth to get outside is when your heart stops beating.
I see.
Okay? There is no physical boundary to the Earth in which you can go fucking to. You can't go knock on where the dome meets the Earth. You can't. The Earth is not a disk in space. It's not the third disk from the sun. It's not a space pizza. So what you've done is that did he bounce?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
guess he did. Oh, that's too bad. Well, at least he was able to like at least have a back and forth more than Harris.
Okay,
At
Colonel
least
Brad. He freaking crashed and burned.
All right. So my question is,
Your voice sounds oddly familiar.
who knows?
Have you been in here before?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So as far as that go, as far as like Earth being round or Earth being flat, how do you kind of account for flights like air travel being faster if you follow supposed curvature of the Earth
What does
rather
that
than a
mean?
straight line?
What does that mean?
So like the time difference between flying at a in kind of an arc around what would be a spherical Earth, the curvature of the Earth. How do you account for that if it's flat? How
There's
it would be
nothing to
faster
account
if it
for.
was at a
Everything you're saying
angle?
is factually incorrect.
What's factually
Because
incorrect
you're
about it?
confusing the projection of a coordinate system with the fucking actual Earth. So if you take the projection of a spherical coordinate system like latitude and longitude, and you project it onto a grid and map those points, a straight line is going to become a curved line. And if I take a curved path in a polar coordinate system and map it to that, it's going to show a straight line. But planes don't actually fly like that. Planes actually fly in international and domestic flight corridors. So they don't fly point to point in the first place.
Where-
That's why I said everything you said is factually wrong. It's totally abstract. You looked around the web and frickin' looked at some Flight 24
No, that was
projection onto a frickin' Mercator map, and we're like, hey, it's taking a curved path. It's not taking a curved path. It's a projection of the coordinate system. That its location in that coordinate system is a curved path because that coordinate system, latitude and longitude, does not exist on the surface of the Earth. You understand that?
yeah.
Latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. Contrary
Yep.
to popular belief, they're in the sky. And what that coordinate system represents is when you're under a certain set of stars at a certain time. That's what that coordinate system is. So if I asked you find your latitude and longitude using only the ground and nothing in the sky, it is an impossible task. You can't do it. No one can do it because there's no reference to the ground within that coordinate system. The reference is secondary. right? We make the celestial sphere coordinate system, and then we assign locations on the Earth to be underneath it.
Right.
And they used to actually write this in books at the end of the 19th century. This is what they would say. They wouldn't say you're on the equator. They would say you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, or that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. This is how they would write it down. They wouldn't say you're on it. They would say you're under it.
All right.
So when you take that coordinate system, right, of a plane is flying somewhere relative to the stars, and then you take some flat Mercator map, which is also made with that coordinate system, but turned into a cylinder, and then you map the celestial sphere to a cylinder coordinate system, and then you place it on a square grid, you end up with a curved fucking path. That's what it looks like. But that's just what it looks like. But if you were above the plane looking down on it, it wouldn't look like that.
All right.
This is confusing the map with the territory. This is a known fallacy. It's called the map territory problem. Look, don't feel bad because a lot of people don't understand.
Oh no, I'm here to
Understand
learn.
cartography
Yeah.
and
I always have an
cartography and coordinates and differential geometry and all these little subtopics. They're presented with it in a very oversimplified rendition of what's actually going on. Because I can post right now in the chat pilots inside the cockpit showing their flight route on a polar projection, and it shows it's completely straight. Right? They're in the fucking cockpit looking at their fucking sky chart.
Yeah.
So but if they took that, right, their map, and they're like, oh, let's put this on the Mercator map, it would then be curved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show I'll show this for everybody. You can look at it too if you'd like. Just gonna find it real quick. That's the video, but I'll post a screenshot of the map. That's a clip of that section of the video. That's a screenshot of them looking at their map, right? And this is a straight line right across the map. And I think they're flying, could be like Buenos Aires to can't remember exactly. Oh, did I post that in the wrong thing? Yeah, I did. Hold on a second. Let me post the video. I didn't post the clip from the video. Anybody else want to chime in? It's weird how it didn't embed right.
I can't wait to China takes over, man. That's gonna be so awesome.
Oh, wow, what? Oh, you want to be unmuted, tourist? See if you can contain yourself, dude. Here, talk. Who wants to talk to tourist, man? Tourist needs a freaking.
Hi, tourist.
Thank you. Most gracious of you to give me my tongue back.
Were you the one who your flat Earth evidence was Christopher Columbus?
No, dude. I got muted for no
No.
reason. That guy talked over me.
That was a guy called Trayless.
Yeah, that's the guy that left. Yeah. That's the guy that had 4 questions.
Well, you guys
The
are brothers in
first.
arms, man. He was also a flat earther. You guys both are.
I'm a different kind of flat earther.
Like the globe kind?
Well, no. And then you'd be a globetard, wouldn't you?
What made you a flat earther tourist?
I don't know. Flat Earth to me is more of a philosophy that rejects constructionist dogma. But I mean, more power to you if you want to take it like insanely literally, because I mean that still aligns.
So you're
It's like, where do I go with that?
Wait a sec. Does this ring a bell? Does this ring a bell, tourist? Earth is flat, Jack, flatter than a flapjack. We bout a flat smack. Globers, get your backs packed. I'm with my flat pack. Globes in the trash sack as I move an equidistant map upon my snapback. Flat smacking everybody in Joe's crab shack.
Damn, better than Eric Dubay.
That's from
Was that you?
Well, that's from Channel 5. But yeah, I have been known to rap that occasionally in this channel.
Oh, so you didn't write that?
No, that's from like the Flat Earth conference that Channel 5 went to.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Because I saw you post it one day and I saved it.
Yeah, dude.
Alright, so that's not.
Fucking legendary.
I liked T-Dub's performance of it. That was great.
Yeah, dude, it needs a rendition.
I don't know. Harris is back. He's claiming he wants to go through this model step by step. I don't even know what model they're talking about.
Oh, yeah, this should be funny. I really want to entertain this. Hell yeah. Okay, Harris. Tell us the refraction conditions that existed to make this observation possible, these measurements. And then how they happened again 3 weeks later.
So, do you have a scientific calculator with you right now?
I don't need a scientific calculator.
Then how could you follow my calculations alongside step by step?
I don't need to follow your calculations, dude. I need to know I need to know the model, the variables that you're going to use.
I will use it to be consistent. I will
What are
use
your
the original
variables?
measurements.
What are your variables?
What variables? The measurements that they were taken?
Calculate refraction that can account for this observation.
I will follow exactly what the
They
original.
measured. The fact is, they measured the laser 1.5 meters off the fucking ground. How did it get down there?
What the fuck are you talking
They
about?
measured the laser 1.5 meters off the water. It's supposed to be
I'm
at
going to
127. Why are you
explain to
interrupting me?
you.
Why are you interrupting
I'm going
me?
to
You're
explain
gonna
to
go
you
back on mute.
how
Last
the
chance,
freckle.
dude. Don't interrupt me again, dude. Telling
Why
you,
are you
you're just
scared?
gonna go.
Why are you
Okay,
scared?
let me
Don't be
finish
scared.
my
Let
sentence.
me explain it.
No,
Let me
I
explain
didn't
it.
finish my sentence.
You unmuted me so I can explain it and go through
I
the
didn't
freckle
finish
one by
my
one.
sentence, dude. I'm
I don't need to
asking.
hear you yapping.
You're very bad. Yeah, you're very bad at taking turns. Harris,
I don't care.
can
I
you
don't need
hear
to give
me?
you guys any respect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you don't need. Yeah.
Stay-at-home mom has nothing to do better.
Mm-hmm.
I love when they get muted right when in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he has problems taking turns speaking. We're trying to have coherent conversations here. Gosh. His cohorts, his compatriots were much more civilized and better able to hold a conversation.
The funny thing, they consider him the smart one of them.
I know when that guy said he was smart, I'm like, oh my goodness. I mean, he's just. That was
He used big
crazy.
words.
He said that, yeah, when I said, "What made you think he was smart?" He said, "'Cause he used big words." Yeah, that was funny.
What's that? The sesquipedalian authority fallacy? Dude, what big word did he even use? Refraction?
Yeah, I think so. 3
Probably
syllables,
calculus. I
yeah.
think calculus is the longest
I
one.
was going to say that.
Oh, he also said integral. Or no, he said integration. Hmm.
Dude, I think he was just
He only got up to 3
covetous.
syllables.
I think he was covetous of the capaciousness of your capus cavernosa.
Well, Drace and Carmen must be the smartest because they got that word that has like 27 syllables in it.
Yep, definitively. Were we answering something for Colonel Brad, or did he get answered?
Honestly, I can't really think of any other questions that would really draw anything right now. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm pretty tired too.
Have you ever considered that the Earth looks flat because it actually is flat?
I don't know.
So crazy, huh? It's crazy. Flat things look flat. Wow. Like, don't you find it odd that that's the crazy claim that the Earth looks flat because it is flat, and that's considered the delusional claim? When if you say the Earth looks flat but it's curved, that's not delusional. I think that's odd.
Well,
No, if you evaluate it just the same way as you evaluate everything else, like this, say you were in some other topic, and this is how the topic went: is that the truth was the opposite of what it appeared to be, in that you had to reject the impression that you got for some theory. You would probably never accept it in another context, and most people wouldn't. But for some reason, in the context of flat Earth versus globe, people are very willing to accept experiences which are 180 degrees, or I mean, accept claims which are 180 degrees from their experience.
as far as seeing it's flat, what about when you're at high altitude and it appears that there's a bit of a curve to it?
There's no curve at high altitude.
Yeah, but if you're at high altitudes and you look out and it appears as if there's a curve.
Yeah, nobody says that, and it shouldn't. Even an airplane is nowhere near high enough. You got to remember, they say the ball's 8,000 miles in diameter. Airplane flies at 10 miles. You're 1/800th above the surface. No plane would ever go high enough. Even the ISS, where they say that is at 250 miles, that would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth if you could see the entire circle of the horizon. But you're only going to see a sliver of that, right? Whatever your field of view is. Say it's 60 degrees. Now you're only seeing like less than 0.5% of the surface of the Earth. How are you ever going to see the curve of the Earth when you're seeing such a small fraction of it?
I don't know, the
Even
videos.
mainstream claims you can't see curve from an airplane. It's not just us. There's a famous video of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Remember Felix Baumgartner? Do you know who that is?
I don't know.
He had the world record for the highest skydive. He jumped
I
from
might have seen he
128,000
had a
feet.
video, right? It was like
Yeah,
Red
yeah,
Bull.
yeah. Red Bull. It's called the Red Bull jump. He
Yeah.
died in another accident just recently. I think this year too. He died of doing some other crazy thing. But he skydived from 128,000 feet. And Neil deGrasse Tyson gave a conference and was talking about that jump and said there's no way you could see the curvature of the Earth from that elevation. And that's way higher than an airplane. That's more than two times higher than an airplane flies. It's not nowhere even near high enough. Because you got to remember that you have to see a significant portion of the Earth to see the curve of the Earth, because you have to see it as a circle, right? And if you're so close to the surface and you're looking across it, every point on the horizon is equidistant from you. It can only ever appear as a straight line until you're far enough away from it where you're seeing the Earth as a circle around, which is pretty far away. My estimation is like over 1,000 miles. I mean, there's hundreds and thousands of pictures of people taking pictures out of airplane windows that show no curve. And Dandelion posted Felix Baumgartner. The other thing that's important about the Baumgartner jump that people don't realize is that part of the video they made of it, so they take video from looking at the same shot, like looking out the window, when they're 10 feet off the ground and he's standing in the door, right? And the horizon cuts him right at midline. Well, right before he jumps out, he's at the door again, and the horizon's cutting him right at the midline. Well, according to the globe, the horizon should be dipped down 6 degrees. Right? That's 12 solar diameters. That's 12 widths of the sun. That horizon should be dipped down. It shouldn't be still lined up to his torso.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people aren't actually seeing any curve at high altitude. What made you think that they were?
I don't know. The videos kind of looked like it.
Well, the human eye is not capable of seeing past like 5,000 meters accurately.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really have that good
Yeah.
questions. I'm tired, and
No. I mean, that's fine, dude. We're not, there's no pressure. We're here 24/7. So if you look in the chat, so what I was just talking about, the horizon cutting him in half right at the waist, it's in the same place. So this is 128,000 feet and 10 feet. If he's going up higher and it Earth's the ball, that horizon should be going down, down, down as he's rising above the ball instead of staying in at the same level. Because one of the arguments we hear from Globers, right, is that if you go up in a plane and you try to measure the horizon has a dip. It's dipped down, which proves the Earth is a ball. But this is evidence that that actually doesn't happen. In fact, the horizon is not the edge of the Earth at all. The horizon is purely an effect created by the meteorological conditions, purely optical, which is easy to demonstrate. Because if you go to the beach and you go repeated days, you'll see that the horizon will appear to be different distances on different days, which means it can't be the physical edge of the Earth unless the Earth is getting bigger and smaller. When I say physical edge, I mean a visual edge where the curvature starts, right? That's the end of the curvature. You can't see any ocean past it because the Earth is curving down and around into a ball. But if that location moves around and it's 10 miles one day, 3 miles another day, and 30 miles another day, that can't be the curve of the Earth. It has to be visual. So a lot of the premises of the globe that the horizon itself is the edge of the Earth, it's just wrong in the first place. Like, I can see the curve of the Earth from the airplane. Yeah, I mean, that assumes that that horizon is the edge of the ball that you can see. The limit of your vision is the edge of the ball, and that's determined by that. But there's even a NASA paper published that the horizon, a high altitude, is not measurable as a location because it's too opaque. It's too like what would you call it? It's too diffuse. It's not well defined enough. Even even if you're an airplane, even if you're in an airplane and you're like over a pristine freaking ocean in the most perfect weather conditions, when you look at the horizon's a little blurred.
It's a lot blurred.
Yeah.
At 200 kilometers, I could hide a 100-meter object. You never see it.
Probably bigger than that if the color was a certain color. Painted it white or blue, you'd probably never see it. You'd probably be 1,000 meters tall and you couldn't see it.
Yep.
I got a college class in the morning. I should probably head to bed.
All right.
It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice to meet you guys. I'll have to pop in here another time. When I'm more awake, you know. All right, see ya.
Peace.
Yep.
Good night.
Bye bye. There's no globe.
We live on a globe.
The Earth was spinning, he'd never get to sleep. Who said we
Yeah,
live on a globe?
moving in multiple vectors would be worse than seasickness.
I bet it was Mansky that said that, wasn't it? He wanted to have the last word. There's no globe, Colonel Brad.
What stage of grief are you in, Mansky?
The best one.
Is denial the best one?
It's not just a river in Africa.
Acceptance. I accept the Earth as a globe.
Okay, so denial then.
I think he's in testing. He's testing the realistic solutions, and then he just said, I accept the Earth as a globe. That's not a realistic solution, buddy. Mansky, at least you'll never admit this, but I know that even if you realize the Earth is flat, you could never tell anybody because of the amount of ridicule you'd suffer. And that would lower your social status, and that would upset you greatly, so you never do that.
I could believe the Earth is flat and never tell anyone.
Yeah, you could, including us.
I don't care if I tell you, but I'm not going to go around telling people in real life.
Why? Doesn't matter, remember?
Because they'll think I'm fucking crazy.
Why would they think you're crazy? It doesn't matter.
Man, I sport my cap around everywhere. It says the Earth is flat. Didn't you know that? I wear it everywhere, man. Nobody says a word to me. That's cool, and everyone's friendly.
Mansky would call the police. We got a flat earther out here walking around with a hat on. Fuck.
Hilarious. I also wear like today. I was wearing it, and at the same time, I'm wearing a Star Wars shirt. It's got a big stormtrooper
Oh,
on it
dude,
with
you
Star
got.
Wars.
I love it. I love it, man. Dude, You're making me like, you know how they got like a NASA shirts with a globe, NASA shirt with a fucking flat Earth space pizza. I bet you'd sell a ton of them. I gotta start my T-shirt company, man. I got a bunch of freaking T-shirts I've thought of.
Have you talked to Allison Angel, fitness trader girl or whatever?
No.
She never really talked a whole lot in Flat Earth Fridays, but she goes by Allie Angel on X, Twitter, whatever. And she has like a True Earther .com website that she sells like she sells shirts and she prints them as you order them, right? Like she's got this whole
Yeah.
system set up for it and everything. And so I bought a few shirts from her, and my wife wears my shit all the time when we go to the immigration buildings. So I got one that looks like a Coca-Cola bottle, but it says Flat Earth. It's the real thing. She wears it all the freaking time. It's hilarious.
I love it, dude.
That
God
one,
damn
and
it.
then
I'm slacking.
that one, and then there's another one that she wears. It's a little sheep, like a little cartoon sheep with a mask on, and it says "Think while it's still legal."
Yeah, like you can start a company, basically an online store, and that another person will basically print your T-shirts for you. You just got to come up with the design.
Yep.
Which I plan on doing, actually. I just haven't done it yet. But I got two good. I got one really good one. I'm not gonna tell you guys. I'll steal the idea. Dude, normies would buy this one, especially if I make two versions. Especially around here, because
Especially
like
around.
college nerds would like get it. You know what I mean? We'd get it too. Like people around here, we'd get it, but like, it's just funny. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, I
I
posted
love
up a picture of the shirt my brother got me for Christmas one year because I told him I was a flat earther. I like the shirt, but he just has the freaking pizza earth on there, man. I was like, damn it. I wish that wasn't on there.
Yeah.
I know, man. That ruins it.
Yeah,
There's
I
pineapple
know.
on that pizza.
No, not
I
even
think it's
pineapple on it.
I think it's intentional like that, though. I think that's created by some retard.
I think
Yeah.
it's intentional too. Is your
Even if it was just the
brother a
word
flat earther,
separated.
or is he just trolling you?
Oh no, nobody else in my family and friends, nobody is. I try talking with most of them. You know, I'll bring it up once, give them some basic proofs, and I'll never bring it up again after that unless they want to talk about it with me.
Dude, you gotta make a 2-minute pitch. After that, they're lost. Basically, yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I listen. I know. Okay, when you told them, as you're telling them, you can see them fading, fading, fading. They can't keep up, dude, because they never thought about it. You're giving them stuff that's making their brain explode, right? I'm serious, man. You
No, it's
do like
true.
that hamster wheel starts running so fast, dude, that they can't like because people they think complexly. They don't think you say something to them, right? And they think, oh, the consequences of this. Okay, that would mean the earth is flat. But then their mind don't stop there. Then they start thinking about the ramifications of that. And then you drop another fact on them. And their mind starts wandering even more. They're going at freaking light speed in their freaking brain. So you can't dump too much information on them, dude. You got to make it because literally you can see it in their eyes that they can't
They check out.
keep up, dude. They have to check out, man. It's like a self-preservation thing.
Yeah, they see the skin colors different, but yet they're like, "Oh, we're all the same." It's
Bro,
just so
what?
obvious.
What? Oh, Edgegord is back. Hi, Edgegord. I think if I say racist things, then I'm edgy.
That's not edgy, dude. It's just the truth.
Oh, it's just the truth. Just being edgier.
Edgier than flat Earth.
So lame. Dude, this is like the most low tier. Just go be
You
gay.
think blacks are as human as me?
I don't even know what you mean by black. What do you mean by black?
The blacks.
Who are
I don't
they?
know.
You don't know who they are?
Yeah, because
Oh my god.
people from all different
That's
continents
true.
are
I
black.
agree. Because the
No, so
question
I know a
is
guy called
people from
what
all
John
over the
Black.
place have
what
listen.
they are.
People from all over the place have black skin, right? So there's people that are born like in Kerala, India. They're black as the blackest African. Are they black?
No, it's not. It's not as dark as the Dinka tribe.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
Because the Dinka tribe is so dark they look like tires.
Yeah. How do you know people born in Kerala, India aren't that dark?
Yeah, dude, you're asking an internet
Are they
racist
black?
about
Do you
admix from
consider
ASI
Indians
and
black? Are Indians
ANI.
black people? Is the question
No,
really?
obviously not. They're
Well,
Dravidians.
they're black.
No,
He
they
called
aren't.
himself an internet racist. What? You can't be a racist
No, I'm
in
just
real
trying
life.
to
You're too
figure out
big of
what
a
you mean by
pussy.
black, dude. Do you mean black skin? Do you mean from Africa?
I
Like, what do you
mean
mean?
black African.
Oh, black Africans.
Yeah.
What if they're born like in Egypt?
Well, it's socioeconomic, so they'll just turn white.
What about the
Like
freaking
King Tut.
Boers? What about the Boers that were born in South Africa that
The
are
Boers are turning black because of socioeconomics.
they're turning black because of socioeconomic
Yeah,
reasons?
they're getting poor and they're turning dark.
So what you're saying is, so this is like nature and nurture. So the environment, the social environment is changing their skin color.
Yeah, you add lead in the water, they get darker. You take lead out of the water,
Can
they
you
get
tell us what
whiter.
biological mechanism does that?
The MAOA gene.
The MAOA gene?
Yeah.
How does the environment affect the MAOA
Well,
gene?
you see, when they engage in more lead
No, that does
in
tell
their
me
diet,
that you're not telling me anything
it
about the biology, how it
upregulates
works.
melanin.
No, listen. How does the socioeconomic status affect the gene, dude?
It's like sunlight and stuff, dude.
Yeah, that's nature. That's not socioeconomic status.
It is. They can't afford houses, man. So they have to
Well,
stay
apparently
outside.
they only need to afford sunlight.
Yeah. So if you can afford to be white, I guess you can be white.
So that means if you can afford not to be in the sun.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds like you're just fucking lazy.
sounds like you're just fucking dumber than rocks.
Well, that's weird because it's not the stereotype.
Look, bro, you can't even define what black is. You don't even have a definition. But you can't even tell me who I should be mad at.
You don't have to be mad at anyone. It's just you were talking about things that are so
Yeah, but
obvious.
how do I avoid these
It's
people you're
like
talking about if you
you're
can't
like,
define what they
oh,
are or
we're
what makes
all
them unique?
human beings, and then you look
No,
at them and
I didn't
like,
say anything
wow,
like
they're
that.
totally
No,
different.
dude, I'm trying to be as forgiving to your argument as possible. You're saying there's some group of things that aren't human beings which are posing as human beings. And I want to know, how do I differentiate who these are? You said black,
No,
and then I'm
I'm
like,
not
well, what
necessarily
about
saying
the
they aren't
Indians? They're colored
hominids.
black, and then you're like, not them. Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
how do I
Indians are
figure out which
Dravidians.
is how do I identify the people
Yeah,
you're
I don't
talking
like them
about?
either.
How do I identify the people you're talking about?
Would you like me to give you like
How do I
brain
identify the
volume?
people you're
You want brain
talking about?
volume?
How do I identify the people you're
You want
talking about?
calipers?
How do I identify the people you're talking about? That's 6 times now.
By their name.
By their name.
The black.
So like John.
I
The
figured it
black.
out. I think I figured out your problem, and is you're actually covetous of the capaciousness of their corpus cavernosa.
Yeah, I actually am very jealous of the hyper melanated gangsters.
Just look, bro. Just tell us the truth. Who hurt
Yeah,
you?
the truth
When
is,
did she
I'm envious of King Von.
when did your girlfriend leave you for Tyrone?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, brother.
Tell us the truth.
Show us on the flat Earth where the doll hurt you.
Yeah, show me on the flat Earth where the Anglo touched you.
I think I hit a nerve. He's freaking banging her right now. He's gonna impregnate her with a half black baby and then freaking leave her. And then she's gonna go back to you and you're gonna take her back and raise a half black child.
He's never had
You
a
watch
girl.
way too much porn, dude.
How is that in porn? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know why your mind would go to that, dude.
That's some soap opera drama porn right there.
Crazy. You're watching it for the plot. That's the problem.
Because I'm making a generalization, a hasty generalization, like you
A
are. I'm just saying
stereotype?
a stereotype that all people that come in here railing against blacks but can't define what blacks are.
Actually, I've
obviously
never been wronged by
had their
one.
woman
I think
taken by
that's
a black
the. I think that's the
and gotten
difference,
impregnated
right?
by a black, and now they're simping
Yeah,
for that
most of
chick
the people
raising
you
that
meet
black
don't
baby.
like blacks because of some like social or economic reason. I'm not like them.
Yeah, I don't think you know any black people other than the one that took your girl.
Yeah, people. Yeah, correct. I don't know any black people. I've met a few blacks though.
Yeah, I don't know how you knew they were black because you can't define what that even is.
Ex-slave
Ex-slave.
in the U.S.
Well, there were, at that when they passed the
Ex-slave
14th
descendant.
Amendment, there was 100,000 of what you would call white slaves. So that can't be the criteria. So why don't you try
100,000
again?
white slaves? No, whites have never been slaves.
White
White?
slaves.
What? Whites have never been slaves? Are you retarded, dude?
Yeah. Now, tell me what whites have been slaves.
Yeah.
Slavs. The word
But
Slav.
they're not white.
They're not white. Slavs aren't white.
Correct.
Ukrainians aren't white.
Correct.
White. He said white.
I don't know what white is. Are you white?
I'm white.
Oh, yeah? How do you know that?
The mirror test.
Hold
The
on, brother.
mirror test.
Hold
So we're
on. Let's
back
do a
to skin
test.
color.
Let's do a test. All right. What I want you to do is I want you to say whipped cream.
Dude, you don't say it that way, man. That's crazy.
Say it. Say it right now.
Dude, you don't say whipped cream.
Apparently you don't watch Family Guy. You uncultured swine.
Totally
That's left over
uncultured.
from the Old English. The hua.
Oh man. And where's the part where you demonstrate that you're intellectually superior to anybody, let alone somebody you call black?
Well, that's the thing. It's not about superiority to me. I'm not like a socioeconomic consequentialist racist. Like, I don't dislike blacks because they commit crime. I'm actually envious of them for committing crime and being
Oh my god, that
ungovernable.
was so racist to say that.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
So
we know blacks.
you're a little, I got it, bro. You're a little bitch simp and you're vicariously living out your fantasies through other people. I got it.
That's right.
Well, it's not really about like a bitch
Some
simp
black dude
thing. I
committed a
just
crime
have
on your
like
bed sheet.
forethought, right? And I'm just like, yeah, there's heavy consequences for them, right? And I'm not willing to pay those consequences yet. However, it does sound fun to do drive-bys. Like that sounds fun. Like I don't hate blacks for that. I think that's
Who
cool.
even does
Let's get
drive-bys
rid of this
anymore? That's so
guy.
1980.
Yeah, I think he's more interested in drive-throughs.
Yeah.
This is the most
Two number
low-tier
nines
fake
large, dude.
racist shtick I've ever seen in my life.
No, you've never.
You're not
seen
even a
anything like
good
this.
racist, dude. You suck at
I'm
that,
the
too.
only racist.
Dude, you suck at racism.
No, I don't.
Let me
You
ask this
guys
question,
argue
N.
with libtards.
N.
He's like,
N.
no, I don't
Sure.
suck at racism.
All right, let's say
I've
let's
been
lay it
practicing
down.
my whole life.
Yeah, lay it down. N. Are you a cyborg, Mr. N?
Hell no. I don't like no
All right.
clankers.
Cyborg master race. Deal with it.
Okay. You got me.
I know. Shodan will be proud.
Look, if we
Divide by
took,
0.
if we took human beings from all over the world and we skinned them alive, could you positively ID what race they are?
Yeah, you could.
How?
Their skeleton structure and their skull shapes.
Their skeleton structure.
Yeah, you could actually do that. That was actually the worst example. You could
What
bring
is the accuracy of that methodology?
up. Skull shape?
No,
You could
the
get the
skeletal
continent.
structure identification of race.
I mean, the AI can do it.
The AI can do it. No, human beings can't even do it.
However, skull shape, you can measure with calipers. and you could get the
Yeah,
continent.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever, dude. You
I
keep
think the
trying to
problem
bait.
is I know
Keep trying to
way
bait
more
us into
about that.
phrenology. Okay,
No,
that
it's not
your bait
phrenology,
isn't
it's
working.
craniometry. Phrenology is like astrology. It's like where you believe, oh, you have 3 bumps on the back of your head. You were born in February and you are, eccentric. That's what phrenology is.
Oh, what if you have one
Craniometry is
huge?
like, oh,
What
your
if you have
brain
one
volume
huge
is this
bump?
much.
Well, you could have one huge bump, right? And that would make your cranium larger.
No, that would just make him a unicorn.
You'll make you a cone head.
Yeah.
That'd
You
be
know, brain
They
hilarious.
have
volume
2
has
parental
nothing to
units.
do with intelligence, right? Zero.
Brain volume has a 0.25 correlation.
Yeah, horseshit. What's the
Says
sample
who?
size? I'm saying horseshit. What's the sample size?
I don't remember that part. I only remember the important part.
And what is the intelligence metric?
Just standard
How do you
Raven
know
matrices.
when I say correlate to intelligence? What metrics for intelligence do they use to correlate?
They just correlate it to Raven matrices.
Intelligence measured how?
Raven matrices.
What?
Raven matrices.
Raven matrices? What even is that?
Matrices. It's how they
They
perform IQ
they had to
tests now.
calculate matrix mathematics. That's how they figured out how intelligent they
Mm-mm.
are.
It's based on pattern recognition, so no mathematics nor
So an IQ test.
words. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, IQ tests don't work in adults. They were made for children, retarded children, in fact. They were made to identify people with handicaps. They weren't made to identify
No,
intelligence.
they're originally made to see who could integrate with the West with immigration.
No, that is not why
Yes.
they were invented,
Yeah.
dude. That's horseshit.
Yeah.
First published
It's not
shit on
horseshit.
IQ
You're
was
just making
published
up
as far
stuff.
as retarded children.
How many
You're
blacks have you
making shit
kissed?
up. You're making shit up because
Do
now
you
you're
love
getting
black
more and
people?
you're desperate.
Hey.
Everything you said
How
is
many have
just
you
cap.
kissed? It's
And
not
I didn't.
cap, dude.
Yeah, it
And
is
I'll
cap,
tell you.
and it's demonstrated as cap because
No,
it's
you
well
just
known.
you don't
It's
like them because
well
they're
known
poor.
that
I
there
don't
is
like them
no
because they're
correlation
black.
between intelligence and brain volume.
That's the difference, man.
There's
I don't
no
see them
correlation
as
between
like
intelligence and brain volume, though there is
yeah,
a
there is. It's
correlation between
0.25.
intelligence and surface area of the brain.
Yeah, you don't know
Surface
even
area.
about Allen and
So,
Bergman's law. Yeah,
bro,
I get it.
bro,
You're talking about dolphins.
no, I'm
Oh,
talking.
look at
No, I'm not
dolphins.
talking
They
about
got more
dolphins.
folds.
No,
Hey,
no,
N.
I'm not talking about
N.
Yeah.
humans, dude.
Yeah,
Talking
what's
about
up?
humans.
Okay, then we're not talking about
Hey,
blacks.
Indio. I bet you this kid has a flat back of his head.
Fucking 100%, dude. The back
No, I
of
have
his
an
head is
occipital
flat as
bun.
fuck.
See, I'm not fully human either. I'm part Neanderthal.
Dude, take a side view profile picture. Blur out your face because we don't want to dox you. We just want to see that the back of your head is flat.
It's not flat.
How do you know? Can you see it?
But I do have an occipital bun, dude.
I bet the
We don't
top is
care about
flat.
that. We don't care about the flat back of your head because you
He's
never
probably
Well, I
picked up
can't
as a
have a
baby.
flat back on my head, dude. I was always laid face
Yeah,
down.
he does.
he's probably
getting
got
all
a dent
mad,
on
dude.
the
Someone
top of
said
his
something to
head.
him in school when he was like fucking 8.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
He probably has a dent on the top of his head from wearing headphones all the time.
That's right. That's socioeconomics.
Fucking. Dude, it's like you frickin' reached into the sociology textbook and pulled out a potpourri of buzzwords and started coming in the chat and blabbing.
No, the funny part is you thought I could read.
No, I didn't.
Well, then why did I open the textbook? Was it a sound book?
No,
Did
I
it have
said
little
reach your hand
pop-up
into
farm
a
animals
text.
too?
I said it is like it was an analogy,
The cow
fantasy
goes
analogy, right? It was
socioeconomics.
like, how could you reach into the textbook and pull out words, dummy?
I don't
Come on,
read.
bro. Try to keep up.
I'm just wondering why I can see that they're different from 400 yards away.
You
and
can't
I'm
even tell
supposed
me
to,
who
like,
that is, who you're even talking about. Until you can tell me
You
who
mean
you're
what?
talking about. Yeah, you just keep saying blacks, but you can't define what that is. You already
Africans.
agreed it's not the color.
People that spend too much time in the
Huh?
sun, he reckons.
Until we mention Africa, and then it is the color all of a sudden. It's not the color in India, but it's the color in Africa.
Yeah, it's obvious, like, if you're in the
And now it's
Anglosphere.
obvious.
Yeah,
Is that your axiom?
especially
It's
in the United
obvious.
States. When I say the blacks, you know I'm referring to Africans.
No, I don't know who you're referring to.
Yeah, you do.
No, I
No,
don't.
you're talking about these brothers in town.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm
Jeff,
like
talking
you.
about a
I
Jeff
live in a
brother.
Black,
place with
Tom
a lot
Black.
of foreigners in it, right?
I mean, would
Cambridge
you
is
like
like
me
an
to use the
international
Latin?
airport. So when you
If I
say
use the
blacks,
Latin,
that
would you know who
covers
I'm
so
talking
many
about?
different nationalities. I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, nationality is just a magic piece of paper. That
I
doesn't mean
know what
anything.
nationality is, dude. I'm
What is
just
it?
saying is that they're all different colors, cultures, ethnicities. I don't know what you mean when you say
Yeah, I
black.
mean, they're
I'm
not even
asking to
the
be
same, so how
specific.
are they the same as us?
No,
Same as me.
who is they, dude?
They.
Who?
The nationalities that are different and diverse.
No, the they that you're talking about, the days that are
No, I
different.
was talking about the they you're talking about.
You said nationality was a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
the
you
pieces
said
of
they're
paper is a
diverse
different color.
in
What are you
culture.
talking about now?
And they're as poor ethnicities are so smart as white ethnicities, dude.
What are you blabbing about?
That's like
What
a
is
Joe
an
Biden
ethnicity?
quote.
What is an ethnicity? What is that?
Ethnicity is same culture, blood, history, language.
Okay, so if some people in the Congo kidnap a freaking white girl, now she's an ethnic Congolese.
She'll be amalgamated. She'll be
Yeah,
a
but
beast
does
in no
that
nation.
make her an ethnic Congolese? Does that make her a black person?
No. Person? No.
Oh, so she's not a person anymore because she got kidnapped by Africans?
Correct.
So anyone that's kidnapped by Africans in Africa, they should just be abandoned.
Any white that becomes a victim is no
Are they
longer white.
contaminated?
No, it's not about being contaminated. It's just like if you're a victim, you can't be white.
Victim of who?
Any type of victim.
No, but like victim of who?
It doesn't matter.
Well, obviously you can't be white because you've just been victimized by me.
No, I haven't.
You might want to
You're trying
rewind
too
the
hard,
tape.
man.
You might want to rewind the tape, dude. You're riding a big fat fucking L. Can't even tell me who the they is that we should be looking out for. How you gonna say?
Oh, I'm not looking out for them, man. I understand them completely.
You don't even know who it is you understand.
You don't talk to them because you're like, they're poor.
I don't even know who they
they're
is.
this way. They're
I
this
don't know
way
who they
because
is. I
it's
don't know who you're talking about.
socioeconomics.
You could be one of the
The
things you're
blacks.
talking about. You could be the black white
Yeah,
supremacist.
I'm black.
Could be. How would I know?
You got me. You caught me, dude.
Well, how do I know you're not in that category?
Are you part of Hypergloria
No, do you know
or
what categories
Ogartha?
are? You've invented a category. I'm asking you to
No, I don't know
define what
anything about metaphysics.
I'm asking you to tell us how we know there's a member in that category. You can't tell us, so I'm deciding to put you in the category.
Okay.
Okay? How do you know, like, it's called a set, so you made a set
I don't know.
category. How do I know when something is within that set? Okay? Are you in that category? Are you in the category that you made up?
I didn't make up the category.
Oh, yeah, you did. Because you
No,
can't
when I say
define
the
it.
blacks,
Other people
that's
aren't as dumb as
something
you. They
that
would define it.
I did define it. Ex-slaves
No,
in the
you
United
didn't.
States. Yeah, I did.
How do I know when someone's a member of the category?
I don't know
What
how you know
distinguishes
anything, man.
what distinguishes them from everything else?
Skin color, skull shape.
Okay, you already covered that. You already denied that in India.
Yeah, they have different skull shapes.
Okay, they have different skull shapes
Like
in
when
India.
they went to Australia, right? And they saw the really dark Aboriginals, they instantly knew they weren't like African dark. They were a different
Yeah.
kind. The very first
Okay.
racists that discovered them. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, notice how you're changing the subject from how we know when
I'm
somebody
not.
gets into that category?
I say the blacks. And obviously
Yeah.
you can tell I'm American, and you're like, "Well, was it the
No,
Dravidians?"
you keep
No,
contradicting
it
yourself. You
wasn't.
keep
I
saying
haven't
skin
contradicted
color,
myself at
but you
all.
already said not skin color.
No, it is skin color, and it's also skull
You
shape.
already said that it's more than
No,
skin
if they're
color. There's
black,
more
they're still
criteria
different.
than that.
It doesn't like blacks can be different from one another. However,
I'm talking about
if they're black,
Indians
they're
of dark
different from me.
skin. People born in the Indian subcontinent with dark skin, are they blacks?
Are they Telugu?
Are they blacks?
Are they East Pakistani? What Indian subcontinent are we talking about? Like what part?
India.
Yeah, what part? You
Uh,
talking Punjab?
what do they
Kashmir?
call it? No, southern India.
Rajasthan?
Southern India.
Southern.
I think it's called Dawala.
Yeah, the west side or the east side or the south?
Southern.
Yeah, the east or the west side of the south.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
There's no skin color difference.
Yes, there is.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How much darker?
You get it more darker on the east side.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, with the Tamils and the Telugus.
Are they black?
They're darker.
Yeah, are they black?
They're not
Are
as
they in
black
your
as
category?
Bengalis. Yeah,
Are
the
they in your
darkest Indians are
category?
like
If you don't
Bengalis.
fucking answer this question, the next time I ask you, you're getting banned. Are they black? Yes
Or
or no?
what? That's right.
Bye-bye.
Ultimatums.
See you later. Sorry to put you all through that. I just thought that dude needed to be exposed as an absolute freaking clown. Dude, fucking world's worst racist. How you gonna convince other people to be racist when you can't even define what you're racist against? Why was Lilith chat skanking? I'm gonna drag her in here.
Oh, that dude said that he wasn't going to be getting in tomorrow. If you're going to be on, he said he's going to get 5 evidences or proofs or whatever for us.
Pentaproof.
Yeah, we've just been asking for one this entire time.
Excuse me. And there's some crazy dudes in that server, man.
Missed the first few people that were muted in here earlier. I had to go for a little bit. I just noticed you were streaming. What are you playing today?
Um, System Shock.
I've never even heard of this game. Oh, it kind of
30
looks like
years old.
Halo, actually.
The
This is
remake, but
30 years old? Oh, I was about to say, I was like, bro, no freaking way.
they redid the graphics.
Looks like a mix of Halo and Doom.
This is one of the figureheads of the genre. This is
Well, I've
actually
never heard
came
of it.
out. This came out within the year that Doom came out. The original Doom.
No shit. This game looks great.
Man.
What
Get
the
cat
How do you
full.
see that, dude? Yeah, it looked invisible to me.
Dude, I got advanced cybernetic implants.
Oh, of course, of course. Forgot about those. You know, this game kind of reminds me of Dead Space too. That's true. Halo 2 was very good. That's something we can agree on. Is that like an evil Cortana? What is that?
Yep. Shodan. All right.
I was gonna say, damn, you gotta like up your sensitivity, man. I feel like it's moving super slow. Are you playing on controller?
Yep.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, never mind.
I have it turned low.
Man, every time I see you play a game, I want to play that damn game.
Dude, this game is, like I said, it's one of the figureheads in gaming. It's pretty much a must play.
It even has an inventory. Was this inventory thing in the first one too? It's like Resident Evil 4 style inventory.
Oh, shotgun mod? Heck yeah. I can't even buy it because I got too much crap on me. Let's get rid of this for now. Pulse rifle. Oh heck yeah, bro.
The fuck, you just gobbled it up.
Heck yeah. Sound like Donkey Kong. How am I back here? Straight. I gotta go straight. Dude, what the heck?
Dude, this map looks so confusing. This looks like a first-person Metroidvania.
Yeah, you don't get anything. You have to figure it all out on your own.
Oh shit!
This is a hardcore game, dude. Can hear that chick. What the heck, dude? Alright, that's just going back in a loop. Here it is. Nope.
Your map doesn't even tell you when you're like changing floors or anything. My goodness. Yeah, I'd get lost in there. Oh, what's that?
Nables. It's Nables the Great. Oh, here's a door. Sweet.
Indeed it is. Season of Indio.
Nables, you got any new globe proofs?
So yeah, I downloaded System Shock too, the remaster. It's not bad, dude. It's actually as fun as I remember. It's a freaking good game, man.
Heck, all you guys played this game but me?
Never played System Shock?
I never played that game.
Dude,
It's a genre-defining moment, bro.
it's fucking like one of the greatest first-person shooters ever made. That's saying something.
I want to say I think Doom was. After Doom was probably GoldenEye.
No, this is way better than those.
Do you
This is
actually believe
this
the
is like
Earth
a
is
first
flat,
person
man?
believe. I don't believe that shit, dude.
Of course you believe.
No, believe would be acceptance without evidence. I
That's
have
not what
evidence.
believe means, moron.
That's literally what it says in the dictionary.
No, okay, you read the dictionary for everything?
Well, when it comes to defining words and what they mean, yeah, that's what it's for.
Yeah, then you don't know what words mean in academic context. Read books.
I'm talking about the Oxford
Shut
Dictionary,
the
which is
fuck up. I'm muting you.
that's really
I'm server muting you. In my server. I own this room. I'm Nables the fucking Great.
your navel's the band.
Yeah.
And Nables, I
What
thought
are
you
you
were
doing
gonna
with
have
the tractor
a
bomb?
good point, bro.
You
They're gonna have a
dickhead.
good point. Killing me, Smalls.
No, especially since you're Rob Utah's friend. Like, you should have something.
I'm gonna change your name to Nables the Flaccid.
Well, you can't even do that.
Mhm.
Not funny. You can't even do it. Globe Earth easily disproven? Question mark. No surface curvature. No globe.
You
That's
dispute that?
funny.
Do you dispute that, Nables?
What?
Do you dispute that if there's no surface curvature, there's no globe?
No, I would not dispute that.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Huh? How did that happen?
Because there's no surface curvature.
Let's try, bitch.
Why didn't they make a new engine for System Shock 2, man? That's lame.
They actually gave System Shock 2 away for free if you bought the System Shock 1 remaster.
You could just ask Rock why.
Well,
You
I got
know,
it for free. I bought it on Pirate Bay.
you guys need to get Grok.
Rock?
Yeah,
Why? Why do I use that?
because it's a productivity enhancer and it's a maximizer of truth.
A maximizer of truth. How would a probability matrix be a maximizer of truth exactly?
By predicting the most likely next characters that correspond to the
Truth?
truest knowledge. Yeah.
That's what it does. Not
The
just
truth
the
knowledge.
collective
The
delusion
truth
of human beings. The truth knowledge. Really?
Yeah. The
How do you know
knowledge
this
that
is true? I got it out of the truth knowledge jar.
So in 500 years, will everything that's on Grok be wrong?
probably. Well, not everything. I think
Is,
2 plus 2 will
is
still
truth
equal
is
4.
truth transient?
No.
Okay, then it can't be telling truth.
Uh, to the best of our knowledge, that's how it works.
Oh, yeah, Nables, I thought you said that you knew the Earth was a globe. Why would we talk to Grok?
So that he can tell you why you're wrong about your flat Earth math.
But why don't you tell us how we're wrong since you know?
Because every time I
We
try,
don't
you
use flat
guys
Earth math. We use globe math.
you guys use these mental gymnastics to stay in the dark, ignorant.
Mental gymnastics to stay in the dark. Okay, how much curvature of the Earth there is? Is there?
Oh.
What do you mean? Like the circumference?
No, how much curvature, like drop over distance from eye level? If I draw a straight line from the eye out to infinity,
7
how fast does the Earth drop away
inches
from
per
that line?
mile squared. 7 inches
Eight,
per mile.
8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile.
Now, is that
What?
flat Earth math or is
It
that
wouldn't
globe
be
math?
squared. It wouldn't be squared because
No, it's squared, yeah.
squared
Because
would
per
imply
mile, that's the slope, dingbat.
yes, per mile
Yeah,
implies
I guess we better
area.
ask Grok. You're freaking dumber than Grok is.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Grok right now.
Yeah. Ask Grok if 8 inches per mile is a slope.
Hi Grok, is it eight
Slope Earther.
inches per mile or 8 inches per mile squared? I'm pretty sure it's 8 inches per mile.
Oh my goodness. Why did you
It's
add the
8 inches
great?
per mile squared. Grok? What? Grok? I thought that was an area.
Oh, if
Grok,
it's
just
not
tell Grok you
squared,
thought you were friends. He's just supposed to agree with whatever you think.
You're absolutely right to be confused. Per mile squared sounds like an area, but in this context, it's not an area at all. 8 inches per mile squared does not mean 8 inches of drop per square mile of land. What it actually means is the drop proportional to the square of the distance. The constant is 8 inches when the distance is in miles. Okay. That makes sense.
Demon.
You have your child sitting there? Nables? You got this curse like that?
Oh, I guess it was. Yeah, he's on mute now.
Staying on mute, bro. Jackass. Wish I could deafen him.
All right. I'm going to go head to bed then on that note. You guys have a great day or a great night.
Yeah,
Take care, everybody.
you too. I should probably pass out soon. I'm enthralled by this game.
I was just watching him the whole time. All right. Take care, guys. Peace.
Even YouTube's watching them. YouTube, you watching? Damn, I'm gonna need to bootleg this game now, man. This game looks dope, man. But you don't have psionics in this, do you? You don't have psi ability, right?
No.
Dude, that's my favorite thing, dude.
Get melted.
Do the weapons take
Oh.
damage in this one, like the other one?
No.
I can't. Yeah, I hardly remember this, man. This came out way. Did this come out in like 95?
94.
Yeah.
So this game, you have to manage all your items, right? But you can put items in these boxes. You can leave items on the floor and come back and get them later. And you have to like bring all your items onto each new floor with you.
So basically, what you're doing is like just dragging your shit everywhere with you. That's
Well,
funny.
you got to manage it because it's kind of like the resources are limited, and if you just be left like this, bro.
Dude, you're basically a space bag lady. I might need this someday. Fucking. Yeah, I saw a homeless person. I don't know if I ever told you. I saw a homeless person like downtown Boston. He was in the alley. He had a shopping cart, and at the corners were poles. And at the top of these poles, you know the little cage for the utility light? Just the cage part?
Yep.
He had just the cage, but he had like a fucking 100 of them all tied together at the top of the poles. Like, where the fuck did you get just the cage, dude? How did you get 100 utility light cages, man? You remember the old one, so you wouldn't break the bulb? They had that little
Yep.
freaking cage it was in. Yeah. They were like all strung together on the top of them. Like, where the hell did you get all these cages? And then once you found them, what possessed you to freaking accumulate them? And then bring them around with you everywhere in Boston.
He's trying to get his own lacrosse team.
Yeah. You make fuck,
Get
man.
enough
Children's lacrosse
broomsticks.
team, right?
Yeah.
That was his next collection, pull sticks or broomsticks or something.
Damn it.
Dude, I'm freaking aggravated. This looks so good, dude. And System Shock 2 looks like ass relatively.
Dude, this is kicking my ass right here.
System Shock 2 apparently has a system to install mods. Some freaking graphics mods, bro.
Crap. Hmm. Guess that's the only way out. Oh, all right. We'll deal with that real quick. So can you imagine if you're in a real life situation like this? You'd just be dead.
Yeah, I can't really imagine it. Reshade.
No room. What the fuck? Hmm.
Yo, AI. They have a VR mod for that.
Damn. This game in VR would be sick.
Yeah, I would.
Oh, awesome. This is a base. Yeah, buddy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now I can get my gear from the basement. Look at that. Oh! Amazing. Is that your globe proof? The echo of your burp reverberates around the curve of the earth.
Who did that, dude? The immaturity of Gobers is astounding.
That's that antenna. Yo. There it is. The heck? Oh, you little bitch.
Is 24/7 recording and posting this on YouTube?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Why?
What a human piece of fucking garbage. What a sellout.
How you figure?
Yeah, let's give Google all the information they need, bro. You're a fucking cancer. Bye.
Damn, called the fuck out.
Is that what that was? Yeah. Well, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one and they all stink. Another moron that thinks he's got a VPN and somehow he's safe.
He's one of those flat earthers that you can only be a flat earther if you never tell anyone. Got to keep it a secret for the in club.
Yeah. We're talking on YouTube. Google's collecting our information. They're voice printing what we're doing right now. There gives me black helicopters outside my house any freaking minute. There ain't no shame in my game, nigga.
See, Shodan thought she trapped me in there. Yo.
Damn, man. How the frick do you mod system shut? What the hell's wrong with that thing, man?
Oh, what the?
PC's having some fucking issues right now.
India, what do you have against VPNs, dude?
What?
What do you have anything against VPNs? Like you're criticizing the guy. Oh, he might have a VPN. He's a moron. What's that all
No,
about?
I said he thinks because he has a VPN he's safe.
Well, well,
You're not
yeah,
safe, dude.
there's everything.
Every router on the internet was compromised a long time ago.
You think?
Did you guys ever read the Snowden fucking files, man?
Yeah, bro.
Routers that get shipped, if they don't have freaking if they don't already know a 0-day hack for the BIOS for that freaking router. I'm not talking about
Yeah.
Cisco routers or Juniper routers, not the router in your house. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
freaking, you know,
Intermediary.
I'm talking about the shit that's at fucking AT&T. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
talking about the shit in your house.
The
If
interchange ones.
they don't have a hack for that BIOS, they intercept that freaking thing in transit and reflash it with their own BIOS.
Reflash?
Yeah, they
Reflashing a
they
packet?
flash the firmware, dude.
Oh, the firmware. Okay. But
Yeah,
but
they
what's that all
physically
about?
intercept it in shipping and reflash the firmware with their own with a backdoor in it.
Okay. So
Okay.
at best, somewhere throughout one of the hops, right, between you and say your VPN ingress, what's the problem? If everything's over like fucking WireGuard or something like that, like the material itself is encrypted, that's fine. But here, like the issue is the IP, right? Obviously, an IP doesn't save you from everything, right? But it's really the issue with VPNs. People mostly use it for, like I use it for the end service in question, not knowing my native IP.
Yeah.
Right? Of course, it doesn't change. It doesn't save you from anything. If you're putting stupid shit out there, of course, like, yeah, no shit.
Well, let me ask you this. He said,
Right.
give Google everything. That was his argument. Oh, you
Okay.
guys are streaming to YouTube. You're giving Google everything. If
Yeah.
Google wants his fucking IP address, they'll get it. Okay, fucking.
Yeah.
All
But
this
that
shit
wasn't
has
that
backdoors
wasn't
in
his
it.
critique.
Every encryption that's available has been broken. Okay, I have no doubt. All these have fucking collisions, hash collisions. I think the RSA spec might be good because the government itself uses it, and it was privately.
Yeah.
It was privately developed, whereas all the known algorithms, like the one Bitcoin uses, the NSA encryption, right? It's an
Is it?
NSA encryption algorithm. NSA has a book, yeah. NSA had a book where they printed off a bunch of encryption algorithms, and the one that was used for Bitcoin is, I don't know, I can't remember the name. It's like fucking number 172K something. They just like
I thought
freaking threw a dart at the book and picked a random one.
I thought they did use RSA for the public and private keys. Wasn't that the main issue? Like, oh shit, got quantum computers. The fucking Shor's algorithm can crack RSA. Blah 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 blah. Your private keys are fucked. Yada yada yada. Wasn't that one of the big deals?
Hold on.
They used SHA-256, I think, for the hashes and RSA.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, hold on a second, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the particular it's a particular algorithm.
I mean, at any rate, that's secondary to the main issue. Like the VPN thing. Like of course it's not going to save you from everything. Fuck. If you're putting CP out there, it doesn't matter what VPN you use. They'll fucking not probate. What's the term where the government sends a formal request to an agency of some shit?
NSA contractor Edward Snowden suggests NSA put a backdoor in the dual ECG-DRGB standard. It is an algorithm that was presented as a cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator using methods in elliptic curve cryptography.
Yeah. ECC, yeah.
Yeah, the algorithm itself is compromised.
Okay.
That it has a collision somewhere.
With what odds compared to RSA?
They only need to know what it is. They only need to know what causes a collision.
Oh shit. Yeah, okay. One instance of it? Yeah. So that would mean so if there's a collision using a certain key set or whatever, then what? They can force you to use that key set upon
It'd probably be
handshake
like
and
on the
then they can
decrypt.
decrypt it.
Well, what I'm imagining would happen, you cause a collision at the decryption in the decryption software.
But wouldn't the client have to use that particular key set that is known, with a certain whatever the N and the E and the D's are, or whichever one's public or private or something like that. Like if the client deliberately is deliberately forced to use a known set of prime numbers or whatever that are known to collide somewhere, then they can decrypt it because they know what the other corresponding value is. Something
I
like
don't know.
that.
I don't. What I'm thinking is
Yeah.
that a collision happens when you get the same output from two different inputs.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So when you decrypt, right, you have to take that output and and reconstruct the original input. Now, which one is it?
Well, part of the inputs are the keys, right?
Well,
So you have
hold
any
on.
arbitrary.
Hold on. Say you have
Yeah,
Mary
go.
had a little lamb. and was the first sentence, and fleece was white as snow was the second sentence. Both those, when encrypted, end up with the same encryption hash, right? The same hexadecimal fucking string, the same encryption string. Okay, ends up being identical. So on the other end, when you go to decrypt it, which is it? Is it Mary Had a Little Lamb, or is it fleece as white as snow?
Oh, I see what you mean. I'm not sure if that's
Okay,
what
so
they're.
when your software decrypts it,
Sure.
which one does it think it is?
Well, that's the thing, dude.
Now your
thought
encryption is broke, but now your encryption's broken.
Well, it is in what you're talking. My understanding is in what you're talking about. Yeah, there's a collision.
Decryption is broken, really.
I thought I understood though that in this context, the issue comes from the keys being potentially what causes the same encryption. So, for example, if I have a prime number 7, right, and then using a certain algorithm, I happen to know that if a prime number 7 is used to encrypt something, but also the prime number 13, if I force somebody to encrypt something with 7 and I intercept it, I can decrypt it with 13.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what I thought the issue was, right? Because it's not about it's not about the data itself. It's that's the issue. It's the material being used as inputs, i.e., the keys, to encrypt something. So if you have like a master key or something, duplicate key or a dual use set of keys, for someone to use one of those keys, and you can decrypt it, right?
Yeah,
that's what I thought the issue was.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
at any rate, right? At any rate, but that's
I can't remember.
that's an issue
I
with implementation.
can't remember off
right?
the top of my head because this is a long time ago that I learned this shit. We're talking
Yeah.
fucking 2000, 25 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Now, there's a way to exploit a collision, a mapping collision, because they had this problem. It was in it made MD. Do you remember MD5?
Yeah, the hash. Yeah.
Yeah, MD5 is super crackable because it has something like fucking 300,000 collisions. The MD5 hash.
That's why they implement salts and shit to try and patch it up, but even that only gives it.
Yeah, that didn't. Yeah, exactly. It didn't fucking work, right? So like,
it didn't help. It didn't
there
help
is a
that.
way to export it. Like, that's just like the the amateur way of exploiting collisions. But I'm sure there's more complex mathematical methods to use a collision to decrypt the frickin' bit stream in software on the other end. Right? Say you have write a piece of software that decrypts an algorithm to decrypt it, and then you get this collision, right? Your computer gets the bit stream which says, E3 5F2 whatever, and you go decrypt that, and it can mean two different things. How does the software deal with that?
Yeah. I thought like I was saying before, I thought the main issue was one input can have two different key inputs can have the same output, so you can use two different keys to encrypt or decrypt. I'm not sure.
What you would
I don't know.
awkwardly do is a man in the middle attack.
Exactly.
And you would decrypt it. You decrypt the bit stream while it's on its way, and maybe there's something you can do, because like the network packet gets encapsulated in encrypted. What the hell do they used to call it? Like P2P or L2TP gets encapsulated in endpoints, right? So when I say endpoints, I mean the endpoints of like the frickin' packet. The packet, the endpoints inside the packet will be the encrypted message.
Yeah.
But the endpoints so it knows where to be routed to that won't be encrypted. Right?
No, the IP, the destination IPs, those are in the clear, of course.
Yeah. So these are supposed to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. But if you can break through the frickin' L2TP layer and get to the actual encrypted message and then cause some sort of collision,
Yeah.
maybe you
Well,
can decrypt the message as it's being passed through the fucking router and
and then
decrypt it while it's being streamed. Because you
yeah,
don't
so
need to decrypt all of it. You don't only need to decrypt portions of it to reconstruct it. Because the
not
same
if
way
it's a,
dead
not if it's a,
GPT. Well,
not
I'm
if it's a
saying this.
stream. No,
What do
because
you mean?
stream ciphers need the entire stream versus block ciphers. One of them you can do chunk by chunk, and hopefully the
Yeah.
chunk in question here you can actually decrypt that, re-encrypt it, and then manipulate or whatever, and it happens to fit in the actual data structure in question that actually means something to the other side. Whereas if it's a stream, I think you need the entire stream, right? You need the entire stream to decrypt it because they're all kind of chained together in a way. Like if you use AES, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of way Bitcoin works because like each block has the previous block hash embedded in it.
Yeah. So so the odds of these happening, right? Like they're getting
Yeah,
smaller and smaller.
according to what we know.
Right. I mean, look, my understanding is
You're assuming these technologies weren't developed in the first place to just be one fucking giant honeypot. And that like all the mathematical text on like how they work and how they're unbreakable are just all wrong. That they've known that they are breakable, they are wrong, and that there is some mathematical technique from which to decrypt this shit, and that you just don't know about it.
Yeah, there's always that, right? If there is not that for something particular, right, and the theories hold, then the big question is a matter of implementation. Because the implementations themselves, you take at face value, or we take at face value that they're robust, but that's where the backdoors are put in, right? There's the mathematical backdoors, i.e., deliberate collisions, known collisions or whatever that are kept secret or whatever. That's why a lot of this shit's open source because they try and patch it and whatever. It's a community thing, supposedly, right? But then there's the implementation backdoors where it's like, fuck it, this implementation, this library over here in this language that is going to be standardized and used across all routers. Well, fuck it, we're just going to stick this little conditional statement here and say fuck you, right? Like it's not in the part of the math, right? It's part of the engineering, so to speak.
Well, the way I think about it is like this: the government is going to want to be inside. They're going to want to compromise whatever privacy method is considered the most private and the most secure. Those are the ones they're going to want to be in because those are the ones people are going to use, right? The ones that are perceived to be the most secure are the ones people are going to flock to. So that's the ones they want to be in. They don't want to be in the ones that fucking people are considered unsecure, right? What's the point of that? No one's going to use it.
Mm-hmm.
So you got things like Tor, right? Tor is like being developed by DARPA, and it turns out Tor is hackable if they know the timing of if they know the entry node and the exit node. They can figure out the original IP address. Tor was compromised a while ago. Anyway, the point is that what I'm trying to make is like maybe it's the government that self-promotes some of these encryption methods is because they're already cracked. And then they promote them as being secure, surreptitiously. Not through overtly going, hey, we're the government, this is the most secure one. But using the same way they do everything else, right? Creating the perception that private individuals on their own independent of government. And in fact, they don't like the government, right? That's how but they're freaking really just government stooges pretending to be freaking freedom fighters, right? We're fighting for privacy and freedom. And they're actually just government stooges foisting government software on everybody.
Yeah, there's always that. Yeah. I mean, there is the claim out there that the government themselves use a particular set of suites, right?
No, is
So
what the
either they,
NSA says. NSA is a white paper on what they consider a secure computer. Secure computer is fucking physically locked behind a fucking door and unplugged from the wall and the fucking internet. Okay, that's what
well,
they consider a secure computer, one that's not on.
oh, I get that. Yeah, well, yeah. But
Well, what does
if you
that
have
tell you? What does that
I
tell
get
you? If the
that.
NSA is like
I
the
get
only
that.
secure computer is one that's not on, then fucking what? Like that's all you need to
I get
know.
that. Well, it's because that's the only one with 100% security, right? You can't hack it because there's no ins or out, right? But the others, the next best one is 99.99 or 99.99999 or not. You know what I mean? Like that percent secure, that type of shit. Like that's how, right? And up their
Yeah, but we
statements
get these
were
percentages based upon papers that people have passed, like
white
short
paper.
algorithms and Shannon fucking entropy about what the possibility of computer systems are, what
Yeah,
they can actually do, right? These limitations. They say, well, this is a mathematical certainty. Here's our mathematical proof that you can only do this thing with this
mhm,
algorithm. That it would take you a
right.
gazillion years to fucking crack it. Okay,
Yeah,
but we're
brute,
taking that on faith that that's actually accurate. I never read
100%.
any of these papers. So here's
100%.
something that someone that's in AI brought up, and it's really been racking my brain. And
What?
DeepSeek in the fucking OCR.
Optical
Okay,
character recognition? Yeah.
the data, yeah, the
What
data
about it?
compression, the data compression percentage that these things are actually doing, like breaks the fucking the information space. You know, they say you can only compress information down to a certain level and retrieve it,
Oh,
and that
yeah.
there's something it's called like the Shannon entropy or something.
I think so, yeah.
How far you can compress information. Like these AI systems destroy that. The AI models that they're running,
Yeah.
they're way smaller than the amount of information that they can spit out.
But are they talking about the same type of compression? Like, or is the term used interchangeably between contexts? Like, cause like, for example, if I take,
Same
10,
information, you're retrieving the information, right?
yeah, but for example, let's say I have 10 sources of information, right? 8 of them say the same thing, and the other 2 say something completely
Yeah,
different,
true. I guess you could look at
right?
it that way.
Right. So you're
But apparently,
compressing.
well, that's why. Yeah, you can
Right.
look at it that way. But that's why I brought up the DeepSeek OCR thing. Is that they've invented um
Oh,
a machine learning, basically a fucking not a chatbot, but it does OCR and it's using I can't remember what exactly it was. It's like 1% that traditional OCR methods used. 1% of the
mm.
I don't know if it's processing power or the search space it has to use to figure out if that's the character.
Huh.
And they published a paper on it. It's an open source vision language model that uses contents optical compression technique to convert entire pages of text and images into a compressible set of vision tokens. Instead of traditional text OCR, it processes document pages as images, compresses them into a similar sequence of tokens. So yeah, now I remember what they're doing. Instead of like, right, so I can take the text, right, and we
Huh.
convert them into ASCII characters, right, and I'll have a text file. What they're finding out is now what you can do is take a picture of that text file, right, a screenshot of the
Yeah.
text file,
Uh-huh.
and train it on the image,
Okay.
okay? And instead of training it on the text, they're training it on the image of the text, and it's getting better performance based upon the image of the text than fucking the text itself.
Really?
Yes, dude, that's what
That's
this
weird.
instead of
That's
traditional
strange.
text-based OCR processes document pages as images and compresses them into a smaller sequence of tokens, and then uses a decoder to generate text, achieving high accuracy with significant efficiency for long
Oh, dude,
document.
but that's the same way humans do it.
Exactly.
Huh? But
Like
that
when
that's strange.
once you learn tokens, right? of the letters and what they mean, your brain actually like just sees the shape of the word
Yeah.
in total, and you no longer need to see the individual tokens.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of how speed reading works and how they teach you how to like memorize long things. They teach you to turn the words into images, pictures of stories. In
Yeah.
speed reading, they tell you not to look at any individual word, but to read the entire sentence. So instead of reading like, Mary had a little lamb, you read that as one thing, as if that whole sentence is the word.
Right.
So then when you open a book and you read the book, you're just reading 25 words. You
Yeah, well,
understand?
Mary,
Because each one of
Mary
those
had
sentences are like a word, or you're processing them as if the whole sentence was a word.
well, yeah, it's also like Mary had a little lamb. If it's all one, like all in front of you, and you think of it as a whole, it's then one token, which carries all that meaning. Because Mary had a little lamb has a shape to it, right? Even though it's made up of subcomponents, its overall shape is unique.
That's so funny, dude, that you said that. Because this dude I follow, he's like, I don't know how to characterize him. He's more like an AI theorist. Like he's trying to figure out how these AI models actually work. And what he said is, it's not the tokens and it's not the weights that have anything to do. He said it's the shape of the vector space. It's actual like geometric form. Now, of course,
Yep.
it's a multi-dimensional vector space, and you can't visualize its geometry. But he says it's the shape of the model, because all those numerical values, they represent a shape, right? And
Mhm.
distances. And so one of the things he did was something called K maximum and K minimum. So what he did was, like, if you have a sentence, Mary had a little, we know lamb comes next. Well, how far away is lamb in this topology, this geometry, this imaginary vector space that's supposed to exist? Geometrically, its distance, if you calculate the distance, how far away is it within this space? Well, you would think the most probable thing that would come next, the most probable word would be the closest, and the least probable word would be the farthest, but it doesn't operate like that at all. And he did all these freaking weird tests on like figuring out, like, using common words, like, and just trying to find the opposite, right? White. What's the opposite of white? Okay, it's at this coordinate in this, 2000 dimensional coordinate. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
what's the farthest point away in this space away from that? It isn't the opposite of that, right? So this space is not symmetrical. It's not like, it's hard to even kind of like describe, because they're doing vector matrix calculations and they have billions of parameters, and those parameters each represent an orthogonal vector, its own dimension. Each
Mhm.
parameter is its own dimension. Yeah, so you have to think about it. So when you see like it's a 750 billion parameter model, that means there's 750 billion dimensions.
Yeah, it's like a hyper 700 billion times tesseract sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, dude, it's a 750 like if you had a fucking, they're basically, each one of these are vector spaces, right? So you have fucking 750 million vectors that are all at 90-degree angles to each other. Now that doesn't make sense in our 3D world, right? You can't visualize this.
Yeah,
But mathematically, this represents a space with coordinates that you can move around in, right?
Mhm.
And that, what he says is that these models, they're not the weights, they're not the numerical values, they are actually positions within this space are what tokens are.
Mhm.
They're not actually these numerical values that we kind of like think they are. So when you train a model, you basically made this frozen space. And when you ask it something, the prompt traverses this space, taking
Yeah.
points within it, and then tokenizing it and then outputting it into a word or a character or whatever. Which is a really weird way to think about it, but it was very like crazy that AI brought it up. That like because we see this that like if you look at a sentence, it also is just as a whole, it is just one image, right? That
Yeah.
has a meaning, just like a word is like the image of the word, sun, right? When we see the word sun, you've seen it so many times, you don't go S, you're out of kindergarten, you don't go S-U-N, that means sun, right? You just see the word and the whole that image of S-U-N together represents it. You know what I mean? We don't see it as
Mhm.
individual letters. But you can also one up it, I'm sure you understand, into the whole sentence. And then the image of the
Yeah.
entire sentence, that combination of words, that is also an image. And kind of I just thought it was funny that the machine learning kind of does this too. It's fucking really kind of weird. Like the funny thing is what we're gonna get out of AI, and I'm gonna stand by this for a long time till someone proves me wrong, is we're gonna learn more about ourselves than we are about fucking artificial intelligence. We're gonna learn more about how we think than how it thinks.
Yeah, so an information space doesn't take up any three-dimensional space. Like it doesn't actually exist in tangible reality. So you can have an infinite amount of information that takes up no physical space. Now, the stupid globe retards like Stephen Hawking moron speaking through a synthesizer retard moron that he is. He'll try to convince people that a black hole is full of information
Yeah.
and that the information actually has weight. In fact, we were critiquing some people. They were talking about this, and they said if you could take all the information from the whole internet and put it onto one CD, you'd start a black hole
Yeah.
because they think information actually has weight to it.
My goodness, bro. No. I'm just
Yeah, that's how.
kidding.
Yeah, these people, bro.
I guess the more you know, the heavier your brain is, right?
Yeah.
What they actually see when you listen to some of them, you'll hear them say this kind of, but they'll basically hint at matter energy can actually be destroyed in a manner and only in which it's converted to information. So that means that ultimately the only thing that really can't be destroyed is information. Right? So they imagine the black hole as like a reversing the compiling of information. So you have matter and energy, and then it's reversed back to its core state, which is information. So in a way, they're kind of admitting that if the opposite is true, then all matter and energy come from information at a base level. So the highest dimension would be mind. All the other
Right.
dimensions would be lesser.
I
This is a
see. Yeah.
this is a problem with these morons. Is they think that three-dimensional space with time, matter, and energy gives rise to the mind, when it's actually the other way around.
So I heard James Torr say this today. He was quoting Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss, you know who that is, right? This
Oh heck
dumbass,
yeah!
the Flander. He said, if something is physical, then nothing must be physical if you define it as absence of something.
Yeah, Kraus is hilarious, bro. He said some really stupid crap, dude. Dude, him and
Am I,
Witsit should have a
Why
discussion.
do you
I'd
think
love to. I'd
he got
love to watch
fucking?
that. I'd love to watch-
am
Remember
I
he?
supposed to understand that or something?
No, you're not. It's freaking nonsense
No.
gibberish. The only way you have to smoke a lot of weed to understand that.
Well, you know, see, Kraus wants to believe in a eternal state of nothing, and then all of a sudden there's something for no reason. That's what he wants to believe in. And since he wants to believe in it so bad, right? That's why he's so retarded.
Yeah, wants to believe it's the opposite word. Anyway, I'm leaving. I'm going to bed.
Deal.
Yeah.
You know,
You'll never get there, according to Zeno's paradox.
fuck, I probably won't. I'll never. Yeah, I'll freaking sleep for a long time too, man, because I'll sleep half of the
Yeah,
time.
you'll never wake up. Is right.
I'll never fall asleep either. Maybe that's what Kraus meant. We're halfway to something, so that means nothing is halfway to nothing. Something, nothing. Okay, I'm tired. Bye.
Dude, we need a Glober to come in here and tell us how the cryptography works, because we're just stupid flat earthers. We could never figure it out. Oh man.
What did I miss? Was there someone in here claiming cryptography is a globe truth?
No. I was just making fun of Globers that always try to make fun of flat earthers for being dumb and uneducated.
Oh, okay. No worries. I had to laugh at Dr. Blitz kicking himself in the head in his latest video.
Oh, really? Were you telling the rest of the story? Hello.
Was that Jada? You were saying something, bro?
Dude, I gotta go to the cyberspace, bro. Hmm. He was talking about Dr. Blitz, Mr. Flat Backhead himself.
He should be embarrassed. I suggest that he should disappear for a little while after that latest video.
What
What was
happened?
what was the full context, dude? You cut out mid explanation.
He has a series of videos, science versus Smurfs.
Okay.
And the latest one that he posted was actually reviewed by Nathan, and the review was where he was trying to coerce the flat earther into giving the formula for working out Earth curve, but he completely fucked it up. And yeah, it was so bad. It was actually I was embarrassed for it.
That was like when Indio was, quote unquote, debate conversing with him, where he tried to. Indio told him, dude, mirror flip the Sierra Leone picture. And he did something. He said, "Oh, it doesn't line up, Indio. You told me it did line up." Then we looked at his picture, and he had like clouds that didn't exist in the bottom and the top flipped. And I'm like, "How could he have a cloud that doesn't exist in the bottom flipped? Makes no sense." Because he didn't do it right. And then he tried to tell his audience Indio did it wrong. The guy's really bad.
Yeah, I heard that. He didn't even know how to segregate the picture to flip in the first instance.
Yeah. Like you just literally pull a box, right? And then you open the command menu and you say flip horizontal or flip vertical. How hard is it, dude? Must be what a PhD gets you on a Cracker Jack box. Oh man. Oh, did Fight the Flat Earth get anybody to debate him earlier?
Last I heard, he was still heckling for India. Was there news or something? Like,
Nah. He's trying to get somebody for a show he was gonna do. I was just wondering if he did it or not. I mean, these guys, they make like $1,000 when they stream, so. To them, they're motivated to do it. You're like, hey, Indio, come make me $1,000. Anything else new?
Nothing from down under. All quiet here. The school that is one of my clients, grammar school down here in Victoria. Every year they have a conspiracy debate, and previous years they've had, the moon land, whether the moon landing is fake or. Last year it was about climate change. This year it was about flat Earth.
Interesting.
I'm surprised the school let it go ahead, considering it's a high-end school. But from what I hear, there's a lot of kids that are well versed.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about things like that is people all of a sudden realize that a lot of people actually think differently than the mainstream. And what I mean is like, if nobody speaks up, everybody just thinks the majority of everybody they know is a glober, and flat Earth, or any other alternate cosmology is just really weirdos that they're never going to meet, strangers on the internet. But it turns out a lot of people actually don't believe the mainstream nonsense on a lot of topics.
Yeah, true. So what's interesting with this debate is they have debating team at the school, and then they have for the grand debate every year they pick the two best debaters. So they pick them as captains. And what happens is the debate team get to put in a little jar a topic that they want people to debate. So the captains each go up and they pull a topic out of the jar, and then the debate team get to decide what topic out of the two they want to debate. So obviously it was flat Earth. I'm not sure what the other one was. So the debate team decided on flat Earth. So the person that picked flat Earth, he was the captain that had to argue for flat Earth, and he took a show. Then they take a show of hands to build a team. So 4 in each team, and there was loads of people that put their hand up that wanted to go on the flat Earth team. So yeah, very very interesting.
Do they record it or something?
Yeah, it's recorded. I haven't watched the recording yet. So I work closely with the performing arts guys. So when I have the chance, I'll get them to give me a USB of the video of the recording. So when I watched it, I'll fill you guys in next time I'm on.
Cool. Any drama updates?
Where's Pastor Duffy disappeared to?
Yeah, haven't heard from him in a while, huh? Now Shiva's on the loose.
Oh, what is good reading is reading the comments on his Facebook posts or his X posts. That is the people that he hasn't banned.
Yeah. The comment section on his summit video is pretty good. Should have hit that up if you get a chance. On Dr. Shiva's YouTube channel.
Yeah, I've read through that.
I wouldn't mind seeing a bunch of the guys from the FE Deer server over there making some good comments. Tell Neil he should go over there.
I'll post it in the team when I find it, and I'll ask people to go across.
Hopefully they'll actually engage with the comment section, not just like post, oh, go watch Nathan Oakley. It's like, dude, you got to be able to make arguments yourself, not just always appeal to somebody else.
Exactly.
So, for example, if you're telling me go watch Nathan Oakley, well, why should I? What value does he have? If you are watching Nathan Oakley, but you can't make any arguments, like, what's the point? Like, you got to engage a little bit, make it, tantalizing. Be like, oh yeah, this guy's engaging in this manner. It's either making me really hot to be arguing with him, or it's making me really interested. And then maybe I'll go watch, what you want me to watch. Not just, hey, Shiva's stupid. Go watch what I posted. It's like nobody cares about that. It's the worst kind of advertising. Excuse me. That's a pretty good one because, like, in their thumbnail, he says flat versus round summit, employing the scientific method or something like that. It's like, dude, you just measure something. You don't need to do a scientific method. Like, it makes no sense why you would want to say, oh, how are you going to figure out a shape with a scientific method? It's like, get real.
Yeah, he was trying to get the flat earthers on there to formulate a hypothesis that they could test, and it was just really really weird, especially coming from someone like Shiva.
Yeah, and then
But
he said you got to have a math equation.
yeah,
So your hypothesis needs to be a math equation. Derp derp derp. Yeah, then he wanted to be so pedantically, like, with that pompous attitude, like, I know science and I do math, and the scientific method is how you measure shapes, and you got to do it with a math equation. I told him, dude, you need to audit a 7th grade science class, bro. Or go to a job site and ask him to employ the scientific method to see if the foundation of the house is level. I wonder if Shiva's one of those morons that's like, You can measure things while doing the scientific method. Therefore, measurement is science. Nice little composition fallacy. Man, Fight the Flat Earth should have asked Will Duffy to pay some flat earthers $5,000 to debate him.
Hello?
What up?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Let's go. No one's. Oh my gosh, everyone's muted.
Yeah, I think we're all wore out. We're probably old fogies.
Ooh, niggers are black. Whoa!
Oh wow, bro.
Woo!
You're cool.
Bad men, ban me. Niggers are black.
Dude, where the heck is your profile? What the heck? Hmm, amazing. It's alright, Shamik, I got you, bud.
Yeah, he's gone. He was gone before he got here.
Good.
Mic check.
Mike.
What the heck, dude?
Hey, Ollie, what is that game you were playing?
System Shock.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
It's 30 years old.
Oh, that would be why. Yeah, babe, I do. I just got Arc Raiders, so we'll probably stream that here over the weekend. It's okay. It's like an
All right.
extraction. You too.
Let me ban this kid real quick. Obviously, when it came out, it was like, sprite graphics with really bad 3D.
Oh, like some old school Doom.
Yeah.
Crazy old. I played the Super
Well, it was,
Nintendo Doom. Whew.
yeah.
That game terrified me.
This game came out a year after Doom came out.
Oh, did it really?
So it was more advanced than Doom back then, but still, similar style of graphics.
They made AI make a Doom game, and it looks kind of like Doom, but it gets all like crazy when you get up close to stuff. The main things I play are like Dark Souls, and I mod them and I put the randomizers on them, and I fucking love it. But they're so unfair and so hard. Oh, so hard. Just get super late, super strong bosses super early, and it ruins it. It absolutely ruins it.
I still haven't finished the DLC on Elden Ring.
I did. I platinumed Elden Ring. I got halfway. I got like level 400 out of 700. I had a duper give me the rest of the souls so I could be max level. I got every spell, every armor, two of every weapon, and then because I played the entire game in one profile, so I had like 700 hours in it. And then when the DLC came out, because the game gets harder after you beat it like up to 7 times, I was on New Game like 8 by the time the DLC came out, and I swear to God, I had the hardest time in the DLC. It was terrible. It was so hard. And then, and then my friend just got Elden Ring on the Xbox, and I was like, well, fuck. Guess I got to get it on the Xbox too. And I did. And I'm like 2 achievements away from getting platinum on that too. It's terrible. I love that fucking game too much. I play Night Rain now though. It's a hard fucking game. I'll tell you what. It's rough. I want more. do work with wool. I like going back and beating games that I played when I was a kid, like Super Mario Sunshine. That game kicked my ass as a kid. I came back and kicked my ass again until I beat it. That was fun. That was a good one.
Excuse me. Mhm.
Boys.
What a
Where the real flat earthers at?
day here. What a
Man, I don't even know what to say right now, but basically, we did not go to the fucking moon, bro.
that's pretty obvious.
Dude, not for me, man. I built my life on that shit.
Well, let me put it to you like this. Just because all the evidence that they went to the moon is absolute dog crap doesn't mean that they didn't just give you dog crap evidence and secretly went to the moon without letting you see any of it. So you could still dream that they went to the moon if you want.
Nah, bro, we did not go to that motherfucker. And that's not even me in here trolling you. Actually, I just dropped by to say you motherfuckers were right, man. Like, I'm still not a flat earther, but bro, I'm telling you, bro, we did not go to that fucking moon.
Right. Dude, there's a whole Facebook group about people that believe they didn't go to the moon, but you're not allowed to be a flat earther and join. They say only globe Earth moon deniers.
Yeah,
Basically, I'm not at the point where I'm willing to like even argue with you guys about flat Earth at this point. Like, it could be, man. It very well fucking could be. Like, if we're willing to lie about the fucking moon, bro. Yeah,
You
man.
don't need to argue with us. We can just discuss the topic.
Well, no, like I've been in here like multiple times, and I've heard you guys like jump all over people. That definitely does happen. But I'm just letting you know, like, I'm not even here for any of that. Like, I just like, man, this past month, like, I've just been going over a bunch of that shit, like the Apollo 11 shit and Apollo 1, really like all the Apollo missions. And I'm just like, damn, man. Like, this sounds pussy, but like it actually made me cry. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, those fucking guys, they're like, they seem like so defeated too. Like,
Yeah, well,
I feel like
just
we live
back
in
on.
fucking North Korea.
Hang on, back what you said before, how we jump all over people. We have the frequent visitors that like to troll and cope and run flat Earth down. They're the ones that we jump all over. The ones that are genuine and are here to to find out our position, and we return the same favor. We are polite. We are respectful. So
No, for sure, for
yeah,
sure.
we have those copers come here all the time, man. Don't judge us by that. We just
No,
get
it's
sick
all
of it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it, bro. It's just crazy, man. Like, I'm still coming down from this shit. It's been like a couple weeks that I'm just like, damn, man. Like, I'm not even like 90% sure. I am 110%. We didn't do it, bro. We did not fucking do it.
No, that's a fact. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Anyway, like look at vacuum chambers, how thick the walls are, and they can't even create a perfect vacuum, and yet they say that spacesuits can hold a vacuum. I mean, hold a pressurized system. Fighting 10 to the negative 17 tall
It's
vacuum
impossible.
on the out. It's impossible. Yeah, that thing would be,
A fucking
puffed
Mars,
up.
it would have just, yeah, it would have just blown up.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
Yeah,
and it all
that's
seems so like so childish too, because it's like you're like learning this shit in school, and there's so many layers to it that like even between like fanatics that they even like build evidence retroactively. But the more you think about it, it's like, bro, these are all very like a child could put this together. Like, if they really, yeah, if they really thought about it, a child could put this together. Like, this is not. They clearly did this in a time where they did not expect technology would be where it is today, and like
well,
information wouldn't flow the way that it does today to educate yourself to know that that shit was fake.
yeah. It makes me kind of think that how Elon Musk sent that Tesla into space, and during his conference, he's like, we know it's real because it looks so fake. So it makes you think: is he just trying to back up all their previous claims by saying, "Oh, it looks so fake"? Because yeah, all that nonsense with the Apollo missions, and even before that, going into the the stratosphere and all that, and sending up satellites and that. Like, it just looks ridiculous. So it's like, well, and he says, we've got better CGI than this.
It does make me wonder how much of his stuff is like secret kind of digs at the government. Like, for instance, like now he's saying, okay, we're going back to the moon, as if we ever went in the fucking first place. But we're going back to the moon, but this time it's going to require we refuel with 8 different rockets. Like, what happened to just one being good enough? One with multiple stages. Like, why can we not just do that again?
Yeah, once you get to the velocity that is required, there's nothing slowing you down in their paradigm. Why do you need so much fuel? Exactly.
Just all so weird, man. It's like that has been like since the 60s, but I mean 1969, so really like the 70s, just like seated in the back of everybody's mind, generation through generation. It's just
Yeah,
crazy, man. It's fucking crazy.
and everyone went with it. So did I. So did you. We all did.
But yeah, I feel like we're in fucking North Korea, bro. Like, the reason why I keep saying that is like, because North Korea, I mean, they have like their own intelligence agencies, and they got like guys working under whatever agency deemed to be an intelligence agency. And it's like, okay, well, here you are. You believe that this guy is God and he doesn't shit. How intelligent are you really? Like, just because you're like in these higher rungs of society doesn't mean you know jack shit. You're just as stupid as everybody else, man.
Yeah. I can't say much about North Korea because I haven't been there. And what I see, in articles or on TV or anything that they say about North Korea, I can't trust.
Yeah, it does make you wonder.
Yeah. They've lost my trust a long time ago. And the saddest thing is, history is not even what it's made up to be. So we're oblivious what was. It's kind of sad. But at the same time, interesting. It kind of opens up a whole new can of worms. Hopefully the correct can.
What's going on?
Hey man.
I'm just chilling.
Nice.
Do you
Was there
believe we
some?
are on a...
Go ahead.
Sorry.
You first.
I was just going to ask you to, the question of the topic. Do you believe we are on a board spinning, orbiting in a vacuum, water sticking to it?
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe in the globe, Earth, spherical obloid.
Yeah. Incline, yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Why?
What were you going to say? No, that's okay. We all believed.
What do you believe?
Yeah, I believed because I didn't know. Now that I know
What
not
convinced
to.
you?
Natural laws. And I went and tested this for myself. Observation.
Natural laws, like what?
Natural laws of
Like what?
physics that you can't get around. Like thermodynamics. pseudoscience, or gravity paradigm. The globe requires gravity that has not been proven, and you got the three-body problem. So it's like they say this is what it is, but they can't figure out why it is what it is. The science, the maths doesn't add up. And a lot of other things, water is flat and level when at rest. Heaps of other things. God, there's so many. Dude, no idea. Just a spirit level. Building
Oh,
a
okay.
building requires a spirit level to be parallel with another spirit level.
Spirit
We
level?
can't. A spirit level, man. Something
What's
that
that?
shows a level. It's something you use in construction.
Level board.
It's like,
Yeah, okay.
okay, yeah.
I thought I heard spirit level. I was confused about that.
That's
Okay.
That's
what
what
we
they call
call
them
it
over here.
Is that what they call it in construction? Okay.
in Australia. We call them spirit levels.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Matrix.
Let me ask you, so in your mind, if the Earth was spherical in shape, then the water below the equator should be falling, right? It should have like fallen off because
So what?
like
Okay, I haven't heard this before.
but we no, it's not an argument. I'm just wondering, like in your mind's eye,
No,
when
no.
you imagine
Well,
a
this is the problem.
spherical,
You're
yeah,
you're saying if it was spherical, the issue is that water doesn't have any curvature across it. Water at rest is flat, level, horizontal. So there's zero measured curvature. So anything that you wish for, if the Earth was a ball that should be doing this, is now null and void until you can provide us some kind of measured curvature. So, for example, over a large lake, you could measure, so I'm talking 20, 30 miles, not just a couple of yards.
yeah.
There should be measurable drop. So if you were to shoot a laser across that and have that sitting horizontal, as you get further along that laser, the difference between the ground, or the water in this case, and the laser would get bigger and bigger and bigger as you get further along. Really simple stuff. That doesn't happen in reality. The
So how
ground just
far
stays horizontal, matching the laser that's above it.
have you done this experiment?
We got videos of this experiment being done, mate. It's not an experiment, it's just an
There's videos.
observation.
We
Yeah,
can show you
okay.
the cal.
So, like
We can show you the cal.
in these videos where they conduct the experiment, how far apart is the laser and the end of that the end of the where the laser is pointing?
28.6 mile is one of them.
And what's the supposed estimated drop?
At 20 mile, it should be 270 feet. At 30 mile, it should be 600 feet. So about 400 and 380, 400 feet, somewhere around there, I'd guess, without looking
And
up
that's
a
according,
chart.
right? And the measurement, the estimated drop, that's from
That's the estimated
the
drop. That's what it should be.
right. That's what these round earthers are saying, right? That's where the drop
No,
should happen.
that's what the drop should be on the assumption that it's a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles. If you change that assumed radius, it changes the mathematics. But the heliocentric model says that we're on a ball or oblate spheroid with a average radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, and you can't change that radius because your whole worldview would fall apart. Satellites wouldn't work. Orbits wouldn't work. Nothing would work if you changed that radius and said, "Oh, it must be bigger." It wouldn't work for you.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a scientist or a flat earther, so I haven't studied these things.
Everyone's a flat
But
earther.
it's
You just don't know it yet.
Good
that's an
one.
interesting take. You can say that about everything. But what I want to know is like, have you done these experiments yourself, or do you rely on other flat earthers who have done the experiments?
I've
to
done
arrive
other
at these
tests
conclusions.
myself. So one of the
Other
things that
tests.
Shaggy didn't bring up was the inverse square law of light and how that gets broken with the heliocentric model.
Okay. By the way, assume I know nothing. I'm like an open template, a blank canvas, and I'm here just to learn. I didn't really want to talk about flat Earth, but this is interesting. This is like, yeah,
It's pretty cool
you're my
stuff when
first
you start looking
interaction.
into it.
You're my first interaction with the flat Earth community. So,
You know what? That's good.
yeah, that's good. Yeah, you guys seem educated. So what I want to know is,
I'm just happy that your first interaction wasn't Flat Earth Society or some other dumbass crap. So, well,
Yeah, they're
yeah.
a menace.
There's, hey, did flat earthers even come here to learn about flat Earth? So, all good.
Good. Because the reason why I brought up, like, if you've done these experiments yourself, I've heard it, like, obviously I'm not like oblivious to flat Earth. Like, I know people talk about these things. So when I do hear people talk about it, they say one of the arguments a flat earther will use is that that the non-flat earthers only rely on observations or experiments done by a third party. So if you've done the experiments yourself and you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat by yourself, then I want to hear from you. So what are some experiments that you've done personally?
For me, I was you know how we're told that the sun is 93 million miles away?
Mhm.
Well, I look out there and I go, I don't think it is. Well, the problem is I don't have very long arms and I don't have a tape measure that's long enough to go from here to the sun. And we'll all agree that we all do not have this. They have this measurement, this 93 million miles, and you ask yourself the question, how did they get that? Is it just a calculation? Well, it has to be. No one's actually measured it. It's not like you can duck on down to Best Buy and get a 93 million mile tape measure and just wheel it out.
Mhm.
So I started looking into light intensity. Now, there's a thing called the inverse square law, and as you get double the distance away from a light source, you now have 1/4 of the energy, or the brightness of it, intensity. And I purchased a light meter to test this. So I set up a little light on my bench, and I put the light meter 1 foot from the light, and it gave me a reading, and then I moved it 2 foot, and the reading was down to 1/4. So the inverse square law does work, and it's really cool when you actually see it in real life. Like, actually, really interesting stuff. But anyways, I started thinking, what if I take light readings of the sun outside, so of the sun every half hour for a full day,
Yeah.
from sunrise to sunset, every half hour, and take the readings. And I did this over a couple of days. I've done a couple of days now, and it's a long day, man, I'll tell you now. And then I thought to myself, hang on a minute. On my measurements, at noon, when it should be the brightest, it shows that. That's the highest intensity reading. And then as it goes across the day, it goes down to basically less than 1. And it's like, hang on a minute, it shouldn't do that. Because when you think about it, we're supposed to be, now this is what we're supposed to be on. We are supposed to be on a ball that's rotating in front of the sun, like a dirty great big doner kebab, rotating, cooking gently. One side's in front of the sun, warming up, slowly rotates away, and at the night time it cools off. So when you look at the numbers, 93 million miles over 3959 times by 100 over 1 will give you 0.004. So the Earth's rotation will give you 0.004 of 1% of the total distance. Yeah? Did I do that backwards? No. No, anyways, doesn't matter.
I think you
So
lost me.
the
I'm not gonna lie.
3959 miles radius. So at lunchtime, that's when you're the closest. At sunset or sunrise,
you are 3959 miles further away. That's all you are. So in order for the light intensity to double or to go down to 1/4, you have to double your distance. But remember, the distance is 93 million miles. So on my intensity readings, I'll get a reading of 100 grand at lunchtime. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it'll be 25 grand, 1/4 of the intensity. So that means if it's 1/4 of the intensity, pending nothing blocking it, of course, like clouds or any other weird shit, that means that the light source has doubled its distance. So the original claim is, from the heliocentric model, that the light source is 93 million miles away. So that means from noon to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the Earth has moved an extra 94 million miles, let's say 90 million miles, cap it nice and clean, away.
You're
It
okay.
doesn't
So
do
you're
that.
saying that because the intensity has dropped at sunset, that means that
Well, the
it dropped
intensity drops
significantly.
slowly.
But it
It
dropped
doesn't just all of a
significantly.
sudden snap off. But here's the
Right, right,
interesting
right, right,
bit.
right. But by
That's
the
what it
end of
should
the
do.
day, it has dropped significantly from what it was at noon,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
And you're saying that that could only mean that the sun has distanced
No,
itself
that means the
further
sun
from us.
is closer. In order for that inverse square law to stand by its a law. Laws don't get broken.
Right.
It's not just a random rule.
Assuming there's nothing blocking the sun or
Yeah. I've got
absorbing its
readings where clouds go across in front, and it is really interesting to see what it does.
could there
The meter just
possibly
bottoms out.
could there be anything else between us and the sun?
On a clear day?
Yeah, on a clear day. No cloud
Right.
in sight. Is there anything else around us?
Just the air.
Or yeah, air. There you go.
You, me, and
The
a bit of
atmosphere.
oxygen. That's about it.
A bit of oxygen. There's no
Yeah,
other
bit of air, mate.
elements.
There's
No
all
other
other shit
elements.
there. A bit of air too.
Right. So let's just classify that as the atmosphere. So there is atmosphere between us and the sun. So
There's
something
also
that
atmosphere between my light source on the bench and the meter. So claiming something different outside than what happens inside is false. Because I
would you
still
say
get the
that-
same thing.
Yeah,
and
but
the inverse square law rang true.
Let me ask you this. In the example of like the local experiment, the experiment you did with what was it? Your light source and the meter,
Inside,
right?
yeah.
And the reader. There's not as much air or atmosphere between those 2 points than there is.
It doesn't matter. It's still
between you
air
and
or
and the
atmosphere.
sun. No, but it isn't as much atmosphere.
It's still
Right.
atmosphere. We don't live in a vacuum.
There isn't as many molecules to absorb the light coming from
You can
your
go and count them
flashlight,
for me.
right?
Go and count them and verify that.
Okay, so let's say you have two spaces, right? Space A is 1 square foot, and space
Okay, how
B.
about I tell you what I did instead of you trying to tell me what you would have did.
I'm not trying to offend you. Or
So, anyways, I took my
go on.
readings. Right. What I also did was went, hang on a minute. How am I going to do something that represents a globe? Inside. I need to do something inside that's a globe. And how do I do something that would represent flat? Well, what I did to represent the globe was drew an 18-inch circle. Got a couple of bits of paper, stuck them together, drew an 18-inch circle, and marked out increments around this circle, all evenly spaced, to represent half an hour of this circle being rotated. Okay? And I sat my light source over on my bench, and then at each of these intersections or these intervals around the circle, I placed my light meter and then plotted out the readings from this. So the light source was about 3 yards away from this 18-inch circle. So I marked out all these readings and plotted the graph that it generates. So from sunrise every half an hour all the way through to sunset. And I plotted that out. So the next part of my test is to do a horizontal line and have the light source move along that horizontal line at equal distances representing half an hour, and have the meter stationary in the middle and move across in a horizontal plane. Now, the pattern generated from these two mock-ups, both the round one and the flat one of them should represent what the sun is doing outside. So I've got
real
option
quick,
A.
Matrix.
Option A, the circle one will represent what the sun does. Option B, the flat one will represent what the sun does. Option C, neither of them represent what the sun does.
You've lost me because you gave one experiment you did, and I wasn't able to give a complete analysis on that, and we moved on.
This is all a part of the one experiment, my friend. This is the whole test
then you're
together. It's not
dropping-
just A, B, and you're going to do something random. No, this is all a part of one thing. So what we're doing is a
You've completely
comparative.
lost me then. Completely lost me. I think you're dropping.
Which
way too
bit
much
did you get
information
lost
me.
on?
Well, let's just go back to the initial piece of information you gave me, right? You said, how can we account for the significant decrease in light intensity at sunset?
Well,
right?
that was only one part of it. So this is what you've done. You've basically put your hands on your ears and turned off completely. You wanted to know the entire
I was
test.
in the middle of,
I was telling you
asking
the
a
entire
question.
test. You've chosen one little component that's just over there somewhere. It's not really that important. Because the test is to compare, number one, a light around a circular pattern, which is what is claimed that we live on. Number two, versus a flat section. So a light source moving in a straight line across the meter. So we compare the two, and then we compare those two to outside. So now I've got options. Number one, or A, the circular test matches outside. Option B, the flat test matches outside. Option C, neither matches outside, and I go to start again. The cool part is, I haven't done the flat one yet. So I'm part way through this. Now questions.
Welcome.
Yeah, no, I think I mean, my initial point stands because you haven't responded yet. The point
Your
I was trying
initial
to make
point,
is
you never got your initial point out because you tried to
it's
spit something
interesting.
out a third of the way into the information you were given. So the test I was doing, which was initially what you asked about, I just explained. So now you can ask your question.
So initially, right, you said you start at you have this light intensity reader, right?
Yeah,
And
light meter. Yep.
Okay, and you measure the intensity of light coming from the sun at noon.
In lux. Yep.
You
Lumens.
compare that to what it does at sunset.
Just throughout the day.
And you said it goes down by
every
like
half
100.
an hour throughout the day.
Right, and it decreases by like a factor of how much? Like a lot, right? From
the
from
highest
time you
reading I
start, 12
got
o'clock.
ever, the highest reading
Yeah.
I got ever was 130,000.
And then it went down to
The
1.
lowest reading at night time is less than 1.
Well, let's not say light at nighttime, right? Let's say sunset, right? Because you still need the sun. So the sunset, there's reasons why you would have less intensity during sunset. The sun, it's not. I mean, maybe it being further has something to do with it, but it wouldn't have doubled its distance
this
away
is
from us.
this is
right?
what you've got to think about. We're supposed to be on a ball rotating in front of a light source. So what should happen at 6 o'clock in the morning when we first hit sunlight, or whatever time sunrise is, it should be full intensity. The difference between morning, sunrise, and lunchtime should be a difference of 0.004. That's it.
Okay,
Because you are in front of the sun. Because we're so far away from it, our difference of change is only 0.004 of 1%.
Are you saying that the lights should just come on instantly at sunrise?
With how far we are away from it, yes, it should. Once the light hits us and it's on, the intensity of it should vary only by 0.004% at noon, and then should decrease 0.004 back to sunset.
Have you ever watched the sunset or sunrise on a clear, level horizon?
No, I sit there with my eyes closed every day, mate. Like, seriously, come on.
I mean, some people don't have access to level horizons or clear horizons, so that's why I'm asking, right? So yeah, if you've seen it, what was recount your experience of that?
Well, this is what's really interesting. We get people coming in here saying the sun sets straight down, so therefore it's a globe. In my lifetime, I've had the privilege of witnessing the sun drop nearly vertical. Looks like it's setting only about 200 miles away. I've also had the privilege of seeing the sun travel away into the distance. I've also had the privilege of seeing the sun larger at sunset than it is at noon. And I've also had the privilege of seeing the sun smaller at sunset than what it is at noon. So life experience is a grand thing.
In your model, how far away is the sun?
What model? I haven't presented your model. That's what I was doing with the circle and the flat bit with the light meter. That's what I was constructing a model there.
So you don't have a
My
model?
model was an 18-inch circle to represent Earth.
No, I mean your theory. Like, what's your theory on
Well,
how
my
big
theory
the
was if outside matches the flat, then it's flat. If outside matches the ball, it's ball. That was my theory. And it's just a matter of doing the rest of it now to finish it off.
So how far away is the? You haven't determined that yet. It's too soon to say.
I haven't done the flat bit.
Okay.
So the graph that was taken from outside, I've done outside, I've done the circle, I haven't done the flat bit. So far, outside and the circle didn't match up. So when I do the flat one, if they don't match up, I'm back to the drawing board. If they do match up, however, that'll be another story.
I think that's pretty cool. So according to your theory, what shape is the Earth?
According to my theory of my light readings, I don't know. I haven't finished.
Your
That's why I've got to
worldview.
finish it.
What are your thoughts? If you reject the globe Earth and your experiments seem to indicate that
Oh, the
the
globe's
globe Earth
measured
is
flat,
false,
mate. It's flat. There's no globe. It's measured flat.
so then that's the shape that you think the Earth is, right? You think it's flat.
It's planar with topography. Yeah.
Flat is not a shape.
Right. No, I was getting to that. So you said it's a plane, right? With
It's planar.
topography.
Yeah.
Okay. That is flat. That's what flat means. With topography. Okay, cool. So does it have depths?
Like valleys and shit. Oh yeah.
Like below the surface? Like how deep does it go?
Well, the Kohler super deep borehole. What's that? 7.6 miles. I think it is. Please, somebody, if I'm wrong, feel free to jump all over it. Yeah. So anything beyond that would be pure speculation.
Okay. Let's see. Let me think of a good question real quick. What is it circular? Is it like a disc? A flat disc or, you know?
That's a great question. Now, my issue is I have not, in my lifetime, had the privilege of going or seeing the so-called extremities of this plane or realm or whatever you want to call it that we live upon. So, I don't honestly know, mate.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Is Earth what's beyond Earth's atmosphere?
What's beyond its atmosphere? Dude,
Wait,
I'm
does Earth
fat
have an
and I'm
atmosphere?
white. I can't jump that high. I don't know. I know
Oh, I
I've been
gotcha.
up in a plane. I've flown to the US before. I don't think we went
Mm.
high enough to know what's beyond the high bits.
Right. Right.
We know there's containment. We know there's a barrier. We know that air pressure requires containment. It cannot exist next to a vacuum without containment.
So there's something containing the atmosphere. Okay. And
Yeah.
and nothing can surpass this barrier, right?
You can't have gas pressure without physical containment, especially next to a vacuum.
Right, but nothing can break out of the barrier, right? Or are there, or is it?
Just anything escape the universe.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Can you say that again?
I said I've never witnessed anything escape the universe. The earth is the floor thereof.
So the universe in its entirety is within the barrier.
All of the things that you see, the lights in the sky that you see moving overhead, we all see
Mhm.
the same thing. The lights in the sky moving overhead. Or
Right.
cosmic space bubbles, whatever the heck you want to call them. We see something moving overhead too, man.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. But is all of that contained within the barrier?
The entire thing is one system.
It
Universe
doesn't answer
means
my question.
turns to one. So the entire thing is one.
By the way, this is I'm not trying to get you or anything. Just want to understand what you think.
I'm
So when
just
I
straight
ask
up
a
telling
question,
you what it
it's not.
said. I
I'm
get
sorry.
it. I understand. I'm just telling you straight up what it said. Make it
Think of
easier
it
to
like
swallow.
a kick-ass terrarium. That's probably the best way.
A kick-ass terrarium?
Yeah, really big bastard.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way to think of it.
What's the? Um, I'm trying to think of like a better question, a good, decent question. So
Take your time, man. It's all good.
this is an unrelated question. How old is everything? Like, yeah, let's start with that. How old is everything?
I am not a
Older than
god.
me.
I cannot tell you that. Yeah, older than me, for sure.
Yeah.
So just
Is
so
it
you know,
eternal?
I'm 47.
Yeah.
So that means, yeah, it's older than 47 years.
It's also older than however old your parents are, right? And then we
Yeah.
can just keep going
Unless
back.
everything was made last Tuesday or whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
no.
But we don't we don't entertain wacky models or theories like that, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we steer clear of all the sophistry bullshit.
Yeah. Last Thursday ism. Yeah, I mean you can throw ism on anything and call it a theory, right? But
Pretty much.
or,
Like we observe the horizon to be horizontal. Some dude comes up and says, "Hey, that's curving." It's well within our right to say, "Well, prove it, dude." The burden of proof's on the claim. You're making a pretty outlandish claim here when everybody else observes the same thing.
right. Yeah, yeah. I haven't been in the countryside for years, so I don't get to see the starry, the starry sky
Oh man, all that
at
light
night.
pollution sucks.
Yeah,
That's
so but when I used to look at it, it looks like there's an entire universe out there, and that's from my own perspective, my own point of view. Yours might differ, of course,
none of us are
but
saying that the things above us aren't there. None of us are saying that. When we
no,
say like
no,
things like outer space is fake, we're talking about the mainstream narrative that's been granted to us. That's the fake thing. We all see stuff moving above us, though. We agree
right.
with you that there's clearly something there.
Where we may disagree, though, is that I think that these objects, these glowy orbs in the sky, I think they appear to me, and again, my perception could be flawed, right? But they appear to me as though they are very far away. Of course, I would need some kind of reference. That's just my own primitive perception of the thing.
The
So, what I
difference
want to
would
ask
be
you is, are these things far, or are they within the this barrier just above the
they don't
atmosphere?
have to be incredibly.
How
They
would
don't
you
have to be
measure it?
incredibly far away. It makes a little difference.
They don't have to be what?
They don't have to be very far away. It makes a little difference. From the reference frame remains the same, so it's not going to change anything. I think it was like Einstein or some other big brain people that said it would make no difference. You ran the math either way, whether it's heliocentric or geocentric. I mean,
What are those glowy orbs? The mainstream thought on this is that they are suns, stars of their own system. What do you think they are?
Cool story.
yeah, it's a cool
Yeah,
story about
I
lots of
mean,
shit.
dude. Yeah, I was just going to ask you because some guy the other day he was talking about a star being so many light years away, and I asked him, "Well, how many miles is that?" And it ended up being this particular star, 428 quadrillion miles away.
Mhm.
So you think you're seeing things that are sometimes 428 quadrillion miles away?
I think that if something is massive enough and there isn't anything obscuring my vision of it, and
Yeah, cool
It's,
the
story, dude.
yeah,
it's
like
more what
that's just what my
Matrix.
I don't know.
internet.
It's just weird when you slip in. Well, that's my primitive perspective of it. No, it's not your. It's the opposite of your primitive perspective of it. It's a story that you've taken hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
don't
just,
think
I
of
don't
it.
know. Just the
Maybe,
idea
right?
of seeing
Maybe
something 428 quadrillion miles away.
but
What is this star?
consider,
What
but
star is 400 quillion
Absurd.
miles away? Which star is this?
I forget what it was.
there's one star that's like 4.2 something light years away. That's the nearest star to us, Proxima something.
Earendel.
That's what they say,
Yeah.
and this
Well,
is
hold
this
on.
is the story they fed me. Right. It's just
The
the story they
story
fed me.
they fed you is that the sun is the closest star.
Yeah, of course, but beyond that, the second closest, I guess.
I don't know. It's just good. Yeah. Next
Yeah, the
time you
second
look up
closest.
there, just to remind yourself that you're seeing things that are 400 quadrillion miles away.
If you could go on a
No,
spaceship,
again, it's not 400
yeah.
miles. I mean, I want to know the star.
I don't remember. How far? Let me just ask you, since that triggered you. How far away are the stars that you're seeing?
I don't know, but I want to know like what star you're
Okay. Well, I was
referencing. I just
talking
asked
to
you a
the other
basic
guy.
question. I
I was
didn't
talking
reference
to
a
the other
star.
guy.
I just asked a
Yeah, I
basic
couldn't
You
tell
question. I'm
you
carry on.
sorry.
where it
I'm going to
was.
listen again.
I'm sorry I
I
asked a
just
question.
no. Don't be sorry. I don't remember. But anyways, the point is, yeah, I think when I said cool story, I think you need to think about that.
Yeah, but why is it a problem if something is massive enough and it emits like light, very powerful light?
And you're seeing it from 400 quadrillion miles
I don't
away.
know
Again,
I don't know
if you
exactly
don't
how many
remember that,
miles.
if you don't remember the star, then maybe you're misremembering.
Yeah, I don't
He
know
No.
how
shut
many
up
how
because
many
the other guy was
miles it
talking.
is.
So, Abyss, just something to
Yeah,
think
he
about,
called it
man.
his primitive perspective. So, but go on.
How do
Yeah,
you
they
verify
look far. Yeah, go ahead.
those numbers? How do you verify these distances, these
I didn't
sizes and stuff?
I don't know, but assuming that they are massive, right? Because the story again is
So
that
it's all just
this sun.
assumptions. And now do you understand why he said cool story? Because it's
Yeah,
all
look,
just based on assumptions.
it's my
I'd agree
assumptions,
with
right?
him though.
Hold on, hold on, hold
They're
on.
very
Hold
far
on.
away.
I have to respond to this guy. So the I'm speaking of assumptions because I'm not the one that did the measurements. I don't know what methodology they used. Of course, if I want to have this conversation rigorously,
No, I'm not having a
I
shot at you.
probably
Just
should
in
have an
general.
idea.
Just in general, when they make these claims of Star X is a quintillion miles away and all these outlandish numbers, it's like, hold on a minute. How'd you measure that? How do you confirm that?
That's
Verify it for us.
there's people that probably dedicated their life to studying that,
So you don't know.
and I'm not
The
I'm
answer
not
is
one of
you
them.
don't know.
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
I can
Cool.
admit that to you. Yeah, I don't know. There's no problem with
Yeah, I
that.
wasn't having a dig at you, mate. That's all. It's all good. Yeah.
I would agree with you though. Like they do seem like they are very far away, right? But very far away for me is like a 3-day drive.
Yeah,
Like it could
relatively.
be 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 20,000 miles,
What's the
100,000 miles. Like
farthest thing from
who
us?
knows? Who knows even what was generating, what the source of that light is? Like who knows what they are? You called them orbs. You don't know that. You don't know what
No,
they are. You don't
yeah,
know if they have a specific shape, right?
I know the shape of
They,
our sun.
what do you do? How?
It looks like a circle in the sky. It could have
Right.
a third
Yeah.
dimensional extent, meaning they could be round
It
all
could have.
around, like all the way, like it could be a sphere.
Or it could be it could be there could be some other aspects that we're not considering, which is causing it to appear that way to us, right?
Like what?
like the medium it's in, like something that's that the light has to pass through first before it reaches our eye, that sort of thing. You just don't know, right? Yes, I'll agree with you. It is circular. And you know what? The astronomical term for it is disk of the sun.
Interesting.
That's what they call it. But that's because they'd say that. Then in another breath they'll say it's so big and so far away, right? that essentially it's acting like a disc, just aiming its parallel light rays at us, right? A big giant laser beam. But
You
yeah,
just don't
no,
want to believe lies, right? That's the motivation behind.
it's just unverified. And even if you could confirm what those things are and their distances, right? It doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
It doesn't say much about the shape of the Earth. Okay.
No.
What if you were
Doesn't.
hypothetically put on a spaceship and you got to endeavor beyond the atmosphere and you were able to look down? Would that be sufficient enough observational evidence for you? Would you
Yeah,
ever
of
take
course.
that plane ticket? Like, would you be willing to go? Because then, because that's what it's all about, confirming and verifying for yourself what the nature of the thing is. So
It
you
wouldn't
you
be enough
would,
for me.
Well, you can do that on
I
the
had nothing.
ground.
If I had nothing to lose, absolutely, I would agree to that offer. If they came to me and said, "Look, man, you are in the wrong crowd. We're going to send you up, bro, and you're going to see for yourself, and you'll be fully
yeah,
conscious the whole time. We're not going to hypnotize you or anything. Blah 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 blah." Right, and I was in full control of my faculties, and they put me in a rocket, and they sent me up into outer space, far enough away to be able to see the Earth, the full circumference of one side of the Earth.
yeah,
Then and prove to me that outer space is real and all that, right? Yep. Yeah,
yeah.
of course. Hypothetically, yeah. How could
Okay,
I not
yeah,
then say, that's just like saying if, you're you know I, I don't know. Look, it's silly because of course, right? How could you if hypothetically if that was all those things were true and I experienced it, I would have no choice but to accept it as being true, right?
now, yeah, right.
But
Now let's just make
don't
one
forget,
substitute. Instead of
you'd have
sending
to be
you,
on Discord for us the whole time. You'd have to stay connected to Discord. We want to know what's going on.
right?
I posted something in
Now,
the side chat.
to broaden the hypothetical and to make it more realistic, because not everyone gets a free ride to outer space. What I want to propose is instead of you going up, uh, one of these spaceships, they take a camera of your choice, whatever camera you choose, right? A camera that you trust. They take it up there and they snap some photos, maybe take a video of what it looks like from out there, up there. And would that be sufficient enough? Wouldn't be to the same level as you
Hey,
personally going
dude,
up.
this is getting a little desperate. I
Check
mean,
this.
lenses are interchangeable on these
Yeah.
old trusty cameras.
So then
So
it's just that
Abyss,
you just
check the
don't
side
trust
chat
people.
real quick.
Aren't
I
you
just
pleased with the?
Abyss,
Aren't you?
side chat.
Uh, what am I
Yeah,
looking at?
aren't you pleased with the pictures they've given you already?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not about me. I'm agnostic. Let's say now.
Oh, come on.
uh, I can be swayed either way right
How
now.
did you avoid the brainwashing? Did
Hmm?
you live under a rock? Are you Amish?
No, no. Well, okay, all right. I'm brainwashed. Let's just say that I'm brainwashed. Now, my question
No,
though, I mean,
let's
it
just
doesn't.
say that.
Let's just say
That's why
I'm
I'm saying,
brainwashed.
are the pictures? What do you find why don't you just show us something from their their space travel gallery?
Uh, I just don't. I don't have that footage with me right now. You
Okay,
you
but it
you
would be
have as
easy to
much access
stampede
to
them
those
into
to that
space. I
footage.
gotcha.
You have the same access to the footage as me. I'm not a space
Yeah, I've
pilot.
sussed it
The
out.
reason why I bring up this hypothetical is because it's there seem I get the sense that you have a distrust with equipment and other people. You have to. It's got to be you. You have to be the one to verify it.
So,
But if we
what's
send a
wrong with the
camera,
laser videos that I
Dude, you're
posted up for you
missing.
then? You
hold
distrust
on.
those?
Let me just finish this thought,
No,
What's
and then
the
you skipped
I'll
a
difference?
couple
address.
chapters.
Let me finish this thought, and I'll address everything
Yeah,
else
but
after.
it's along the same lines, Abyss. What's the difference between you providing us a bullshit space video and me providing you a video? What's the difference? It's just a video.
There, I would have the same concerns that you have when it comes to video.
My
Yeah,
only
and
request is validation of said video. You and me can't go up to space to validate, verify, or prove that it's true and or correct. But on the ground, we can. You and me can go to Santa Barbara, and witness where the Black Swan was done, take our own photos, prove it for ourselves. We can go to these large lakes, shoot a laser across them, do the measurements ourselves, take photographs, and prove that for ourselves. See the difference?
Yeah,
but
you
hold
can. You
on,
can.
to get back to your thing. Oh, you seem to have a distrust. No, it's not a distrust. It's what they've presented doesn't add up. What they've presented isn't consistent. What they've presented, depending on what they've presented, them walking on the moon or just the blue marble images.
I think the moon landing was
If you
fake.
pull the threads on these things, you can figure out that the images don't even stand alone they don't stand alone for themselves. It's not about distrusting NASA, quote unquote.
I do. I don't place much trust in
The
institutions, to be honest.
images are bad.
I
Why
think.
don't
I
you
think
why
that.
don't you look at the images they've presented already and see
I
why
think
why they've been forced to present farcical imagery?
we might
Why not
agree
start
that. Holy. I thought I heard a lull in the conversation for me to speak, but
Yeah. Are you one of these people who wait to talk instead of listening?
no, I was listening to what you said. I was agreeing with you on some things, but
Okay, well, get to
I
it.
wasn't able to.
Stop trying to put us on rockets.
Now it's becoming a little adversarial.
Oh, get over yourself.
Uh, come on, man.
Yeah,
Try to be
why don't
fair.
you look? I get it, but why don't you look at what's been presented and figure out if that's legit? Start there.
Yep, and I was about to agree that yeah, I think some of the things they put out there is bullshit. Like you brought up an example of the moon landing. Yeah, that is bullshit. I wouldn't blame you for having complete distrust with these people
No, dude.
because they have a
Again,
track record of
it's not
lying.
distrust. Okay, how have you sussed out that the imagery is bullshit? Which image?
The moon landing was fake.
Okay, dude, I'm asking you.
How?
How have you figured that out?
Well,
Which image? What image can you
supposedly they
point to
went.
say this is not legit?
Yeah,
So
was it just
the
an
footage.
immediate distrust, right? Was it just because you don't trust governments and you went, nah, I don't want to believe it? Or did you
Yeah, and
see
you're
something
trying.
that actually inspired some healthy skepticism?
Yeah, and you're trying to gloss
Maybe a
over.
mix of both.
You're using that term distrust directed towards us. That's why I know you're not listening, because I'm saying I can point to certain images, and if you have a rudimentary understanding of black and white photography, you can know for a fact that the image was not made where they said it was.
Hmm.
It's not about me distrusting anyone. I know for a fact that that's a farcical photograph. If they're presenting it as a single exposed photograph, not possible. It's not my distrust. It's not my
Yeah,
subjective opinion.
yeah.
There are two negatives here.
But in my hypothetical about wanting to send a camera up there, you had like in the hypothetical, you have control of all the factors that come into play when it comes to the footage.
Yeah,
Right?
then who
When
are
the
we
footage
passing it on?
starts,
Who's the photographer?
someone you trust. I don't know, man.
Oh, come
It
on.
doesn't matter.
Well, This
Like,
I don't know, man. Why
do you
don't you
do you
start
think?
with trying to figure
Yeah.
out if you know for a fact that the Earth is a ball?
Hmm. No, I'll leave that to you guys. You guys will figure it out, and then you'll tell. Do you want to tell the rest of the world? Do
Well,
you
we
want?
No, but we
figured that
don't want
out.
you to be a believer. We want you to be a knower. At the moment, you believe in the globe. We don't want you to drop one paradigm and then go, well, I don't believe in it anymore. I'll just believe in something else. We want you to test what you've been taught for yourself and come up with
Mhm.
your own conclusions.
Is there how much of an impact does knowing this fact about the world? How much of an impact does it have on your day, your everyday life, your livelihood, and what kind
Well,
of impact does it have?
if you want to test how much impact it does or does not have on your daily life, next time you're at Christmas dinner and you got the whole family sitting there, uncles, aunties, the whole kit, I
Yeah.
want you to put your hand up and go, everyone, silence, 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 be quiet, please. I'm a flat earther. And I can assure you now, you're going to have one of the greatest Christmases ever.
Oh, you sure are a flat earther. You sound like one.
Bro,
You
relax.
guys are gonna listen, and you don't. Yeah, this guy's here to cope. You don't have to spend your time standing around in a circle with 4 or 5 people saying, "Oh, see the asteroid? Oh, I think it's an alien civilization. Oh, do you think they're going to eat us? Oh, I don't know." I mean, the aimlessness of feeding into the BS that they pump out that leaves your schedule open.
I think telling the world like I believe in a flat Earth, like telling my family, it's either one of two things gonna happen. Number one, probably not gonna make much of a difference. Number two, they're probably gonna think I'm weird a little bit for just randomly proclaiming that. But
Is that
I,
bad? Is being
You
weird
never know.
bad all of a sudden?
I know
You
it's
might actually get a
weird in
response
the
from
Can you be
some
context.
of them,
square?
like you might actually get a response from some of them, like wouldn't surprise me.
Right. Yeah, maybe, if I had a big enough gathering, we would get all sorts of varied responses. But overall, though, I don't know that having this piece of knowledge, and me personally, like I do value the truth, of course. I think everyone innately values the truth. They want to know the truth. No one wants to live in a lie. So maybe in that way, it might impact my life. Like I'll feel like I at least know the Earth is flat. Everything else, I'm skeptical or I'm in the dark about. But at least this one thing I have a grasp on and I can understand and it makes sense. And that might feel good,
Ground.
but huh?
Welcome to the floor. Having solid ground beneath your feet really helps with one's orientation when it comes to worldviews.
Yeah, hell yeah. Speaking of worldviews, do you guys believe in God?
I do not subscribe to abiogenesis. If that's what you're asking.
Me
Life
neither.
begat
What?
life. We've never
Yeah,
seen life. We've never seen non-living matter begat life.
true.
Right? Yeah, life comes from life.
So that points to a God.
Just saying that I don't believe in abiogenesis.
It's pretty
Scientific
difficult
miracles
to.
are miracles too.
But God initiated
Sorry.
abiogenesis, right? When God molded Adam from clay, clay was abio, right, or non-living, and then it became
I
life.
don't.
God breathed life into
He
it.
breathed. Yeah, but by itself, it was nothing.
By itself, it was just a lump of clay molded into the figure of a man. But God breathed life into it, and then there you go. You have abiogenesis, right?
So Georgia
Right.
Lemaitre's version. You have to go to the master for that one.
But besides that, right, it's going to be pretty difficult to explain how a motionless, enclosed plane realm came into existence naturally, right?
Yeah, you'd have a hard time trying to explain that. Yeah.
Right. That alone would lead me to believe that this place is a construction, creation.
Yeah. Adam was the first man. And then God created animals. I don't know the specific order, but Adam was the first life, right? It was no, that can't be right. Yeah. Wait, no, that can't be right. No, there was plants and stuff in the Garden of Eden
Yeah.
before Adam.
The
But we were not
biblical
the
Right, there was
first
an
narrative,
life.
Adam is
earth.
the
There was an
last
earth in
created.
heaven before the sun.
Right,
In the biblical narrative, Adam would have been the last of creation, the
right.
last.
That makes sense. Yeah. That makes more sense because there was already life
Eve
and
would be
like
the very
plants.
last. But yeah,
Right.
then again, Eve would already been
So,
there because. Okay, I digress. Carry on, guys.
well, I was just wondering if are you biblical? You subscribe
Me,
to the Bible or what?
in a way, I do, but in other ways, very like I don't believe in a lot of things in the Bible. I'll make it easy. I'm
Like,
Muslim.
oh, right.
And
Okay, so wait. So, but you've
well,
got Genesis, right?
Something similar.
Creation. The creation story is the same
Some very
in
similar, yeah.
Hebrew as it is within Islam, right? The
Very
same
similar.
sequence of events,
Not the exact same, but very similar.
very similar, right? And it doesn't comport with the idea of like the universe as created like through the Big Bang and
Through the Big Bang? Yeah. I don't know. No, yes, actually it does. It does. So in the beginning, right? This is what the Quran tells us. In the beginning, the heavens and the earth were one. Um, Meaning that everything, all of matter and all of space were condensed to a single point. So that kind of alludes to a Big Bang-ish.
all right. What about the chronology?
Give me an example. What do you mean?
All right, which came first, Earth or the Sun?
The That's a good question. Let me think about that. I would have to refer to somebody else, some other.
Because
Like I'd have
they tell
to.
us, right, that solar systems form first with the sun, right, and then protoplanets on the outside developing into planets.
That's the yeah. That's what they say,
So
but I
if
don't know
you're
what my
if
yeah.
right, if it says that the Earth was first, then that's in
It would be in conflict
contrast.
with right.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't. I don't know. I would have to. That's a good question. I can look into that. Should I look into that now or later?
Oh, whenever you want, man. It's up to you. Yeah. In your own leisure.
But yeah. Also, another thing about the Islamic scripture is that it does say that God is the maintainer of the universe and is expanding the universe. So that's also another thing that is in parallel with the Big Bang theory or the inflation theory, that the universe is ever expanding. So there is some alignment there, but obviously
You mean did the
we don't believe
Catholics not
in
write the Quran?
huh?
I said that checks out. Did the Catholics not write the Quran?
No, they did not.
Oh,
That's a weird thing to say, to be honest. But yeah,
is it?
no, yeah, because like Catholics, man, they're kind of weird. No, there's no connection there. But what was I
Okay.
gonna say? What was I gonna say? No,
The Big Bang was created by a Catholic.
we was it interesting? Well, we Muslims respect people of the book.
I know your
We,
story. I
we
was just saying it seems like the Bible and the Quran are
yeah.
in step all the way back to Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%. So we have the same prophets where
I
we
would say
differ
that would blow
greatly.
most people's minds to open up the Quran and see Adam and Eve's name in there.
Yeah, it's so
Uh,
sad because people don't look and they believe what they hear on the media. And now I see the problem, that you guys have when people just regurgitate information they heard from somewhere else. I understand why that's a problem. But yeah, there's a lot of similarities. We think, Muslims, we believe that
Go
people of the
figure.
book, that includes Judaism and Christianity. We're all of the same faith, but somewhere along the line we diverged and differentiated. and
That's
that's
what the
why.
modern day Pope. That's what the modern day Pope says.
Yeah.
That's what the coexist bumper sticker says. Anyways, when you
Is
asked
it?
about God in the first place,
Mhm.
were you asking as if it had as a connection to the topic of flat Earth, or just a
No, I
random
just
poll?
I'm interested in what people think. Like that's really why I'm here. I'm not here to judge. I understand why people would come here and like talk shit. I try not to do that. If you catch me doing that, call me out.
No,
No, I'm
you
just here to
said
ask questions.
I don't know. It's just interesting that I
I
get it.
brought
You're
up
just here
God.
for the conversation, but
I brought
for
up
you
God
to,
because you're gone.
but you said you were brainwashed earlier.
Well, somebody said that, and why would I argue with
Me.
them? They already, yeah, you said that. You might already believe that.
Why don't we
So
get
I'm
back
not
to
me arguing with
why
you is
don't we
not
get
gonna make
back
it.
to the whole star thing? How did the original conversation about the stars? What did that have to do with the flat Earth?
Well, just one second, if I may, like just quickly before you go into that, I prefer the term conditioned because brainwashing insinuates that you had a viewpoint which was then changed, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's a
Like,
better wording.
yeah.
Conditioned,
Whereas you're conditioned from the
lifelong
get go.
conditioning,
Yeah, like there's not even a chance.
Conditioned.
Well,
which is a brainwash.
there is kind of a development of intuition, intuitive sense that a child has that the Earth is just flat and motionless, like they experience. But from the moment they're born, they are beginning to get exposed to the idea that that's not true, right? So even though they might see images of the globe and not understand what it is, it's still
Hmm.
imprinted in their brain in some place for later on, right? So that's all part of preconditioning.
Okay.
That's so
Right.
strange. It's going to sound like I'm making this up, but I was driving earlier and had the same word come into my brain. Better than brainwashing was conditioning. It's so strange you say that because I say brainwashed 10,000 times. I say hypnotized many times. But when the conditioning is such a good classification of it because you can see it when the cog disc. That's when their conditioning kicks in. It's like their second sense judo, or they don't even have to think about blocking the punch. They're just conditioned to do it. It's crazy.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about me?
Why did you say the conditioning thing? You've said it before, probably, but
He's
when
saying
did you
because
real? Yeah, I
brainwashing
get it.
implies that they had a viewpoint
You
at
were once in a
at one point
state,
in
and
time,
then
and
yeah.
then yeah. But he wants to call it conditioning because
No, it is.
we
It's a
were
better.
yeah. So
But if you realize you've been conditioned and don't want to untie yourself from the conditioning, then what are you?
free.
No, you're in a knot. You're tied up. You're bound.
Yeah, kind of subservient. Yeah, like it's like Stockholm syndrome, right?
I thought maybe I misunderstood. Okay.
Like where
So
like so you're presented with conflicting evidence, right? And then this is what cognitive dissonance is all about, right? Conflicting um, reasons for changing. Reasons for you should change your stance on a matter, and you don't. You butt heads with it because you don't want to let the previous go, right?
Well, you at least said in response to, yeah, well, we were taught that they're enormous and that they're far away. But by realizing that that's all it is a conditioning, doesn't that raise a red flag to you? Because a lot of people do have the knee jerk reaction and say, no, we know it is. We know that it's this many miles away, and we know it's this. You're just saying, well, this is what was told. Are you just now realizing that you've been conditioned, or did you think all the condition? Did you think all the things they told you were gospel?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah. I mean, now that you've realized, well, when
It
you,
seems
yeah,
like
because you had the
it seems
response.
it seems
You
like you
respond.
already have like this image of me in your mind, right? Already. I don't know
No.
if I can change your mind.
What
If
does
you
that
think
even
I'm
mean?
well,
I don't need a riddle.
you asked a leading question. You said,
We,
you know, you're
well,
asking
I
me.
thought you were here as an
you kind of
agnostic.
said,
How are you going to change someone's mind if you're agnostic? You should just be presenting the information for the left, the information
Well, I
for the
haven't.
right, and sit back and enjoy the show.
Yep.
I haven't.
so what?
Well, it's impossible. It's impossible to try and like. Well, let me say this. It seems like you're not trying to understand me. You're putting me in this box, right? This guy's
No,
conditioned.
I understand you. What I'm
This guy's
saying is,
conditioned, though. You understand me as somebody who's conditioned, or maybe possibly
yes,
brainwashed.
I too was conditioned and brainwashed. Yes.
It's not. I'll just say from my perspective, and maybe somebody else who's been accused of being brainwashed might agree with me. It's not. It's not. I'll say pleasant. To be looked at as someone who's
No,
brainwashed.
dude, time out.
No, I mean I'm not.
Rewind the tape. Rewind the tape.
I
You
mean I'm
said,
chilling, but
I
yeah.
know, but I was giving you kudos earlier when I said that you at least acknowledged that this information you're telling us about these distant stars is just what has been told to you. You said that, correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, how did you put it? Do you know the distances of these stars?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I know them either. What I said was when I look at a starry night sky, it
Yes.
appears to me as though these objects are far away. That's what I said. I didn't try to estimate the distance precisely, at least. I gave a
Yeah.
general, from my perspective, that looks like it's far away. I mean, I've never,
So are you
you've never touched
creating
the
your
sky
own
either.
are you creating your own cosmology, or are you going by the textbooks?
Oh, I believe in cosmology of of the Islamic faith.
Oh Lord.
Well, why is that a problem?
Right.
No, it's not a problem. Never mind.
So because of that, though, right? So, like, even without the Islamic faith part, like
So I'll tell you something before
if
you
if
finish
you
that
go
thought.
into the country, one sec, if you go into the
All
countryside
right,
and you're
fine.
just looking up at a clear starry night, right? It looks
Okay.
vast. It looks like this
Yeah.
huge expanse, and it does,
Yeah.
like, you could think that those things, whatever they are very, very far away, right? It
Yeah.
can, so it's not hard for you to accept when somebody says to you, well,
Mm-hmm.
your intuition is correct, because that is actually ever expanding, almost infinite, and those things are trillions of miles away, like some of them, like that sort of thing. Like that, it's easy for you to then take that on board as a given, just by your natural experience of looking at the sky, right? But in reality, those things might not be even physical objects. They might not be that far away. We don't know. That might not be an ever expanding void space, right? That we're looking at. It could be a solid,
Yeah.
light absorbing surface, for all we know. Who knows what the heck
So it
it
could
is that
be.
we're looking at when we look up at the night sky, right?
So it could be, but I feel like I'm making a conscious decision to believe. Maybe it's just that I want to believe that the heavens are vast. Why is that so bad? Why does that mean I'm brainwashed?
No, that's not bad. That's fine. I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't even know how to respond.
I think
I don't
I
even know what
think
the point of it is.
I think it's an unfair characterization to make when you come across someone who is new
No, don't play the
or
victim
has.
card. I mean,
Oh,
I
hold on.
agree too. When you
I'm not
look
a
up
victim,
into
by
the
the
night
way.
sky, especially when you're out in the middle of
Hold on.
nowhere, it
Again,
looks
like I
vast.
do let you speak. It's fair you extend the same courtesy to me,
Oh,
right?
dude.
Come on. I mean, that's not me playing the victim. That's just common sense, right?
Yeah, but you're just running with something right now when it's not even.
I did.
You're
Okay. Well,
taking
I'm just gonna.
offense. You're taking offense when
How
no
could you
offense
not?
when was even. I'm trying to get to the bottom of why we're talking about the
God?
wonders of the night sky. Does that have anything to do with the
With flat Earth?
topic? Because I agree that the
So
night
you brought
sky is
so hold
wondrous.
on, hold on. So I made that comment way earlier in the conversation. You brought it back up. So yeah, we're talking about this because you brought it up. But I do the reason why I brought it up earlier was because someone said that there's nothing. Well, maybe they implied that there was nothing beyond this barrier above the atmosphere. So I brought up the stars and my perspective of on them, and I wanted to understand how they account for that. Like,
Well, I just find it funny that your primitive perspective of them includes all these so-called scientific numbers.
I didn't bring up any numbers again. That was somebody else.
Okay,
Maybe
yeah, I
possibly it was
agree.
you.
Yeah, I
Hold on
agree.
though.
The
Hold on. Hold on.
stars
Hold on. Hold on.
are
Hold
high,
on. Hold on. Hold
they're
on.
high and out of reach, and they're wondrous.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So I didn't associate any numbers to the distance between us and any object. I haven't made any claims like that yet.
Okay, then
But
I
yeah, I can see
agree.
why
I love the nighttime sky as well. We're in agreement.
you're gonna just keep interrupting me.
No, dude, just let's cut to the chase.
I'm trying to, but I keep getting interrupted. That could be a
Yeah,
problem if we want to be productive, But
Boring.
yeah, what do you want to ask me?
Latency exists, so lag happens. Sometimes people talk over each other. Not every interruption is an interruption. And
Yeah, fine,
people
but when I
actually
do it,
speak
it's a
over each
problem.
other too all the time while they're listening. I don't see what your problem is. But
Well,
I
I'm trying to listen, right? If you're only listening to interrupt, you're not listening. That's a difference.
But
Like
he was, but
someone
he was
accused me
not.
Project
earlier.
much?
Someone accused me earlier of just
hold
wanting to
on. Do you
talk.
think you live on a globe, ABXS?
Do I think?
Yes.
Yeah,
Your
I do think
primitive
we're in a
perspective.
yeah, I do think we're on a globe.
So you pointing up at the sky does have to do with your whole
That's a different
worldview, so
it's
to
a different
speak.
topic, right? We're talking about something that is not the Earth. We're talking about the sky.
I know.
The
That's why. I was just hoping us to get back on topic eventually.
I don't okay.
We just want to bring it back to the
Like,
ground.
yeah, unless you think the sky. Are you trying to tell us the sky has something to do what you primitively perceive about the wondrous night sky has something to do with what you're standing on? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't make that connection. I wasn't
So
trying to
we were
tie it
just
back.
waxing
When I
philosophical.
talked
Okay, okay.
about the starry night, I was not in any way trying to link it to a flat or a round
Well, how about we
Earth.
talk about Van Gogh then? You bring up Starry Night. I mean, should we not talk
I,
about Van Gogh for 20
I'll tell
minutes?
you what I was trying to tie it to. It was somebody else who said that there's a dome, or they didn't use that term. They said that there's a barrier above the atmosphere, keeping the atmosphere in,
Containing. I
and
mean,
there's nothing.
do you know of
All right,
do you
hold
know
on.
of
They
gas?
said
Do you
that.
have an
All right,
example of gas
hold on,
pressure without a container?
hold on. They
Let's
said
cut to the
that.
chase.
Hold on. They said that there is nothing beyond the barrier, and I brought up the stars to you know as a question, like
Well,
what
who
how
knows?
do we account for that?
Who knows what the stars are?
Yeah,
Twinkle,
that's
twinkle,
fair.
little star, how I wonder what you are.
That's all I needed to hear, right? Like, we don't know, dude. You can just say that. That's fine. I can
Yeah.
accept
Well,
that.
yeah. You were asking a series of questions that required omniscience to answer earlier. That
What
was
about
one of them.
earlier on? The
What
cool
about
story?
triangulation?
I'm not looking for like the right answer. I'm just looking to think.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see what
Remember
you
earlier
think
on
of
when
that.
someone said cool story? When you just said so you don't know, that's not just we don't know as in the 20 whatever people there are in here, as in
Yeah.
scientists don't know. Without
Yeah,
going
sure. I mean,
there, how
fine.
do you ever
That doesn't
verify
matter.
or validate these claims of these lights in the sky? Outside of we go outside at night time, we look up and we see lights in the sky. It's just cool stories.
Yeah,
It's a
there are factions of people who are telling their followers, their disciples, religious and scientific, that they do know what those lights in the sky are.
yeah. They're stars.
Oh my goodness.
That's what they say. I'm just telling you what they say.
Yeah, but
stars.
they call them stars. They call
Well,
them stars in Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Why does it
There's a
matter
yeah,
lot
what
of
we
they
call
call
them
shit.
them?
stars
There's a lot
too,
of shit.
right?
There's a lot of
That's
shit
how we are.
attached.
What do you call
Right,
them?
exactly.
Like,
Hey,
We call
okay,
them
Twinkle.
so
stars.
if you also call them stars, why is it a problem if I say, "Yep, that's stars"?
Well, because the stars of their story, there's a lot of specks attached to them.
Bex, that's funny. I don't know if you meant to
It
do
is
that.
funny. I thought you would appreciate that.
Story had
The
stars.
ancients called them
Singularity.
Moloch.
How do you
Yeah.
get a bunch of stars from one single dot, a singularity? How do you get all of this?
Because there's like billions of perspectives of those dots.
No,
So people, everyone has their own narrative.
There's no way that you're going to cram the entire Atlantic and Pacific Ocean into one cup.
Maybe that's just a way of standardizing the language so that when someone says makes a noise, we know what they're referring to. Like if I say stars to a Native American or a North American population, they're gonna know what I'm talking about. Maybe they'll have their own idea of what it actually is. Like, they might think it's gas balls that are billions of light years away. Or they might have a different idea, but at least they know what
They
the
probably think
idea
they're a
is
spirit
referring
animal.
to.
But so, yeah, either hang on to these people pretending to have these tails, gods with chariots, or enter reality and say, don't know. All I do know is the story they've told is an impossibility.
Is
Yeah,
it
because
impossible or do we not know?
well, okay. Do you have an example of gas pressure without a container?
The Earth?
Why do you laugh? Do you realize the absurdity of it?
No, I thought you would find it funny, and
No,
the
that's what
thought of
you
you
guys
finding
all.
that funny
Usually, you guys say
was
Jupiter,
enough to make me laugh.
but
Yeah, there. Oh,
do you
that's another
find that a
question I have.
problem?
I actually have
Is that
another.
a red flag for yourself?
Um,
That the only example you can give is the thing you're trying to
there's different ways
substantiate? Here we
this line
go.
of thought. There's different ways this line of thought can go. But I want to introduce a new question. You might think I'm jumping all over the place, but I
No, I
just want to
just know
know.
I heard you after the chuckle.
I,
Who knows where you're going to go?
no, it's just I want to know what your thoughts are. Yeah, it's fair. You want to know my thoughts too, and I'm an open book, so you can ask me anything. But tell me, what do you
But yeah,
think
I
of
don't
other
expect you to
planets?
answer anything straight. I get it.
Okay, what? All right, fine.
I
Fair
feel like you're
enough.
like reading your own instructions right now, saying
Fair
that.
enough. Fair enough. Fair. That's a all
So
right. Good call out.
that's
What do
dude,
you
you're
have?
freaking out.
No, no. I'm saying
And I hate that. I
that's
don't
an
bring up
apt.
the whole. I don't bring
Yeah,
up the whole gas pressure without a container thing. A, it's above my pay grade. But B,
we can. All right, I'll answer that. I think that
there's all
maybe
these ways out that you guys have. I mean, hell, you just laughed about it. What I'm saying is, doesn't it
I'll tell you. I'll
make
give
you
you my
wonder?
explanation then. I'll give you my
Doesn't it
explanation.
make you wonder when the only example that you can provide is the fairy tale?
So I'll answer your question now.
I doubt it.
Because you're right to point out that I wasn't being direct. So I'll answer to the
Just
best of my
putting
ability.
KA, I would say. What is going on? But go on.
Okay, so gas, right? I think a good explanation of that might be gravity. I think that maybe gravity is holding
No,
this planet together,
because
and
math is not a
I think
force.
that I'm sorry.
Just
Again,
let him
No.
go.
Yeah. Go ahead. I
He
digress.
just
Go ahead.
let him. He's going to pull out all his rope on this one.
sure, yeah. I'll give you as much rope as you want. So yeah, the
But the
Earth
rope,
is being held. Oh my
I think
God,
you're.
that's annoying as hell, man. But go ahead. What do you want to say? That's more important than what I have to say.
Well, what's more important is you're about to tell me a big long story. I mean, all I was asking you is, doesn't it raise a red flag when you can't give an example of gas without a container, yet you kind of want to trounce the idea? Oh, what are you guys saying? There's a dome. You seemed okay with the idea of the Earth. You
This is
seemed okay with
something.
the
All right, hold on, hold on, hold on,
dude.
hold on,
You are
hold on. I
just
heard you. I heard you. I
you're a
heard you.
hypocrite.
This is something
You're
I've
a
noticed a
hypocrite.
lot in.
Seemed okay with the idea of the Earth being a terrarium, correct?
Define that for me again. What do you mean by
Do you know what
terrarium?
a terrarium is, or did you just nod and
That's
agree when it was brought up last time and just
yeah. You know, I thought I understood it given the context earlier, but
what
now
is
I seem to be
what is a
getting the same.
terrarium?
You tell me, bro. I'm asking you.
Okay, so when you were just dude,
I just told you my reasoning. So I said, given the context from earlier, I thought I
a
understood it,
terrarium is like
but now
you
you're
would get a
using it
bottle,
in a
you would get a
different
bottle and
context.
get some. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
bro.
like an enclosed fish tank.
Is it possible for me to want to talk to somebody else?
Oh man, dude.
Like,
Is it possible for you to
you're
want
not
to
being
talk to
fair right
someone
now.
else? That would be a question you should ask yourself. You'd have to.
All right, then I choose not to speak to you. Anybody else want to talk to me? Or maybe do you want to talk to
You're
somebody else?
entertaining, dude. I'll give you that. I hope you don't run away, but yeah, feelings police, dude.
What the hell? Dude, you have to chill out. All right?
You're the one tap dancing.
Every time I get to speaking, you get to interrupting. So like no one is
Okay.
no one's going anywhere.
Yeah, but your
You
speaking
understand?
is cool stories and
All,
hypotheticals.
yeah, all I had was a question, and I'll ask the question. I'll
And I
let
was in the
the
middle
other guys
of
talk.
answering it, and then you interrupt
No,
me.
it's a
Like, and
yes or
then
no. It's a yes or no
holy
question.
shit! I'm
It's a
not here
yes
to
or
be
no
interrogated.
answer.
I'm not here to be interrogated, my friend. I'm here for a
You
conversation.
said you were an
You
open
ever had
book.
those?
You said you were an open book
Yeah,
about
but then when
45 seconds ago.
yeah, and then you tell me I have to answer your questions. That's an
No,
interrogation.
I didn't say that. I was going to ask a question, and then
You said
you
I'm gonna
can.
need a yes or no. Like you
Yeah,
have
that's
some
no. I didn't
control
say
over it.
that. I said it is a yes or no. It's
You
not
can ask.
time for a
You can.
story.
All right, hold
May
on.
I ask one last time, please?
Under the condition.
Under the Geneva Convention, I'm going to ask.
Holy shit,
Does it
man!
raise a
Holy
red
shit!
flag to you? Yes
I'm
or
not
no?
gonna answer your question after that.
Okay, thank you. I
Fuck off.
rest. I rest my case. Whatever.
Yeah, you win. Like high five. Like
No, you
learn
lose.
some social skills or something.
Oh, get over it, dude.
Yeah. Okay. I'll get around it. Thank you very much.
Doubt it. There's that laugh again. All I'm
Yeah,
saying is,
because
dude,
it's funny. Why is it? Why are you not?
does it not raise a red flag to you that you cannot give an example of gas pressure without a container?
Is it your cognitive dissonance getting in the way? Cognitive dissonance.
You
Why
seem to
is
be
that?
having
Why
trouble
are you
uttering
avoiding
those.
even? It's just, does it raise a red flag?
When we're talking about the scale of the Earth,
Oh,
you sound defeated right now. I don't even feel like I won.
No, he's
your
actually
conditioning is
depressed.
kicking in.
And you know what's crazy? I didn't even come here to like debate. I was trying to understand you, but
Well, there's no debate. You can't debate measurements.
huh? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. You accept that it's flat because it's measured as such? Because you can't debate measurements.
If I say
measurements.
if go on.
I was just going to say measurements is or they aren't. Can't debate them.
Well, you might not be aware of those measurements.
We've tried to make that clear. Like Matrix.
But I mean,
That is
yeah,
the longest
yeah,
observation.
right, cool. Yeah, I mean, like, if it was of interest to him, he'd say, "Well, what's these measurements you're talking about?"
Yeah. I'd say go out and test it for yourself. To verify it without a doubt. I think that's where the stage you're at right now. You need to go and test this for yourself, and we urge you.
Okay.
And once you realize it is what we say it is, you know, you don't need to come back with an apology because we're in your shoes at one point. We've all been there. We've all been in that coping stage. Not easy, man. It sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Took me a while. I'm not gonna lie. Took me a fair while.
What do you guys do for a living?
We work.
Why? Are you concerned that flat earthers don't have jobs?
No, no, no. I was wondering what you did for a living. Obviously, you work, but that was implied in the question.
Well, I used to work in a jail. How's that sound?
Sounds like a job.
Dangerous? It was good fun, actually.
Yeah, there's probably some risk in that.
There's a little bit of risk
Yeah,
in it. Oh, shit,
he was
yeah.
looking after me.
Don't mess with
No,
Matrix.
I'm kidding.
Matrix got experience being a moderator in person.
It's much more fun in real life. There ain't no mute buttons on them.
Now, were you the short, mean guy, you know, like, or were you Tom Hanks, or were you the tall redhead? He was pretty cool too.
Oh, what that movie? Yeah, was it with Green Mile? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have never actually seen that in its entirety. I've only seen bits and pieces of it.
It's a good movie.
Do you guys like movies that depict Earth as being a globe?
What,
Yeah,
like
they
Star
all
Wars
do.
and shit like that? Fuck yeah,
Like,
man! I reckon Star Wars is
Yeah,
awesome.
they all do, don't they? So are you still able to look past look past that and enjoy
Yeah,
it?
brother. Yeah, my favorite fictional movies that depict Earth as a globe are all of NASA's bullcrap.
Yeah, it's a good one.
you just got to use your imagination because that's all you got. Because you know it's not possible.
But in the movies, when they show the Earth being round, they're actually staying true to the genre, fiction, right?
Yeah,
That's dedication right there.
yeah. Good point.
What can we agree on? Obviously, the Earth thing, maybe we don't agree. But what is like we both believe in God, right? We all believe in God.
We all believe of creation. We don't believe in a God because we're all individuals. We all relate to creation, you know, as an individual. So I don't relate to you. I don't relate to anyone in this room when it comes to our creator. So we try not to stir into that topic too much.
Oh,
I bet
that's
we could.
interesting.
I bet we could agree on the nature of water.
That it's wet.
Indeed.
I damn, we can't even agree
What
on
else
that.
about it? What
I
else
don't
do you
think
know about
water.
water?
I don't think water itself is wet. I think that water has properties that make other substances wet. But yeah,
Okay,
no,
that's fine. Yeah. So
yeah.
you're telling me the fish are dry? Okay, I agree.
No, the fish are wet. The water
So
is not.
what else do
The
you know
water
about
doesn't.
water?
What else is there to know about water?
Well, do
That
you
you
ever
can, that
remember
you
the
drink it?
old? Yeah, you can drink it. Do you ever remember the old saying, "Water seeks and finds level"? Or
Yeah.
is that just something we said in the old world? You remember that?
I mean, I haven't heard it said like that, but yeah, that makes sense. It's just an observation of what water does. It's not
Yeah.
really a
So, can
saying.
you describe to me what water does?
Water flows.
We pour water into a container
Well,
of your
when does
choosing.
it flow? When does it flow?
Water
Yeah, water
water
crashes,
flows
water
to the
flows.
level, the lowest point.
Yeah.
Is that a saying?
Water
If I say it
flows
like
in
that,
specific cases, though. It doesn't always flow. So,
it always flows south. I'm just kidding. No, I mean down. Like it flows.
Hold
It
on.
flows to the lowest point on Earth.
Yeah, some people do want. I have heard people. It was what's her name? Alishness, claiming rivers flowing all towards. I don't know. So yeah, are we going to get back to finding something we can both agree on, right?
Yeah. Water exists, and it seems to flow always to the lowest point in a space, and
Yeah.
it flows freely.
Now tell me about the surface after this water has been contained.
The surface of what? Of
The
water?
water. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's at rest, it's level.
What does level mean to you?
Not inclining in any
Describe to me the
direction.
levelness of the water that you've seen in reality. Would you call it flat?
Yeah. I mean, water is never flat, but overall, like if you were to,
Would you think the levelness that you've observed that we both agree on, would you think a synonym for it would be flat?
I could see one describing it as being flat, and I could
Yeah,
agree with that.
one.
I don't have a
Hold
problem
on,
with
brother,
with
bro.
water.
Hold on,
Just
bro. It's not
agree on, right?
one. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's not one describing it as flat. All cultures throughout history have language about water being flat and level.
By one, I don't mean one individual person. I just mean like if I say if
Okay,
I'm
so yeah,
you know
that's
what
fair,
I
but
mean.
why is it that throughout history, water is referred to as seeks level, lays flat and level, is level? So everybody understands that their common experience with water is flat.
Okay. I'm
Like your
willing to grant
bathtub,
that.
the water in your bathtub is flat, bro. The water in your kitchen sink is flat. The water in the pool is flat. It's all flat, bro.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Well, remember when you said the Earth was a ball? That's where the
Mm-hmm.
problem arises.
How many oceans are there?
I don't know. Many, but they're all connected. I mean, you have the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea and the Great Lakes. Those are inland, but the Atlantic and the Pacific and the Indian and all the rest of them, they're all connected. What does that have to do
then
with the price of
apparently,
rice?
there's a massive subterranean one.
Which I'm guessing is parallel to the. Isn't it funny the Terrarian Sea? Are you avoiding the whole significance of water being flat by asking how many oceans there are? ABX, YSS. Anyways, if
What
the Earth
difference
were a
does that make?
ball, you wouldn't. It wouldn't be composed of flat slabs of water.
Yeah, they wouldn't
It would
call it.
be ever curving water. We don't have
Yeah,
ever curving
exactly.
water in reality.
It would be water curve, not water level. Simple.
Okay. Do you think, or why do you think there's someone gatekeeping this knowledge?
Well, the
What are
people
you talking
gatekeeping
about? I
this
thought I
knowledge
thought you
now,
said, "Hey, hold on, friend." I thought you said you respected the people of the book.
I do.
Are you are you unaware of what the book teaches?
Right. Okay, so it's the work of the devil then.
Well, I mean, at least that's plausible, right? If you believe if you believe that your present religion that you're a part of goes all the way back through the Abrahamic faith, right?
Yeah.
Then in the beginning of that was an agent who had designs against mankind to thwart God, correct? And he's referred to as the father of lies. Not only that, but it's said that he is actually deceiving the whole world. So if the whole world is deceived into believing a different cosmology, a different metaphysical framework in which they live, right?
Mhm.
One in which glory is taken away from the real God and given to Satan, right? That's ample motive that you should already agree with is good enough.
Yeah, well, so yeah, Satan is the greatest deceiver, right?
I don't know.
But
I thought
his
the Quran said
deception,
Allah was the greatest deceiver, so I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about that.
So
But
did
Well,
we
it's
skip
either
the
the
part where
greatest
you acknowledged
deceiver or
God
the
was flat?
greatest schemer or the greatest planner. So take your
yeah,
pick.
it's planner. Thank you. You got it. So, but if yeah, we believe that Satan is the greatest deceiver, right? That is not Allah. That's Satan. Now, with that being said, the reason why Satan deceives is to lead people astray from God.
Why?
He made it his mission in existence to do that. Why?
Right, but
Well,
what was his initial claim? What did he originally want to do?
he so our stories on that are gonna differ from yours.
Sinned above God.
Do you want me to tell you? No, actually, no, no. He didn't say that in my religion. What he did. So this is what happened. God created Adam, and as a show of respect for God's new creation, God asked everyone else that believed in him to bow down to him out of respect, not bow down and worship. It wasn't like that. Everyone, like the angels, everyone else who believes in God, showed respect by bowing to Adam, except for Satan. Satan said, Satan said, God, why would I bow down to a lower creation? He's made of clay. I'm made of fire, right? I'm superior. So um, after disobeying God, God banished Satan, and Satan said, "Before you put me into the hell, um, l- let me show you that this man Adam and his people are not worthy of respect, and they're not worthy to worship you." Right? That's what he said. So he said, um, "Let me show you." Right? So God said, "Okay," and then God let him free onto earth as a test for Adam and his people, and that's why we have Satan now. But I don't think that Satan being the deceiver, like yeah, sure, he may be behind this great deception that the earth is round. But in what ways does that lead Adam astray? The Adam being us.
Dude,
I don't know.
it changes your entire metaphysic. It changes what the universe, the nature of the universe you're in, right? So if you're attributing a false universe to God, then you're not actually worshiping God appropriately. So that would fit his scheme to make mankind not worthy of worshiping God because mankind is worshiping God in a false way.
But the earth, we don't worship the earth. We don't care about the earth. I mean, not to that level. We only worship God. And believing one way or the other what the shape of the earth is doesn't impact our worship and
Wow.
our practice,
That's
right?
not true. That's not true at
It
all.
doesn't.
As a matter of fact, there's many things about the heliocentric paradigm that are in direct contradiction to the Judeo-Christian and even the Islamic traditions. And people oftentimes, and look, you can make believe all you want that your version of Islam and the way you believe it is somehow what all of everyone else believes, but that's just not true. We both know that most people choose what quote unquote scientists say when it contradicts what their scriptures say. We know that's the truth. We both know it. We can't kid each other here.
Yeah, but there's nothing science. Actually, there's a lot more science needs to discover, but nothing that has been discovered and verified in science has contradicted my scripture.
Of
Nothing.
course not, because
Right?
anytime it has, you reinterpret your scripture to accept the quote unquote science that you want to believe.
No.
Well, hang on a second.
Maybe
We
some people
discussed
might do
earlier.
that.
Wait a sec. You and I discussed this earlier. You said you're not sure. You have to look up the chronology of the development of the solar system, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
direct
say that with any
contradiction to the
certainty.
scripture. The
Okay, all right. I'll
mainstream
rephrase.
listen, the mainstream cosmogony, okay, that's generally accepted and taught in textbooks, is verbatim every single thing in Genesis. It's contradictory. So you can't choose. You have to choose one. One is true and one is false, or you have to reinterpret one or the other. But here's what most people do. Now, this is a fact. What most people do is when the claims of quote unquote science disregard the claims of their holy book, most people choose to reinterpret their holy book in favor of the quote unquote truth of science. That's the human
Okay.
condition, my friend. That's what happens.
Right. So, as a matter of faith, I don't think anything can contradict
This
the
guy just
scripture,
doesn't.
right?
He just doesn't stop.
But hold on. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Oh, dude,
I will admit
you're
that
eternally in the middle of a sentence.
Which was created first? Which
not
was
true at all,
created
bro. I
first, the
just let
sun
him
or the earth?
finish. Hold on. I just let you finish, right? And then as I was talking, I got interrupted. I
Oh my
kindly said,
lord!
"Let me finish my sentence," right? And this
All
guy
right,
said,
fair
I'm
enough.
eternally in
All
a
right,
sentence."
Well,
fair
I
Holy
was going
shit.
to
enough.
respond to. I was going to respond
Holy
to
shit,
your
man.
insane.
Yeah, but
Oh, hold on.
you cut a mid sentence, and then I cut you because you were cutting him.
Yeah, I
So just
know.
let
I
him
wanted to
No,
cut
finish.
it.
all right. It's all good. It's all good. What do you have to say, bro? Go ahead.
All I
I'm
was
not
going to
talking.
say is, you hold on. It'll take 4 seconds. You went from Adam being created by God to now in the textbook, he says he was pond scum, struck by lightning, evolved into man
What
through
textbook
ape.
are you? Oh, the textbook, science. Yeah, that's bullshit.
That's That's contradictory to the good books.
Well, what you're gonna have to acknowledge is that mainstream science is
Is
evolving,
wrong.
right? Yeah, no, no,
It's
no.
wrong.
Not only was it wrong, but it's so science isn't a foolproof project, right? It's an iterative process, and we're finding out now that evolution, or at least Darwinian evolution, was not accurate, was not a good model.
Oh, yeah, but we do that all
To
along.
explain. Yeah, so science evolves, right?
However,
The- yeah,
we both know that many people of faith, okay, across all religious foray,
yeah.
from Hindus all the way to Christians, all the way to Jews, all the way to Muslims, many of them adopted evolution as if it was true and tried to work it into their faith. We
I'm
all
sure
know
this
that
happened.
happened.
Yeah. Yeah, so that can happen, right? People are not strong in their faith. Yeah, that's what, that, okay, that might be the devil, of course. But
Right.
what we
And
have
you
to
think
understand here,
that's not going to apply to the shape of the earth? It's only going to apply to the origin of mankind,
what I
or
want to say to that,
cosmogony in general, which, by the way, cosmogony means how things came to be in a cosmological scale. Go ahead.
well, I want to respond to what you said first. Like, yeah, people do conform their beliefs to whatever new paradigm arises, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
why should they do
that
that?
happens.
That's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, that's wrong. But the point I'm trying to make is that the scripture hasn't changed, but science is still changing. What we thought was fact in history, throughout
Man, the
history,
scriptures, dude. You think there's no scripture that's changed?
there's at least one I can think of that hasn't changed in its since its inception. Yeah,
Really?
Scripture has changed,
So the
sure.
guy didn't burn a bunch of copies of the Quran. He didn't have a bunch of goats eat certain verses and then rewrote it from memory. That
I
never
don't know about
happened.
that.
Yeah, I know about it. That's the problem.
So I'll tell you this: before the Quran was written, it was memorized. Like people dedicated
Yeah, I
the
think you ought to
entire
research
scripture to
that a little
memory.
more, brother.
Yes, this is a fact. This is actually what we pride ourselves in. People like there's kids alive today that have memorized the entire book cover to cover.
Yeah.
And so in the past, the companions of the Prophet did the same thing. They memorized first, and
I don't
then
know.
they wrote it down. Right. So some people may have written it down. I don't know. I don't know the history on this specifically. Right. But some people may have written it down with some errors, and yeah, okay, yeah, it's right
Okay,
to burn
right. So
those copies.
when they memorized and wrote down that what the Christians have and the Jews have, which they had at the time,
Okay.
right, was the word of God. Is it true or not that what the Christians had at that time was the word of God or not?
The first gospels, yeah, we believe in the gospel. Yeah, what
No,
Jesus
no, no,
gave to
no.
the people of the time was the word of God.
Okay, right. And what they had at the time when Jesus was around, dude, and what his disciples wrote down was the Christian text, which has been manuscriptly preserved. Okay. So if it's the case that the Quran endorses that what they had at the time, we already know what they had at the time because it transmitted through history. So if the Quran is
Okay.
true and the Bible contradicts the Quran and the Quran affirms the Bible, then either both of them are false or the Quran is false. But it can't be true that they're all true.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying that the Christian scriptures have been preserved through time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they have, dude.
Okay. Well, this is just we differ in this thought. We don't have to argue it, to be honest, but we can if you want
No,
to. But do you think it's
I'm
worth?
trying to figure out, dude, how much you actually believe of your own scripture because you're telling me.
I believe what I
Okay, so
know
I
about.
want to know. I want to know what was created first, the sun or the earth?
See, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. It says in Genesis which was created first. Do you think Genesis isn't scripture?
Well, let's look up. Let's. I guess I'm gonna have to do this sooner than I thought.
I mean, it either is or it isn't. I mean, you could use Islamic polemics against the authority of the Christian scripture to say, "Oh, the Christian scripture is corrupted, and I don't have to trust any of it. I can just pick and choose
Look,
whatever I feel like."
I didn't even say your scripture is corrupted.
It has to be. Listen, if our scripture is not corrupted, then Islam is false. Period. End of story. So it has to be according to you. If you
I'm not
believe
saying
in
it's not
Islam,
either.
in order for the Quran to be the definitive work, the Christian scripture must be corrupt. That's the only
So
logical
here's
solution
the
you
thing.
have.
I didn't say your scripture was corrupt, but I'm not
No,
saying
no,
it's
no.
not
Listen,
either.
dude, if the Quran is true and you believe in Islam, Islam is true. Okay? The Bible and the Christian scripture and the Jewish scripture directly contradict the Quran. So this is a contradiction that can't exist. So
Okay.
what I'm trying to force you to realize is that there are true contradictions in worldviews to where you have one body of knowledge and another body of knowledge that they
Okay.
can't coexist together. So for example, I'll give you the example. The mainstream cosmogony says the sun was created first and then the earth was created later. The Bible in Genesis says the earth was created first and the sun was created later. So who's right?
Oh, that I don't know. I think I made that clear. I don't know. That's what I was looking up, but I wanted to listen and hear what you have to say. So I can look it up now.
Well, we know, dude, that they claim in the heliocentric cosmogony that the suns are the furnaces in which all the elements which made everything else came from, right? And so you got to have suns first before you get planets, right? So sun comes first, then earth comes later. That's the mainstream cosmogony. So Genesis 1 says God created the earth first and he made the sun later. In fact, it even says he said light comes first and then he made the sun later.
Wait, the Earth was made first. You said what was on the Earth when it was made?
Oh, hold on. I think.
Or
Hold on here.
actually,
All right.
that's
What
not
did
even
you just say?
that's not even an important question. That was just me being curious. It
I
doesn't
know. I'm
matter.
just saying they get. Listen. What I'm trying to tell you is that in Genesis, there's a sequence of events that are named days. Day 1, day 2, day 3, et cetera, et cetera. And on each day, something is created. And
Mhm.
every single one of those claims are direct contradiction to mainstream cosmogony. Direct contradictions. So somebody's wrong.
You know what's interesting is there's something called a rogue planet. Obviously,
Plot twist.
you don't have to believe this, but
Wait, hold on. Is it a naughty planet or is it just
a
running
rogue
away
planet.
from a villain?
It's
Yeah, but
a rogue.
a rogue,
I'm about
hold
to
on,
tell
brother.
you.
A rogue could be naughty or a rogue could be somebody who's escaping tyranny. So
Yeah,
which kind
no,
of
that's
planet
not.
is it?
So that's it's just a name, bro. And you'll when I explain what it is, you'll be like, okay, that's why they call it a rogue planet.
Well,
So a
hold on,
rogue
brother.
planet.
Before you go on, there's another ancient scripture that talks about rogue
Oh,
planets. In fact, this ancient scripture calls them disobedient. And it
oh,
says that
oh,
they were
interesting.
disobedient and they didn't follow their courses ascribed by God so that they could deceive mankind. And you know what planets those are called? The wandering stars. You know what those are? The
Oh,
alleged planets of the solar system.
that's
Interesting, isn't it?
interesting. Very
Yeah,
fascinating. I never heard
crazy.
of that before. Where is
Yeah,
this scripture?
bro.
Where do
I
they
want to
say it?
say, it was in either first or second Enoch. It might be first Enoch, but anyway, the claim in there, which is really juicy, interesting, because we know the word planet literally means wandering star. Okay, and we
And you know
know
that.
that before the advent of any mainstream modern science, like Enoch was written way long time ago, they said that they were disobedient in their courses and that they were doing it to deceive mankind. So think about it. If the stars are moving in a way and the movement, the course that they're taking is intended to deceive mankind. Fast forward to now where people look at the stars and then they interpret, oh, the way these wandering stars, the planets are moving makes me think I'm in a solar system and I'm at the center of this big, balls floating around the sun and blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. It all fits together, don't it?
Named after
Oh,
pagan deities, no less, which Enoch also specified would happen.
With Helios,
gotta be
at the
honest.
center. Helios at the center, which was the sun god, and there's links with that mythos to Lucifer being worshipped
Wow.
as the primary god. In other words, the focus. Heliocentric means centered on Helios, centered on the god Helios, which is the fire, which is Lucifer. So if you put these things together, the planets deceived mankind into worshiping the sun.
Interesting. I did
Yeah.
not know when I brought up rogue
Let
planets.
me let me
I
hit you
had
one more,
no
brother.
idea
I
that
want
there
you to
was
be even
more
more
behind it.
amazed. I want you to be even more amazed. Not
Go on.
only this, brother, but in the Bible it says that God created man out of the dust of the earth. He made the earth and he made the sun later. But the mainstream cosmogony, you'll hear many physicists say, we are made of stardust. The stars are what created us. So you have a heliocentric model, which is focused on the sun and worshiping the sun as the source of life, as the source of creation. Doesn't that sound like it's usurping God from his throne? It does to me.
It does. That's interesting.
You know what's even
So
better, bro? You know what's even better? I'm going to lay this down for you like a ton of bricks. It's all going to come together. So, how I know that this is the nature of the deception is because in order for the Earth to be a ball floating in space among other balls, it actually has to be a ball, which means the surface has to actually be curved. But we already talked about water being level and the gold standard of level. And when you actually measure the water, it's flat. So that means that the gold standard of level is actually flat. And 70% of the Earth is covered in water. That means the Earth is flat. Bam.
Yeah.
And what were you saying?
That
There
is a
were
ton
no
of bricks.
implications whether or not the Earth were a ball.
No, you're helping me. You're
Yeah,
helping me to see it differently. Yeah, so I appreciate. This is new information to me. I didn't know that there was like lore behind rogue planets. I only know of rogue planets because it's something that was that they talk about. These people. They say that there are planets that don't have that they're not in the orbit of a sun, and sometimes they'll just go wandering, and they'll
like
get
the
picked up
Death
by
Star.
by a gravitational. No,
Yeah,
it's a planet. They say it's a planet without a sun, a host sun, and until it comes into proximity with a star with strong enough gravity, it remains rogue. But if it gets captured by a gravity, the gravity of a sun, it starts to revolve around that
Yeah,
sun.
fair enough, brother. But what if it's all a charade? What if it's all the fallen angels executing a charade on mankind on behalf of their master Satan? So, for example, friend, the Bible says that in the end times the stars will fall to the earth. How could giant balls of gas bigger than the earth fall to the earth? And it describes people will still be alive then. If a star fell on the earth, dude, the entire earth would be incinerated instantly in a ball of fire if the heliocentric view of what stars are were true. But what if the biblical view of what stars are might be true, that they're actually some type of angel or some type of entity? Now, I do know
Moloch.
that the heliocentric claims are false about the nature of everything orbiting around itself and all these orbits and all these things, because in order for that to be working, the earth has to be a ball among them. And I know the earth isn't a ball because the water's flat and the earth is covered in 70% of that sweet water stuff that gives us our life when we drink it, right? And that stuff is flat, bro. And therefore the earth is flat.
Yeah, and you came into this chat saying that you don't believe in the moon landings. So you're already over the line, dude.
Yeah, I said that well into the conversation, but yeah, I get your point. There's some things that are ridiculously claimed and held onto by the population. I think that's a
ABS,
shame.
ABS, ABS. Do you think, like, according to Quran, the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
Me? No, I don't think so.
Okay, so where is the hell and the heavens? Heavens are up or down?
That's heaven and hell are not on this realm.
No, heavens are up at the upper directions, mean towards the
Yeah,
sky,
heavens
right?
can have
So
two
if
meanings. Yeah.
no, so yeah, it's so Quran says heavens are up, right? Up means where we are living on the ground, it's upside from there, right? Up.
Okay, sure.
So if someone is in America, someone is in China, then the up for both of them are the different directions. It's not possible on a globe Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, but on flat Earth it's possible.
I think I missed the point you're trying to make. Can you clarify using different words?
Okay, so on the flat
You've got.
Earth, up. Yeah, you explain him.
I was just going to say, like, okay, so on your ball, you don't have an up and down. You've got an in and out, right? And so you'll have to resort to saying, well, those people didn't understand. Those ancient people that wrote the text misinterpreted what was told to them through divine intervention or whatever. They
No, I don't claim
just
that.
were explaining it from their perspective, right? That to our perspective, there is an up and a down. But in reality, there isn't, right? So you've got heaven above and hell below, right?
Here,
Yeah.
sorry for interrupting, but here are just two, 3 verses. Surah Ar-Rum, and of his signs that he created you from the dust, and he said, then suddenly you are humans being dispersing throughout the earth, right? Surah Al-Baqarah. He who made you from the earth a bed spread out, and the sky a canopy, and sent down from the sky rain, and brought forth thereby fruits for you as provision. And the last one is Surah Al-Hijr, if that's how you pronounce it. And the earth we have spread it out, and set thereon mountains standing firm, and caused to grow therein every kind of thing in due balance. So it does tell you that the earth is spread out, or laid flat, if you will, level,
So
right?
does it?
It's
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So does the Quran explicitly state that the Earth is flat?
How do you spread out a ball, bro? Quick
Does
question.
the does the
Logics.
Quran explicitly state that the Earth is flat? It's a
It
yes or no
says right
question.
here in 1 second, I'll find it again. Surah Al-Baqarah. He who made for you the earth a bed spread out, and the sky a canopy. What's a canopy, and what does the word spread out mean? How do you spread out a bed?
That doesn't say flat, bro.
Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me, brother?
Yeah, it's
Hey, show me an example of spreading out a bed and putting a
Doesn't say.
canopy over
I
it. Just show
Abis,
me any example in the history of anything
Abis,
where that results in the bed being a ball. For goodness sakes, dude. Give me one
Didn't say
example.
globe-tard either, did
One.
it?
Abis, I have another one. So the mainstream cosmology says that the stars are like thousands and millions times bigger than Earth. So the Quran says that at the day of judgment, the stars will fall down on the surface of the Earth. Do you know that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about the other guy's thing. Right, I have to think about it. And I also want to respond to what he said. You know that
Please do.
there's another verse. Like I don't know the exact verse. I can find it for you later. But there's another verse that describes the way God created the earth and how it says he wrapped or coils the night over the
Yeah,
earth or something like that.
yeah.
Um,
Night over the day, day over
It
the night,
wraps the day around the night and the night around the day.
Yep, that's
yeah,
talking
like a
about
turban,
that connects to the
like a turban,
canopy of the sky, right? Because you have a
like a
canopy
turban.
or a dome above you that wraps around the Earth. Because it's a half sphere, right? That's above the dome, above the flat Earth, if you will.
You
yeah.
know,
No, that
And
what that means
I
is
vaguely remember already studying that verse, and the language there gives the impression, from what I read, of kind of like the yin yang symbol, where the one is chasing the other. It's not
no.
so
I
much
that
as
how
Right.
it's
that will work.
wrapped, but it's chasing. So the one is going
mm,
around, and the other one is filling it up as the other one goes away. That's the impression I
Yeah,
got.
It also
yeah. That
reminds
will
me of
work on
that's
try
not
to
the
physical
run,
proof.
impression that.
try to hide, break on
So hold
through
That
to
will
on.
the
even
other side.
So hold
that
on.
will even
That's
work
not
on
the
the
impression
AEMF.
that. That's not the impression that I got. If you want more explicit description of the Earth, there's another verse that talks about the Earth being like an ostrich egg shape. This is again, it's like not an analogy, but a way to describe to the people what kind of shape the Earth
Right.
is. And so
Cool.
No, that's
Does
wrong.
it say you live on the exterior of it?
Let me help you out
uh,
real fast,
I
friend.
don't know.
Friend, check it out.
But
A lot of what
but
I've
before you do
studied
that,
came from our dudes that we have on our home server, which is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have a whole group of Muslims there, and they even have a sister server that you can get to from that server, and they're all Muslim flat earthers, and they can go over all of this with you.
sure,
Yeah,
and
and
I
the
can
egg you're
look
talking
into
about.
that.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
the
but
egg
I'm
you're
just going
talking
off
about.
of. Go ahead.
Wait,
Go
the
ahead.
egg you're talking about is not the shape of the egg like Earth. It's the spread of the Earth, like dahaha. There is the term used dahaha. Daha means to spread it out. It's not for the egg of an ostrich, as Dr. Zakir Naik claims. So it's a misinterpretation of the word. And so the question I was asking you was, like like in the
No,
Quran, it's
hold on. I mean, I feel like I have to respond to what you just said, right?
okay.
So
You can share the
the
screen.
word that was
You can share
used,
the screen.
the word you're referring
You can
to
share the
is,
screen.
hold on, the word you're referring to is the ha, which yes, it does describe the Earth's expansion or spreading, right? But it's linked to a classical term called udhiya, or some like it's. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Udhiya,
Oh man,
which means ostrich egg. So like that's the That's the
Yeah, but
etymology of that word.
last time I checked, life of the life, right, is inside the egg, not on the outside of it walking around.
It's a description of the shape of the Earth. We're not saying that the Earth is an
yeah,
egg and we're
but
like the living thing
but
inside
but
it.
Right.
but wait.
Come on now.
Even the mainstream science in today's time, they don't claim Earth is like egg shaped. They say Earth is a sphere. It's like a complete sphere. If you watch
Obloid
the
spheroid.
It
yeah,
doesn't
oh
matter.
my
It
god,
doesn't specifically say where the life is situated within
spherical
or on the
obloid.
outside, on the exterior of it, right?
Earth is not
So
a perfect sphere according to
it
science.
could be accurately describing the shape of the Earth
bro,
from
it's
right as an overall thing,
I
right?
think
But
you're
with
too
the
fixated
life
on
on
the
the inside of it,
you're
living
too
on a
fixated.
planar surface within it.
Maybe that
yeah,
might be
Earth
the
is
case,
very
but I
close.
think you're too fixated on the description egg. Like it's just a description. It's like if I
Bro,
say you look like an egg, I'm not saying you are an egg.
bro,
Just to be clear.
bro, just a second, just imagine if I smaller the Earth like the size of the football, okay? Then do you think it will shape like a egg? No, it will shape like a football because according to mainstream science, Earth is completely like a sphere. The difference is very small. Like if you carry a football in your hand and if you carry the real Earth in your hand, both shape will be identical. It will not look like a egg shape. You don't
No,
get it.
there's like the Earth in its current scale, not shrinking it down. The Earth in its current scale does have bulges.
But bulges
Where
is not that much
What
that
are
you
you
can
doing,
shape
dude?
it like an egg. It will
Listen,
still a
real quick.
sphere.
Listen, let me give you the hold
mute.
on. I'm going to give you the
According,
numerical facts. No, I'm
go
going to
ahead,
give you
man.
the numerical facts, okay? Since I know them. Okay? The highest point above the elevation of the surface mean level is Everest. The lowest point, Marianas Trench. That's a 13-mile swing, okay? From the highest to lowest physical point of the topology. Now, the overall shape, the oblateness of it is only 20 miles over the entire sphere. 20 miles versus a 24,000 mile circumference. So it is a near mechanically perfect sphere. In fact, many people describe it as being identical to a slightly used billiard ball, or the game pool, billiards on the table, you hit it with the cue stick. So that is almost a perfect shape, my friend. It's not shaped like
Okay.
any type of egg, unless maybe you think of a robin
All right,
egg,
fine.
which is
You have a
itself a
problem. You
sphere.
have a problem with the egg.
Well, hang on. I call an
Hold
egg
on. I
cracked
have to
open
respond.
and in my frying pan an egg
I gotta
without
respond
the
to
shell.
this. Let me just respond to this.
That's flat
So
with a little
Oh,
dome thing in the
dude.
middle.
you may have a problem with like the egg description or egg simile, right? The reason why I brought it up in the first place was to disprove, I guess, the claim that in the Quran it says it's flat, like a flat plane. Obviously, if God is describing Earth as like an egg, it's not a plane, right? So
One
that's just
second.
why, yeah.
So the modern day interpretation that people have from the Quran, right, that says, yo, it's egg shaped, it's not actually the classical nor primary meaning. Early scholars like Ibn Kathir al-Tabari al-Qurtubi understood the ha as he spread it out and made it suitable for life, not as egg shaped. So even early and primary scholars and practitioners of the faith understood it to mean this and not the former, right? Which is the new modern day interpretation.
Well, yeah, but let me ask you this question, Mur. Well, here's a good point. I want to make this point. This is a very salient point to make at this moment. We laid the groundwork for this point.
Yep.
Mr. Murr, what you just said sounds to me like people understood that this had nothing to do with symbolizing the claim in the Quran to support an idea that the earth is a globe. Fast forward to the modern day when people started having this earth globe idea, and now they're trying to reinterpret words to fit the globe into the Quran. That's what it sounds like to me,
Oh.
my friend.
Well, you
Indeed,
can
Oh,
and
you mean
also
like our
almost
friend
every
here
single
said
word.
earlier that doesn't happen.
I
But
didn't
it
say
does
that
happen. You see that with
actually.
people with the Bible, right? When it says the earth is a circle or round, people say, okay, that means it's a sphere because a sphere is also round, right? Well, again, we go with the whole debate. Well, a dinner plate is also a circle or round. Doesn't make it a sphere, right? So you see this happening through all the different scriptures, where they're trying to change the meaning and interpretation of certain paragraphs, sentences, or even just particular words to change the narrative.
Correct. And it
And
leans on the
in,
side.
and
Oh,
in
hold on.
Islam,
Go
when it
on,
refers to
Tiger.
this, I was just going to say real quick, when it refers to the spheres of heaven, that could very easily be analogous to different planes or dimensions or realms on top of one another, not literally implying balls upon balls like a Russian nesting doll.
No, so let me just say this, right? The primary scholars in Islam unanimously agreed that the earth is round.
Who are
And
they? Who are they?
but obviously to the
Yeah.
human eyes, it's going to appear
Dude, the primary
flat.
scholars, what does that even mean?
The scholars who
at
are
what time period was this decided? When
so
nobody
the
was
only
even
people
discussing the round Earth? Were they the first
the
ones
only
discussing the Earth being round?
No, they're probably
I'll just say this.
modern globe-cucked proselytes of the NASA religion.
Was
Exactly.
Joel Osteen one of them?
NASA religion, okay.
Well, hold on, real quick. Abyss, when was this in the date? When did the Muslim scholars come together and say that the spheres of heaven that's implied that's talked about in the Quran implies the Earth is round? What year was that?
Oh, I'm not sure actually.
That's what I thought.
I'm supposed to have that
What
that
Yeah, I'll
video
tell you.
here.
I'll tell you. It's all gonna be.
Two other questions. What scholars were they? Can you answer that?
The name of the scholars? Yeah, I couldn't tell you that either.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me what book it was written in, or where these commentaries were collected in that we could read?
I'm just going off of.
Okay, it's hearsay. Shut the fuck up. Thanks.
Damn, you need to relax, my friend. It's not
Whoa.
even that
Yeah,
deep.
bro. Hey, Tiger.
It's not even that deep.
I'm
I mean,
just
we're
being
just
playfully hyperbolic.
Hey,
I'm just
whoa, hey,
playfully
Abyss. Hey, listen, look,
yeah.
bros. I'm the boss. Okay, Tiger. Don't be taking it to that tempo. Thank you.
All right, I was just being playfully hyperbolic. My bad.
Yeah, all right. I mean, you're free to do whatever you want, but just relax, man. We're just here to discuss. Hey, if I end up being wrong,
I'm not
I
genuinely. I'm not
think.
genuinely mad, bro. It's all good.
Okay, I think that God is gonna settle this anyways on Judgment Day, and we'll all have to face him.
Judgment Day. What do you mean Judgment Day, bro?
When
Listen,
he wants
we
his
already
earth
laid it
round.
out. Listen, check it out, friend. Let me help you out.
God is going to
Just let me
reveal
help you
everything
out,
to us,
bro.
inshallah. Help me.
Do you have to wait to Judgment Day to know that men are men and women are women? Do you have to wait till Judgment
That's a
Day to
silly
know?
question.
Exactly, brother. So let me help you out. All this interpretation of both the Bible, the Quran, and the Jewish scripture, and all of this, where they try to input a globe into it, it's all conjecture, misinterpretations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, there's nothing in the scriptures that insinuate the earth is a globe. There's definitely nothing that insinuates it's flying through the cosmos. In fact, it insinuates that it's standing still and that it will always be still and it can't be moved. There's all kinds of things that support a flat, motionless earth that's the center of the creation, not something that's in this cosmic void. Now,
Just
that
as
being
we
said,
experience.
friend, we also
Yeah.
know that we're standing on the object known as the Earth, and you could just go out and measure the surface and be done with it, and you'll know the answer.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Maybe one day if I get around to it, I'll get to those measurements. But I want to answer what the other guy said because I wasn't prepared with names and dates. Apparently, that means I have to shut the fuck up, right? So let me just say that now. The scholar, um, the leading scholar in this interpretation, well respected. He wrote on a lot of the interpretations called the tafsir, kitab al-tafsir. Okay, anyways, the point is, this guy lived in the 1300s, and it's him that said that when the Quran talks about we have spread it for you like a bed, it's him. This is his words. It is prepared for people in such a way that they live in it, and it is firm, stable, and steady, kind of like a bed. It's you make a bed, it's ready for you, it's firm, and you can sleep on it, live on it.
I just
I don't know,
love my
dude.
bed
Let me
that's
ask
like
you really quickly.
hurtling around in a circle at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah,
And
that's fine.
secondly,
And
like
if you
you
live,
lay on that firm bed, Does your body bend like concave? Because you know it's spheroid. The bed is a sphere, right?
Come on
It's
now.
firm, but it's a ball.
You're
Or do you
you're
lay on a
being
flat
a
surface when
little
you lay on that sturdy bed?
you're being a little silly, right? Because obviously it's not the size of a bed. Come on, you're being silly.
Yeah, it sounds like
I'm
a
not talking
circus.
about the
Okay,
size.
but
I'm
I
talking
could
about
care
the
less,
surface of
dude.
the bed.
Nowhere in there did I hear the guy concluding that the Earth is a ball floating in space, dude.
No, this is all right. I'll read the other part.
Dude, how in the yeah, you read listen, let me help you out, friend. Read the part where he makes the conclusion that the Earth is a ball.
Wait, let me ask this first. When was the Earth like sphere thing? When was that? Like when did it become public knowledge?
Greek,
Dude,
ancient Greek.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. No, I'm just kidding.
it's
That
been
was
it's
that was a
listen,
joke.
the idea of the Earth being a ball,
Yeah.
okay,
Come from Greek.
is a religion which is not any of the great monotheistic religions. It was
But like who
it
was
was
it?
old Kabbalah and stuff. It's different ones, but the main
What's
thing
the name?
was
What's the name and the date? I'm just not to you really. I'm not really asking you. I'm asking the other guy that put me on the
I'm
spot earlier.
I'm telling you, it's Greeks. You know
What's the name?
Aristotle,
No,
Eratosthenes,
I need the name of the
Pythagoras.
so bad.
scholar. I need the name of the scholar and the date. Like what time period was he from? You see, it's a little
Pythagoras,
unreasonable.
Heliodorus, Aristotle, Eratosthenes,
What years?
Herodotus. It's ancient Greeks that 2,500 years back.
2,500 years ago. Okay, interesting. All right.
I think I might have revealed some cracks in your armor since you're still crying about it 5 minutes later.
Yeah, maybe. No, actually I was just trying to make a point about that. But I'm chilling, bro. You're good too. I'm not gonna hold it against you. I think it's cool that we have differing, but like I'm not gonna judge you for being a flat earther.
No, I
You know.
totally. Hey, same. All my battling and shadow boxing is against your ideas. It's not against you as a human being. It's all good.
You're still not showing
Okay.
the earth is a globe in the Quran. You're still not showing that.
I think I did already.
when.
I just
Where,
keep giving verses.
where, when?
It's kind of what we're contesting, bro.
I did give verses, so you can just look those verses up, I guess.
Dude, you didn't
Again,
give any verse that shows. You
I didn't
gave
give
one
the
verse. You gave one
yeah
verse that supposedly mentions an egg.
yeah. That should be enough for you.
Well, it
or
ain't,
I can
because
keep
when
giving
you
you
actually
verses.
study the word and the context of the history of that, it's a modern interpretation trying to read a globe excuse into
I
the
just
Quran.
And real quick,
I just told you
it
No, you
describing it
didn't,
as an
dude.
I
egg
didn't finish
doesn't
my
even
sentence.
Sorry, go for it. Oh wait.
No, I was telling the other guy. Yeah, I brought up the egg, and I brought up the I already addressed the concern that you had with the
Dude, you
word
just
used.
reiterated it was a bed, dude. I mean, come on.
Huh?
Hold on, Abyss. So
Nothing
you,
you
real
listen,
quick.
listen. No, Abyss.
Udiha
No.
means
Listen, Abyss.
okay.
You might have thought you said your whole thought, but I think you got cut off because you were trying to appeal to some dude from 1300s that supposedly supported the idea that the Quran concludes the earth is a ball, but you never finished it. So take an opportunity,
No,
if you
well, so
can, to
that verse,
reiterate that.
that guy's interpretation was on the verse of the earth being a bed, like being laid out for you, like a
Yeah, we
bed.
already agree with that. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, so that was you're right. So
Okay.
that interpretation, Ibn Kathir,
Can I ask you something?
Ibn Kathir is basically saying
Mm.
that's the figurative language there. This is how you interpret it. Not that
Okay,
the land is all flat.
so when it comes to figurative language, why can't egg just describe we're in a firmament in a biodome, and the egg represents the culmination or building of something within that shell, within that containment unit, which would completely comport with flat Earth,
That's a great question.
which would also completely comport with every other creation myth and belief system throughout the primitive world.
That's a good question, and if
Right.
that was the interpretation, I should have seen it
Are,
from
are, are
the
you are you
scholars.
fam- are you familiar with the cosmic egg theory?
I am. But first, did you understand what I just said?
Yes. You're saying that you would only appeal to if the scholars ruminated on that
No,
perspective, or no?
people who are smarter,
Man, I have a question for the flat earthers. Do
more
you guys believe in
intelligent,
Santa Claus?
intelligent and
Yeah,
Hold
educated
on.
than me.
one
Can
second.
you let
One
him
second.
finish,
You
please?
guys believe in Santa Claus?
We're not talking about
You're
that
not going
show.
to just interrupt.
Yeah,
Sorry,
what
sorry,
I'm trying
bro.
to say is,
Yeah, what's up?
yeah, the scholars, the people who are educated, spend their life trying to understand this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm
So it's
inclined
an
to
appeal.
believe them.
So it's an appeal to authority, like the Catholics with the popes.
I'm not saying that you know, I'm not saying that because they said it's right. That's not what I'm saying. That would be an appeal to authority. What I'm saying is that what I am saying is that these people who have studied it probably have a better idea than me.
How is that
So
not an
wait,
appeal
does that
to? How is
also
that not?
imply that people who aren't scholars but do study the scriptures, are they also smarter than you and know more about this than you?
Yeah, if you study something more than me, I would hope you know
Right.
more about it than me.
But you're
Okay, you
taking
have
somebody.
several individuals in this room who have studied different scriptures, including the Quran, amongst others, and you're still going against what they're saying now because a different scholar says something else that you believe he says something
Well,
else.
so it's not just one
And
scholar;
we're not
it's the
even, and we're not
entire
real quick,
school.
and we're not even we're
It's
not
more
even
than
considering the possibility of people's malign or misinterpretations. Like you're just saying, this is the word, and here's how people follow it, and I appeal to that authority. You're not even considering like sheep's and wolves' or wolves and sheep's clothing, who are misinterpreting or misappropriating whatever your belief system is
I
for a
will
different
say
reason.
about authority, we do respect certain authorities, the greatest one being God, right? And so you know what God revealed to us through Scripture, it holds the highest authority. So in a way, I am kind of appealing
I
to
want to ask you
authority.
something, bro. Did at any stage in their history the Islamic culture ever view the Earth as a motionless plane enclosed?
I don't know the facts on that, but maybe it's
Well,
probably likely.
academia says yes to that, bro. So
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
you must be identifying a point at which they changed their position on that stance,
Are you saying like
right?
are you saying like the mainstream view was that it's flat under Islam
Yes.
at one point
Yes.
in history?
Yes, it
Oh,
actually
It
okay.
was.
was for most ancient cultures. It was.
I've seen the
That's
diagram.
interesting.
I've seen the diagram, and it corresponds with every other flat Earth creation story, except for that it has 7 layers of heaven above it, different realms and dimensions above it. But that doesn't imply that the
Yeah.
Earth is a sphere floating through space. You have the same concept with the Norse pantheon, with the idea of Niflheim and Muspelheim, and the Yggdrasil world tree leading to all these different dimensions. So just that it's like implying the idea of other realms or dimensions is not implying that it is a ball spinning through space. You're making an interpretation there. You're asserting.
And if I may quickly add to that point, right? You also have it within the Hindu religion, right? They have 7 layers above and 7 layers below, and then you have the level plane of inertia, which we live upon in the smack middle. So this is a common thing that reoccurs. Can somebody maybe like drop in the side chat the different depictions or cosmologies from different religions and civilizations?
You have Midgard, the middle plane, the middle Earth, like Lord of the Rings. It always comes down to we are on the prime material plane, on the flat Earth surface of all these other competing realms or different interacting realms. Even if we're getting metaphysical, potentially that's not even the case. But all I'm saying is within the religious framework, they mostly compare different realms interacting with each other. None of those imply they're planets flying through the rest of space. That's later Hellenistic pagan ideas. That's not even any of the original creation myths, whether it's Hindu, Vedic, whether it's South American, whether it's Egyptian. None of these agree on that.
Yeah, Chinese also.
Yep, all of them. There's not an exception, at least not that I found yet.
Yeah. Yeah, no one. Mhm. Like Quran also says, like the stars will fall down at the day of judgment to the earth. So how those big stars can fall down on the earth?
It's a good
What if they're
question, to
not?
be honest.
What if they're not actually Oh, okay, never mind. That's speculation Sunday talk.
Yep.
No, Quran explains.
I'm self-aware.
Quran
Okay.
Quran like apparently says that at the day of judgment the stars will fall down, and other thing also says like the sun will rise from the west and set to the east. So how it's
Yeah,
possible on the globe Earth? It's not possible. You're understanding
actually,
that it's only
it
possible
is.
on the flat Earth.
I can
It's
address
only
that.
possible on a motionless flat Earth because if even if the sun is changing its direction, then Earth is not moving or shaking. But
Right.
on the globe Earth, the
True.
heliocentric model, the Earth has to spin the other way to make the sun go
Not
from east
exactly.
to west to east.
So I
Yeah, so
think
what?
there's 2 points you made there. One of them, the stars falling. That's a good one. Let me look into that one further. The other one I can address right now. The yeah, the sun will rise from the opposite. I think it's going to rise from the west. It's going to set in the east on Judgment Day. And it's actually there's another one you didn't bring up, that the sun will hover just inches above everyone's head. That's but before we address that one, let me address the east-west sun rising.
Yeah,
So
that kind of implies the sun is localized, right?
no, it's a different point. I'm bringing it up because
But it's
it's
going
a
to be
good one.
important for
It's a
when
good
you're
one for
praying to
your.
Mecca too.
It's a good one for you guys to bring up the next time you have a conversation about this, to stump the opposition. So now to address one of them though, sun rising from the west. Well, how can this happen? It can happen because the poles of the Earth will switch eventually,
When did
and
we jump
they're
into Sunday?
easy. Huh?
When did this become Speculation Sunday?
I'm sorry.
We are delving in the realms of speculation, religion, theology, and things that are not hard science on flat Earth. That's why I was a little self-aware earlier about us delving into that.
Oh, that's what he
It's
meant.
wrong
Yeah, bro.
with the empiric nature of reality, not with our subjective claims on religious topics and the writings of such texts.
That's
So
totally fair.
the simple
That's totally
answer.
Who
fair
wants
because
us to go into the abyss?
So hold
Hold
on.
on.
You can describe how the text describes the earth. If you're going to extrapolate what the text is saying, then you're going to cause somebody's feces to get hurt.
Hold on. Before anyone's feces get hurt.
Not feces. Feelings.
That's what I heard. So anyway, I was just trying to be funny. But so
Yeah,
as for my explanation for how the
I
sun
think
will
I
rise
tell a
from the
Santa
west,
Claus joke, I guess.
that was like a mechanistic explanation, right? But there's a simpler way to answer all of your questions on this. All of them, even the hard one that I don't know. The simple answer is because God has willed it, and whatever God wills,
there it is.
will be their reality. So if God wills the sun to be hovering over my head on Judgment Day, all of our heads, then it will be so. And if God wills the stars to fall on Earth, yeah,
It's a
that's
Bob
just what's
Dylan
gonna happen.
song.
This is definitely speculation Sunday talk because, like, yeah, I
What?
could engage with that metaphysically and ethically and philosophically, but
Dude,
this
that's
isn't the
not
time for.
speculate. Holy crap, dude.
I know, it's not the time for
Listen,
it.
listen.
So
The next person who says speculation Sunday is getting banned.
By the way, that's a new term to me, speculation Sunday. I mean, like,
It's an
given the
appeal to the
context, I know what
future,
they
I
mean,
believe.
but what's the origin of that?
I think the take home message is prove how the Earth is a round spinning ball with some empirical scientific measures. That's what's compelling right now.
Yeah,
All these
that's
guys.
gonna be hard.
Unfortunately, Abyss has got to get banned now. He said it.
What?
Okay.
Oh, he didn't. He said speculation, not speculation Sunday.
He said he wasn't
Oh, I got
coming
to
with his
ban myself.
speculation.
Oh
Himself.
crap!
Oh
Everyone's
no.
getting banned.
Yo,
You
you got
tricked
him.
They
me.
Abis,
got dry
You.
ass.
Abis,
They got
Abis,
dry
Abis,
ass.
Yeah,
Abis.
I'm listening.
Can I answer you again? So when I asked you like the sun will rise from the west to east, then you said that at the day of judgment maybe the earth will switch. Means if the north pole is pointing towards the Polaris, then maybe the south pole will point towards the Polaris. You're saying that, right? Means earth will switch the poles, okay? But even if the earth switches the poles, still the sun will rises from east. Do you understand that? You can even simply chat GPT or Google it, that if we switch the poles, like south pole towards the north and north
So
towards the south, if we
it's not
flip
Judgment
the
Day
earth
that this
in that way.
happens. This doesn't happen on
No,
It happens before Judgment. It happens as a major sign. This is
yeah,
when
okay,
repentance for any sin you've committed will not be accepted. If the sun
yeah,
rises
yeah,
from the west. But to answer your
but how it's
question,
possible? But how it's possible? Like even if you
yeah,
flip the
I
poles,
gave you
just imagine.
yeah.
Even if the earth got flipped, means north pole will face towards the south, and means the south pole will face towards this Polaris. Okay,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
imagine. Still, the
I
motion of the
I
Earth
think you
is
have
not
to imagine
changing.
that.
Yeah,
The
no, you have
yes,
to imagine that
the cardinal
because
oh, hold on, man. Let me answer your question. The cardinal directions of Earth, if you flip its poles, will also be changed. Come on. I mean, you can just rotate in your mind. Do you have a
no,
it depends on how good your visual your mind's eye is.
it's
You can
not about
imagine.
visualization. If you have a globe right now and you move it, you're like you move the globe in the same direction. Okay, like the globe is moving in the same direction. So still, whenever the globe is switching the direction, it's still moving in the
The
same
card
direction.
we're talking
You
about
just
west and east, right? These are cardinal directions. You know that, right? You know what
those
cardinal
were
directions
still the
are?
same. I
I
know
think
the
I
the
think
east and west
I think
will
what's
still be
happening here right
same.
now. Forgive me if I'm
The
wrong, but I
east
think
and
what's
west will
happening.
still be same.
Holy! I heard you the first like 3 times you said it. You don't have to keep repeating it and while
What's
interrupting me
happening
while
is
doing
you're
it.
continuing to make believe that you live on a ball
So
after you already
the
acknowledged the
mechanistic
nature of water.
explanation I provided, right? If
Oh my lord!
This
if you can just like visualize, you don't have to
no
get
Yeah,
a
can
just
fucking ball.
imagine,
Get a
right?
ball, right? No,
why
I
don't
mean
you do that?
I thought it was
Do you have a
possible,
globe
right?
right now? Do you
Hey,
have
You
a
can
globe
get a
right
ball,
now?
right? Hold on, man. You can get a ball, put north on one
Yeah.
end, south on the other end,
Hmm.
east and west on each end. And then flip it. Do you think that east is going to be in the same position after you have flipped it?
You're not getting the point still.
Do you think east is going to be in the same position after
Oh
you
my
have made
goodness.
a
It
flip
doesn't
No,
matter. The
the
only thing
poles?
that matters is listen, the only thing that
motion.
matters, listen, check it out, bros.
It
Here's the
will it
problem.
will no longer be east anymore.
Hey,
It will be
Abyss,
west.
Abyss, Abyss,
Yeah,
Abyss, Abyss.
I'm listening.
I don't want to hear you guys go around in circles. So I'm going to put a stake through the heart real quick. Okay. The claim in the heliocentric model is that the Earth is rotating while the sun is being viewed from a rotational vantage point of the Earth. So it's the direction of the rotation that matters. Okay. That's what matters. So if you flip a ball but don't change the direction of rotation, then it'd still be the same easterly westerly. So the only way it would change is if the direction of rotation changes relative to the sun. However, you were correct that in your worldview, you believe in an omnipotent deity that can suspend all the forces of physics at any moment he wishes. So trying to say that this must be explained in a physical manner while appealing to a deity that can control physics is a moot point. All right? So it's a
Exactly.
moot point.
Exactly.
Now, that being said, that doesn't change the fact that we're standing on the earth and that all the things in the Quran don't say the earth is a ball and that it actually is very congruent with the earth being flat, just as the earth appears and just as it measures, because the water is most certainly flat and level. It covers 70% of the surface, therefore the earth is flat.
All right. I understand. I don't know. You said let's not go in circles that, so I don't want to keep doing that. Circles, that's kind of funny, right? So what shape is the earth?
yeah, I just got to ask, what do you mean by when you say you understand?
I understood what he said. That's what I mean. What
So
else would I mean?
you comprehended what he said? What he said,
Yes.
or you understand as I understand? What you said
Oh,
is.
oh,
Can
okay.
you? I
That's
mean,
what you're
would you
asking. Yeah.
argue with that?
I'm not
Are you
conceding.
now going to start arguing about water's nature after we had an agreement? We were looking for things we had an agreement with.
Understanding is not an agreement. You understand that?
Yeah, but we agreed
Okay.
upon the nature of water long time ago.
So,
You and I. You
all right,
told me it
man.
was flat.
Hey,
Apparently,
let me tell you what I understand. I understand that in order to maintain the heliocentric worldview, you have to deny your common experience with water in favor of a fiction that you can never experience in the first order, which is curved water on a gigantic scale. You then have to, in order to maintain that view, have a pre-willing bias to believe any interpretation of the scripture you claim to be the number one truth that favors a ball, even though your common experience is that water is flat and level. So that's what I understand.
well, it's about time for me to start heading out. It's 4 a.m. But you know what?
Cool.
It was nice talking to some of you. Yeah, y'all have a good night.
I understand.
Listen, even though, even though,
We don't need the
you
recap,
know,
Howard Cosell. I mean, we were all at the game.
okay, well,
You're in
take
the
care then.
game. Yeah,
Yeah,
Abby's
come back
Abby's
anytime.
have a good
you
night.
was trying to Abby's you was trying to answer like how the stars could fall to the earth at the day of judgment. Answer that.
What? He said
Were you
he's
not
leaving,
listening, bro?
dude.
Not only that, but all right, never mind.
I think he
Have a
said he
good
was
night, man.
begin
Abyss,
the
just
process of
leave.
beginning
Just
to leave.
leave. Just leave. Just leave,
Now
or three
entering the
more people
process
are
of
going to talk
beginning
to
to.
you. Three more people. Holy crap, dude. Guys,
I
it's
think I
okay to
have
let
to
people
read
leave.
the Quran. I think I have to read the Quran fully once.
You do or he does?
I should. Like I have never read the Quran.
Really?
Like I'm not no, I'm not from Muslim community. But, like I have like watched a few videos explaining different things about Quran, so I have good knowledge about it.
You should.
Yeah.
But yeah, he proved my point in spades that that as the religions go on, they all lean towards trying to force their scriptures into what is considered science, right? Because somehow science to them has like this greater truth value than their scriptures, even though they claim that their scriptures come from an omnipotent deity which was responsible for the creation of the world, and as the first order creator should know exactly what he did. They then say, oh, no, we got to reinterpret it because science is more truthy than my omnipotent deity. It happens all the time.
Yeah, the primary scholars.
And you know why? It's because people are indoctrinated from the time they're young to believe that science is some kind of super duper way to find out truth. And so anything they sprinkle the science seasoning on, people taste it and they say, oh, this is my favorite food. It's perfect, made just for me.
Yeah. And when they personify science, that's when it gets weird.
They deify it.
Facts. Yep.
What's crazy is, I think they maybe I'm completely wrong, but I want to say they started doing it with either toothpaste, like where the ads were 3 out of 4 or 7 out of 8 doctors agree, but now it's like every product, everything. The primary scholars.
99% of all scientists agree.
99% of bacteria. Yeah, it's the whole thing's insanity.
Except for the 99% that don't agree,
Well, they haven't found the firmament yet. 240,000 miles away. No, it wasn't there. What? Send Voyager out to the edge of the solar system? Still not there, even though they said there was a wall there of radiation and dust and ice and whatever.
Well, there's a logic problem that some people fall into when they argue the gas pressure container argument. Here's the problem. So they say the gas pressure has to contain the gas, right? But then the people start talking to them and then they insinuate that everything is within the containment. Okay, well, if everything is within the containment, then that means there's nothing outside of the containment, which means there's nowhere for the gas to go. So you don't need a container anymore. So it's kind of like this weird paradox. There has to be an inside and an outside. There has to be a space to fill in order for a restriction of the amount of space not to fill to be relevant. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So even saying there's no outer space wouldn't be true in that sense. Because if you're creating a worldview in which you lived in a contained environment, right, and the reason you need a container is to prevent gas from filling a vacuous space, that only makes sense if there's an outer vacuous space. So you got to be careful when you're just making all these kinds of sequences which have, logical, consequences basically.
Well, how would you know that the outer space is not of a higher pressure and the container is keeping our space into a lower pressure?
I
Well,
was
that's the
about to
correct
say that.
answer. It does. Well, see, it doesn't matter because the correct answer in all of those situations is one simple answer, which is three simple words, which is I don't know. But if you say you do know, that's when you start screwing up.
That's why I pull them up when someone uses the word. It's a continuous gradient. So so it just so it's just continuous to right until the edge of the universe where it's 10 to the negative 17 Tor, right? Like no, it's 10 to the negative 17 Tor. A long time before that, a long way before that, right? Oh, so it's not continuous then, right? It has to stop somewhere. It's not continuous. It's not a continuous gradient. They
Well,
recognize that it stops somewhere, and there's a distinct boundary between what they consider the Earth's to be the Earth's atmosphere and outer space.
ugh.
So it gradiates out to a point where it no longer does anymore somewhere. That's what they think.
Well, I mean, the way this argument goes that most people were taught is that you have to have gas pressure in a container, but you can have a gradient within the container, but you have to have the container for the pressure. So you then have to define what's the maximum scale of the quote unquote delta X, which is the rhetoric most people have heard. How do you have delta X without X? Right? So then you'd have to create some kind of scale of what's the maximum amount of gradation you could have, right? And this is going to start getting into a lot of things you could never substantiate because you can't replicate that scale. So just like it says, like where a globe earther has to appeal to a cosmic or planetary scale, a lot of flat earthers, when they're talking about this kind of stuff, they have to do the same. And neither the globe earther or the flat earther has proved their case.
Absolutely. I couldn't tell you what's going on up there.
I mean, because I think that most people would tend to agree that the pressure wanes with altitude. And then there's a point at which planes can't fly anymore because there's no aerodynamic uplift. So the aerodynamic control surfaces lose their abilities. Then after that, you're in an entirely different density. Right? You could send balloons up,
right,
like really large helium balloons or whatever, and they'll go and they'll keep rising even after a plane can't rise, as far as I know.
What was it, like 80,000 feet or something?
Isn't that where they sent John Glenn? He gets forgotten in all this. His crazy.
Is he still? Wait, whoa! Is he still up there?
You're talking about old mate that saw the fireflies.
What's that?
You're talking about the fellow that saw the fireflies.
Yeah, that is part of the story. Australia is part of the story too, where they claim that they lit up the whole. What did he say about the fireflies outside of his capsule window?
Yeah, he was saying it's like they're alive or something. I can't remember exactly his words, but like he was like talking as if there was these like little shining creatures,
fairies,
encapsulating him. Yeah, his craft.
Oh man, that's like something he would tell back at the lodge after he got home.
I don't know, bro. If you're ever bored, look up staring at the night sky with night vision videos and see how much motion is up there, dude. It looks like a whole it looks like city traffic.
Yeah, it looks like a bacteria tray. I've seen the video, and I mean,
Yeah,
I've
it's
seen
crazy, man.
up there. But yeah, the whole John Glenn thing where he first man to orbit the Earth, supposedly. He popped out of where you no longer needed a plane. I don't know.
So did what's his name in the movie The Right Stuff? His character, that he was played by I can't remember his name. It's on the tip of my tongue.
The director guy, or they asked Kevin Bacon, Ed Harris.
Ed Harris.
Yeah,
Wasn't it? Ed
yeah,
Harris
he
played
was
the
the
part of
director,
John
but
Glenn. Yeah.
yeah, he was the guy with the crew cut, and he was talking to him, walking him through.
Well, I thought he was the director in Apollo 13, and then in The Right Stuff, he was one of the astronauts.
Oh, is that how it goes? I haven't
I
seen The
think,
Right
yeah.
Stuff since I owned it on VHS, but okay, that would make more sense why he was there. Well, he's everywhere. Truman Show, same era. He's the director.
Yeah. The Abyss too.
Yeah. Is the Abyss the one where they have to drink the fluid? They have to breathe the fluid?
Yeah. He's
With their
telling him,
helmet?
just relax. You did it in the
Yeah.
womb. You'll be
Oh,
right.
man.
He's like choking.
Yeah, but I wonder sometimes these stories. I wonder if they have him on film saying that, or if that's just the whole Fireflies. I completely forgot about that. I don't know. A lot of the times, I think they don't really realize how the longevity of their story and how it's going to be. Like the way all those astronauts reacted in those Burt Sibrel movies. I don't think they ever thought that they would get anything but praise their entire life. I don't think they thought that these stories would carry on like they do with the internet. Well, I don't know. I mean, you start telling people you're orbiting the Earth in a space capsule and walking on the moon. Maybe they do. I don't know. I guess he's dead now, but
They're wild stories. I mean, like, is it, is it conceivable that they shot him up really high and he got to experience, an area of the
like what
sky
they
that
did to
no
Katy
man had ever
Perry?
experienced before? Maybe.
Sure. Yeah. I'm sure they shot him up or dropped him I don't know.
They dropped him on his head.
Yeah. Like an egg. I don't know. The whole story. How does that? He must have been on a rocket. Is that how that goes?
I think so.
And now all I can remember, I keep thinking about Ed Harris when he's on the chalkboard and he's showing them how they're gonna, go in a loop around the Earth and get out there. Gotta love it. Yeah, there was barely even a commemorative stamp for the 50th anniversary of the moon landing. There was no celebration. There was no, hey, everyone. They did not remind anyone of that happening. There's probably some porcelain plate they made, but that came and went. It's hard to believe that was so
Did he get a
long ago.
statue?
Statue, the MTV award.
Gold Star in Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood Square. Yeah, so you ask somebody, what would happen after you're the first man to walk on the moon? Do you go into absolute hiding for the next couple of decades, then finally come out for a public appearance and talk about peeling back the layers of lies to get to the truth like an onion? You're gonna cry. Every layer you peel back will cause tears, but sooner or later you'll get to the core of the truth.
He was almost crying in that speech.
Yeah.
I never thought about the crying part. The onions making you cry. That's
Yeah, onions making you cry. And then, or you're the second man to walk on the moon. Do you then retire from space travel and become a used car salesman? Then later on,
Drunk cocaine addict.
drunk cocaine addict. Then disown your own kids and then marry some stripper when you're in your 90s or whatever.
Well, bro, if you're gonna marry a stripper when you're in your 90s, it's the time to do it.
Oh yeah, I know, but
Wasn't she like in her 60s though?
yeah, I was just kind of play it up a little bit, like.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
his
Yeah,
handler.
so the children are older than she is, and they're like, dude, what the? They're like, what the? Or we're on politics. Yeah, okay. They're like, what the fuck? What are you doing? And then she's like, yeah, you need to zone those kids. And she's like, yeah, no. He's like, no problem. Let's get them off.
You
The
don't get
parent.
my gold coin.
Yeah, apparently it's like barely an inconvenience. Like if you're 80 or whatever, and your children are, in their 50s and 60s, it's just sign on this dotted line. Okay, they're no longer your relatives.
And then he leaves all these strange comments, like like we didn't go there and that's the way it happened.
Yeah. Well, he's like, what's the scariest thing about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And then the globalist like, well, he meant he didn't go into a place of fear. Get the fuck out of here, right?
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Like I was never scared. I was never afraid because I didn't go there. It made more sense if you said, "Oh, fear, homie, don't play that." I mean, the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. You don't really need flat Earth for this topic because this is all stuff the globalists came up with that we just listened to. We're like, damn.
Yeah, good points, Globies. Thank you.
Yeah, you might have missed it, Crit. That last guy, he wanted to send T-Dub up in a rocket.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Like, fuck no.
Yeah, that the part where it was like he says, "Okay, you give him the camera, give him the lens you want, and then."
What about?
And I said,
bring it back
who are we
from,
giving it to him? He goes, "Someone you trust." I was like, "Okay."
bringing it back
thing
for
was
all my
kind of funny.
buddies. See,
Take
guys.
the camera. It's kind of the whole thing's just. I don't know. The absurdity of it all. The guys, I guess he thought that would settle the discussion if he could get one of us to board a rocket.
Yeah, because that's what settled it for him.
Well, that's what I asked him. I said, was the original footage and travel film not good enough for you? And I don't know. We ran. It
Right,
was
there's a
it was a good conversation, but a
there's a
big circle.
picture of your auntie and she's got balls, right? But you want to see it for yourself, so you can start calling him uncle, right?
Something like that.
Why is it telling us to get on a rocket and go into the sky is sufficient to satisfy their beliefs, but they won't try and get on a rocket and go and satisfy their beliefs?
Or go to a lake, or go to a mountaintop. Have a look, see what you can see.
Which is easier, making a measurement or trying to do a thing that you can't do on your own? I could measure all day long. You can measure at night.
But yeah, I was I was right into that stuff with like John Glenn and the the Fireflies and all that. Especially when I learned about that. I think it was one of the STS missions, and with the tether that broke loose, and then all these things, and they had it in infrared, and all these like round cellular like things like jellyfish or something were circling it, right? And like it was like a scene underwater or something in the ocean. Like it was like, and I was all fascinated by that back in the day. I was like, wow, maybe there's like life up there, like it's like an ocean, but like it's not, it's space, I don't know. And,
No,
then that John Glenn thing confirmed it for me, and I was like, yeah, there's stuff up there that we don't know about.
Yeah, it's strange because that tether video was the very last NASA or whatever that is released. NASA footage that I ever watched while still immersed in the whole fabric of the outer space thing, the globe, and that was the very last thing. Well, that was after I was finished with the moon landing. I was like, well, that didn't occur. But what else did they have to offer? And that's what it was, the tether, which is like here's all these little entities coming and checking out the foreign object, and it's crazy. Man, they just don't stop. A lot of that stuff does kind of look like things you could get under a microscope on a
Well,
slide.
was it broadcast live? Like, why would they release
John
that to
Glenn?
the public?
The John Glenn or the tether?
No,
Oh,
the tether footage. Yeah, like,
yeah.
wouldn't you look at that? You'd review it and go, we're not letting the public see this. Their imaginations are going to run wild. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then, I mean, and that was a long time ago now. The tether. video, but now they have on CNN, on the news, they have the newly released CIA UFOs going over a mountain. Okay, the whole thing just cracks me up. I saw the stealth bomber, the B-2, I guess is what it is. I saw that fly over at the end of the summer. It did two big circles. There's heading towards some base. But not knowing it was scheduled, I guess a lot of people knew it was coming into town, but I was just outside and I heard roar, look up, and it looks like a damn spaceship. It looks very foreign in the air. At some angles of it, it looks like a sliver of something. A beautiful aircraft, and if that's what then they've been showing people the B-2 for at least 2 decades. So I don't know. The aircraft that they have created, I'm sure, would blow people's minds.
I find it asinine that they haven't come up with anything faster.
Well, yeah, there's some wild stuff in the sky. There's some things that aren't shooting stars that are moving quickly, going back and forth sometimes. But anyways, yeah, I would like to look at the sky with night vision. That would be good. Not a bad idea.
I thought it was pretty cool. The stars that you can see are brighter, and then
Say if you don't have night vision, if you want to be tripped out, you can just use Glober vision to look up in the night sky. I see a bunch of balls in the sky. It's crazy.
Sounds like a Foreigner song. Is that who that is?
No, I don't know actually.
or maybe Chicago. Who did Don't Stop Believing? Who was that?
Oh my god. Journey, yeah. Oh.
Journey. There you go.
Yeah. I just like hate when because I was like, oh yeah, I know. Shit.
Kind of a Mandela effect for me, bro, because I listened to a lot of 80s radio, and I don't remember that song before I saw it on Family Guy. I'm like, how didn't I never hear this song? So, I don't know.
It's in a big movie too, I think. Like, it's weird when it's in the movie. Is it Goodfellas or? Yeah, I heard that song a bunch of times on the radio. Yeah, I probably had the same. Man, there's certain songs that I've probably heard. I hate to use the term, but literally 3,000 or 4,000 times. Certain AC/DC songs and just certain like Bad Company songs, you know. And even those Aussie songs in the 80s, I've heard them hundreds upon hundreds of times. It's crazy, those radio stations. There's something like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, when the guy said Glober Vision, I was going for Double Vision. What did you say? Was it? It was Foreigner, but it's not Foreigner. I don't even know how. What did you say? Oh, you said Chicago. I was wondering if what you. Okay.
Yeah.
The whole Chicago thing's kind of crazy too. It's like, yeah, the Chicago songs were on the radio, and there was a local university that played that 26 or 24, whatever it is. They played it as part of their repertoire to this day. They play it. But yeah, Chicago was like huge, crazy, and I never even knew, because I was well, I don't even know the Terry Kath guy when he probably died before I was born, but I never knew that he was, he was only there for those certain albums and then he was gone. And the insane story of how he died just out of, he wasn't, I don't know. Too much rock and roll antics. Chicago.
Oh, did he die at 27?
Yeah, that might be. I mean, he died young, fooling around with a gun at a party. I don't know if he's in that 27 club, but I know he died young.
Yeah, did anybody catch the Northern Lights, by the way? Last night?
No, I was asleep.
Bro, I looked and I looked and I didn't see. And then apparently I wasn't looking at the right direction of the sky. And then, in the morning, my missus is showing me all these photos from Facebook, people in our town that saw it, and I was like, what the heck? How did I miss? Like, I was looking, I couldn't see it. Maybe I needed to get up higher or something. It was the wrong time or something, but I don't know.
It makes you
Yeah,
wonder that
I
this
should
is
look
the
into it.
first. Yeah, this is the first Northern Lights that I've had other people just randomly come up to me and show me pictures of them on their phone. And I was like, "Where's that? Where's that?" I mean, they look like a calendar. Yeah, but yeah, I had weather. If they're seeing them in Texas, how northern are these things? I mean, what's going on?
That's what I'm saying. I was like on the map to be able to see like something that said isn't on the horizon for me at least. I didn't see anything. And does anybody know the cause for Northern Lights in the globe paradigm? I know they say something like solar something.
Yeah, their explanation's defeated now because it's only supposed to occur in very dark areas and only certain parts of the north or the south sky. Like these last couple have gone all the way beyond that, like super dark area.
Interesting. I was just gonna ask to see if anybody's ever done an experiment to validate the cause for the Northern Lights.
Well, did anywhere suffer any grid electric grid outages or anything like that? Because they were saying that it could be a Carrington level event. Now, I'm just wondering, was that back in the day when like that happened? Was it a coincidence? And they've just correlated it with the northern that because they say that when people so far like north or south can see it, that it's of such significance that it could potentially knock out electrical grid systems and things like that, right? Play havoc. Um, going off historical event and a historical event. Now, is there only one instance of this in history that we know of where that's actually happened? Because if so, what if it was just a coincidence?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear anything about anybody's electricity going crazy or going down, at least for anybody.
Welcome.
Sound waves here. Sound waves are transformers, and yeah, that's something.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Imagine having a friend who had an idea, and instead of asking your friend about his idea, you ask the internet about his idea. Then you challenge your friend's idea with what the internet gave you, and it has nothing to do with your friend's idea. That would be right now.
Accurate. Welcome.
Morning.
Good morning. Hope all is well with you and yours, man.
It's going. Definitely going.
Yeah, life be that way.
You know what we haven't had in quite some time is like the full meltdown where flat earthers are undermining all of America or all of the world, driving humanity
True.
back to the Stone Age. It's a dangerous conspiracy theory that's causing the destruction of science inside humanity.
Oh, Mr. Shiva, I won't call him Doctor. Mr. Shiva spazzed out in a similar fashion.
Oh, did he? Okay, I missed that one.
Yeah.
Because
He's
is it?
very angry at people undermining all of these folks with degrees and whatnot.
Because I like when they do that because you say, well, didn't you just suggest or just say that flat Earth is a minority group that no one's listening to?
Exactly. They say that all the time.
They're like, yeah. And everyone's listening to them, which is causing the complete downfall of all society.
Cogdis is one hell of a trip. They got to come up with lore in order to justify how they feel.
Plus, if it's not true and it has nothing to do with your authority, why are you freaking out about it?
They need everybody to believe in Santa or nobody gets presents.
Oh, wait. I need more coal.
Everyone forgets about that loophole, the value of coal, but I think you only get like one lump. Whatever a lump is, maybe lump's a large quantity. Like a quart.
Well, maybe if I convince my friends that Santa does not exist and that the coal did not come from Santa, maybe I can get their portion of coal and add it to mine. So then I
Maybe
just use one large lump
There you go.
each year.
will spread and everyone will get you coal.
Yeah. And then I
That's
convince them that coal is in such abundance and they give it to me for cheap or nothing at all. When really Santa coal only exists once a year. Or I write a letter to Santa and say, just divert to me all the coal from all the non-believers. That way he can get rid of his stockpile on schedule and nobody has to deal with coal in their stocking. More room for candy.
Neil's here. Better tighten up. Hey, Neil, get back to work.
I wish I had some work.
I got a book you can help me write.
Only if I edit the book and then demand co-authorship, 95% in.
Oh shit.
You love that publishing drama.
I really don't. It's very disappointing. Come on, it's Kiwi and Adam. That's very disappointing.
I mean, I guess that's why Funk and Wagnalls. I mean, someone should go study this Webster fellow. Well, I guess he was just doing dictionaries. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, though, it is turning into a better book, and I'm kind of glad it happened now because now it's basically going to be about the show.
Are you saying that you kicking up drama about it has made it a better book, and now are you going to want a piece of the pie? Is that the next chapter?
I didn't start the drama. I didn't steal the drafts.
Like Billy Joel.
I did not steal any drafts. I just brought it to everybody's attention.
People are talking about drafts being stolen. The parchment was last in his possession. What century is this?
Well, they were doing it on a computer. Don't ask me about the
I knew
computer.
you were going to say that.
I don't know anything about it. I don't know how that works. Anyway, it's going to be better.
If they're doing it on computer, that means there's copies. So not one individual would have the only copy.
Yeah,
That's correct. It sounds like you guys are dealing with people who know nothing about computers. Actually,
I was going to turn into a freaking bashing. I really don't want to hear it. It's too early in the morning. Adam was writing it. That's it. He had it on his computer. It's the only one that had it.
Well, that's straight to the point and explains everything.
Are you guys having like an Indiana Jones thing over like this disc? This what you guys using a floppy disk?
meet me in the park. I'll give you the flash drive.
Yeah, it's over. It's done. Even if they would try and give it to him now. It's done. Their window of opportunity is gone.
Well, the whole thing will just be public domain in about 100 years. Well, it's probably 90. I don't know. When are they going to publish it? Just get the clock
I'll make
started.
it public domain next year.
Problem solved.
Aside from that, I hope all is well with everybody. Welcome, Wrecked.
You ready to get wrecked?
You guys still doing the housekeeping over there, Neil? I listen every once in a while, but I don't listen.
Well, we cut it down to just one day a week. Friday we'll do housekeeping. That's it.
Anymore for anymore.
You know what's funny about that? When it started out, nobody was going to get a mention in the book because there's just too many characters that pass through. To Huey and Adam demanding a mention in the book, and Nathan was like, "Okay, fine, just you two guys, because you're doing an enormous amount
Just
of
talking
work
about
helping the
housekeeping.
editors."
Just
Hold
talking
on.
about housekeeping. I'm not talking about this golden disc that you guys are all fighting over.
Fine. Nobody's fighting over it no more. I'm just trying
I'm
to.
joking. I'm lighten up, Neil.
I'm just trying to tell you what the end result is. Give me 30 seconds. So from nobody getting a mention to Huey and Adam getting a mention, and Adam writing it himself. You got to hear this shit. The freaking pats on the backs he gave him and Huey, to everybody basically getting a mention in the book now. And Huey and Adam also getting a mention in the book at the end because it is what happened in the story, but for all the wrong reasons. That's all.
Can we go right to a movie instead of a book?
Like a drama series. Just make
Ooh,
the
let's make a
episode.
let's make a Netflix miniseries.
Yeah, let's do one episode of Glee and just call it good.
Well, you
Dude,
guys
I
write.
wanna make a
So
2D fighting game with all the characters.
that
You know,
would
so
be
like Fight the Flat Earth's character like he picks his nose, and one of his moves is he can fling it at you, or he can eat it, and then he gets stronger.
Huey picked the
Like that's a
football.
villain.
How many
Yeah, he's a
passes
villain. They
So
need to get
Kiwi has like the black swan he throws at people, and it comes back like a boomerang. And one of his fatalities is he opens your mouth, reaches down in, and pulls out a book, and then sticks it in his pocket. You know, just all these tongue in cheek little fun things, dude. It'd be fun.
that would be fun. That's funny.
We can make QE running around with a bow and arrow.
Yeah, you get Ted Nugent to play QE and Jason Statham for Oakley.
Yo,
It's
that's
a
a good
series.
one. I never thought of that, but yeah, Ted Nugent, no doubt about it.
Here, I
Ted
thought
Nugent.
you'd be excited about the Jason Statham casting.
No, when you said Ted Nugent, it just like hit me. That is definitely QE.
Bow and arrow. I mean, who
Looking
else?
pigs
When you
from the
think bow and arrow,
helicopter.
What else do you have?
Yeah, but only make him like 2.5, 3 feet tall, so that explains the short man complex.
Is he short? I don't know. I never seen QE in my life. Never
No, but
seen
he's
a picture.
angry. Usually, angry people are only like 4 foot tall.
Like a dog, like those little dogs that are very aggressive. That's kind of why,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
It's like because dogs don't really care about size; they kind of care about behavior. So you'll see like a little dog just like bark down the big dog because the big dog is like, this dude is like in my face and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
I could just squash him.
But yeah, they don't think about that. They kind of have that pack behavior. So that's why you see sometimes like short man complex. How they kind of bully their way to the top because like people won't return the behavior with actual violence, but they will sort of like be kind of uncomfortable that some high strung dudes just flipping out.
Does he come in here anymore?
Oh,
The quantum eraser? Hello,
oh
QE. I know
no,
you're all.
I banned him.
He's always listening. No, he got very upset the day I came in here and freaking dropped dime on him. I tried to shame him, but yeah, he was very upset about that. That's the only time he freaking got in touch with anybody after it was mentioned on here.
Yes, kind of the globalists. They're always listening.
Well, we have a fan club for stalkers, I call them.
Yep.
You know what else he responded to? Somebody in his comments said more people learned stuff about flat Earth from DJ than Quantum Racer by far. Oh boy, did he get upset with that comment.
Oh man, Neil, you want a sneak peek?
I'm doing
Oh
a
yeah,
I'm
that
doing
started a war, dude.
I'm
Did
doing a
it?
refraction. Yeah, I'm doing a refraction rebuttal to one of Quantum Eraser's exposés. I think the one about I can't remember which one. Not the first DJ one, but a later one. Although he was doing a Land of Misfit Toys 2.0 critique, going over his refraction quotes. He's got a major flaw in that argument.
Does he really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, he would freaking flip out if you expose him on that.
Yeah, it's crazy that the concept that he is upset about other flat Earth spaces that moderate TOS and whatnot. Meanwhile, in his space, the server he controls, they give globalist mods people for no reason to whatever. Like, hey, I want to play a video game with this guy, and this dude won't play a video game with me unless they ban that flat earther. No problem, we'll ban that flat earther for you. Like,
Yeah,
where
but
like
QE doesn't control that server, so
Yeah, that's righteous. I had a word with righteous, especially about you, Crit. I said you ban Crit because some supposed witchcraft nonsense, but you allow Owen to come in here with his dark world bullshit.
yeah, no, that was crazy, wasn't it? Like he's talking about transcending different planes of existence, and
Well, it woke him up because I got his ass banned from that. He said, "Let me think about it," and then he banned Owen, which I'm glad. But now, the next question is, why can't Crit come back in?
yeah, it's all right. I don't care. I mean, it only took a matter of time. It's same thing too. Like he like over modded Indio. Like Indio's in pseudoscience and talking to globalists, and at some point he didn't like it. A righteous or Forrest didn't like the way Indio was talking, and he's like, "Boom, you're timed out," or whatever he did.
Really?
Yeah, that's how he ended up getting reciprocally banned on 24/7. It's like, really, you're gonna. So I'm the only flat Earth here, talking to like 10 globalists. 3 of them are like belligerent. 2 of them are kind of engaging. They're when they're just spamming nonsense. In your moderation is the time one of the best flat earther, like really the best flat earther we got. And Righteous Force is like, yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do things over here.
That's how he does things over there. He won't even make me a mod. That's why I don't go in there, because a baller will have mod powers and he'll freaking mute me.
Yeah, they just go through and they're like, yeah. The one time they gave, I can't remember the guy's name, was a puppy lover. They just went down the list. Are you a flat earther? If you said yes, you're mute. Boom. Okay, you're done talking for the day. It's like, how can he mod like that? And they're like, well, because they don't really get to talk during the show. So now after the show, they get to say their word. Okay, but doesn't mean I have to be muted. Yeah, it does.
dude,
Huh.
Puppy Lover used to come in when we were doing Bible studies and just start doing his atheist interjection rants, and he wouldn't get banned.
I don't get
Yeah,
that.
that's the guy I was talking about because he would play video games with Righteous. I guess this puppy lover's good at video games or something. So he would like play Righteous accounts and get him like unlock achievements or do whatever. So he's like, well, shit. I guess this guy's like doing shit for me, doing work. So he can do whatever he wants. It's like, hey, I want this new weapon, but I gotta kill 20 enemies from like an airborne position. Puppy's like, I got you. Just give me mod. Riker's like, yeah, here you go.
Righteous has flaws. He
Oh
says,
yeah.
and AI will know this. He used this scripture, "Let no man despise thy youth," as a tool for him to start teaching 6 months into being a Christian. I was like, yo, dude, you are in no position to teach.
What? That happened? I never heard of that.
Yeah. Well, you know the scripture I'm talking about. But
Right.
that's what he used as his weapon. He weaponized the scripture. And yeah, he's holding Bible studies 6 months in, trying to tell people what the firmament actually is. Give me a break.
Oh yeah, I didn't know he was only 6 month Christian.
Well, now
That's
he's got to
true. If
be.
that's true, he should definitely not be in the position of a teacher or a leader.
Yeah, I don't even know if he should be now because it's been almost 8 years that I ran into him. So yeah, he just came to Christ at that time. So that would be 2019 during COVID. So is that 7 years? Going to be 7 years? So yeah, he was teaching right away, holding Bible studies, and Flatsy goes to his Bible study. I tried to tell her in a roundabout way, I wouldn't be going to that dude's Bible studies.
Is that puppy lover guy still around? I mean, I don't think
I
he
haven't
is.
seen him
Yeah.
unless he's
Steve
got a
told me.
different name.
Steve told me he hasn't been around. Like after they got rid of that Fugex. I'm like, dude, you got a straight up chimpanzee that's a moderator. Like, what the actual fuck? And that was like before everything kind of went off the rails. And he's like, yeah, we got to get rid of that guy, I guess. I go, you just go to the Gem Panda server and look what he types in text chat. Just straight vitriol for how much he hates flat earthers. And you have him as a moderator.
They got issues, ballers, huh? I mean, I don't go to any of their servers. I don't really care. I don't hate them, but they really hate us.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
well,
I
I mean,
used to
dude,
do it.
flat Earth. Listen, flat Earthers hate flat Earthers too.
Oh, yeah, that's a human condition. That's what I'm saying. But in the globalist worldview, they should have explanations for disagreement. But they act even just like this caveman tribal flat earther. They're just like us, but they pretend they're not. Like there's some enlightened human being. They're the cutting edge of societal evolution. They just picked a cave they thought was a winning team.
Well, what do you mean flat earthers hate flat earthers? I'll give you for instance. Lemonbird used to drive me crazy with his ether nonsense, but I don't hate him. I hate the way he argues the points. So I don't know, but I'm sure some flat earthers hate other flat earthers.
Well, I mean, there were two flat earthers that went on a Bulveristic smear campaign against me, and then fast forward months later, it turned out that
Oh, here we go.
their accusations against me actually came to be true about them, and I was exculpated by the facts.
Here we go.
Well, I mean, didn't it turn out that way? Yeah, it did.
Hey,
I was Neil. I was actually personally asked by somebody not to reveal certain information and not basically destroy people's careers, but they did it to themselves. So good for them. Save me the effort.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a great Netflix series.
I'm on the phone with the producer right now. I'm getting names everybody getting it all together. I'll send you guys the original copy.
You weren't so innocent in that AI. You had your freaking, you had your issues with
What
Brian.
issue?
You know that.
All my issues were laid out, and all my issues were justified.
Oh, you're talking about the one incident where on the show, the supposed lie.
Dude, no. Every time Brian came up with me about anything, dude, it was wrong, and I justified myself every time. Okay, it's not wrong to not like someone, and it's also not wrong to call someone out for the things they do wrong, and it's also not wrong to call someone a stupid retard when they're being a stupid retard.
Yeah, but, that you're wrong on coming in the middle of that.
No, I wasn't, dude. No, when you
9 times in a
actually go
row,
back and listen to it, what I did, and everybody who was there, right, who wasn't a Brian sycophant, was feeling the exact same way, and they even said so. They said they were sick and tired of it, and I was saying what everybody else was feeling. I was just the only one who had the balls to do it.
I just thought the timing was wrong because at that time he kind of had Witsit pinned against the
No,
wall.
he didn't. He didn't, dude. Not even close. And if you listen to the actual episode, towards the end of the episode, I explained why he didn't have him pinned against the wall.
Yeah, and pinned
I knew,
against the
I knew
wall. I
everything.
listened
I
to
knew.
it about
No, he
100
didn't,
times.
dude. I knew everything that was going
You
on.
just can't stand Brian. There's no. You just said it
No,
yourself.
dude. I know I can't, but that doesn't change the facts, dude. Well, dude, I mean, look at that. Look at all what happened there. I mean, I'm not going to rehash it, but it's all on record, and I could unveil it anytime I damn well please.
But you're not. So that makes me question.
Dude, like I told you, the guys are destroying themselves. Why should I lift a finger when my enemy's committing Harry Carey?
Well, not really. They've been silent. I haven't heard a word from the three. They went on their merry way. I think Brian lined up with it. I'm not too sure, but he hasn't been on the show, and he removed himself from all the groups and Skype teams, whatever it is. So I guess he moved on with them, but I haven't heard a word from any of them.
Yeah, didn't you hear? They were just begging for their careers. I don't know, man. How many episodes of Flat Earth Debate did you listen to, like the old days with Arwen, before you got on the show? So I used to listen to it every day, and Arwen was there, and then I don't know, time went past. I was doing
Dan
things, I
Darwin
guess. What's that? I know.
could not
So,
stand.
how long did you? Oh, well, shout out to the early bird. Yeah, how long did you listen to Flat Earth before you got involved on the show?
Well, I got
Flat Earth,
involved during
the
COVID.
Oakley show.
I got involved during COVID because the lockdown. I was shaking the
Yeah, when
whole
I'm
world.
asking, I didn't ask what your start date was. How long had you been
Oh,
listening
how
to
long did
it
I listen
prior
to?
to
Oh,
you found it one day and you were on the show?
I think it was around either 6 or 800 mark.
So you still haven't answered my question, but anyways, so there was no time period that you were just purely listening. You found the
Yeah,
show and it was.
I just told you 600 show around show
So
600.
you're like Artie Lang. You just kind of okay, yeah, because
Yeah,
I
I'm
had been
listening.
listening to.
Neil was
What's
like
that?
Neil would connect by Discord for a while, and then they eventually got on
I was on
HD Plus.
24/7 before I
Yeah.
was on Flat Earth Debate. I plugged in here first, but I used to just listen to the shows. And actually, I had my wife. I was under Sarita Cosentino, and I used to have to tell people in chat, "This Sarita's my wife," because they would think I was a female. But yeah, around show 600 or 800, one or the other, I started listening. I just listened up until I got on. But that was a lot of shows with Arwen.
Arwen used to be cool, man.
In this dark world shit, I can't handle it.
I always thought to myself, I wouldn't treat like someone who sounds like Neil, like Meg from Family Guy. You know, like I don't know. That's just me though.
What?
You saying Neil?
Treat him
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Meg from
Neil.
Family Guy? What
I don't
the
even know
hell?
who Family
Yeah,
Guy
he's
is.
kind of like the
Meg
Meg of
from
the
Family
panel,
Guy
you know,
sounds like
like shut up, Meg, you know, like.
Oh,
And
okay.
I just
yeah.
always,
Get back to
yeah,
work.
I just always felt that was a bit harsh and like,
Yeah, I think it
and
was a
often
joke.
he's got something really pertinent to say, and you know, give him a chance, let him talk, you know, because he's been listening. He might just be about to like lay a beauty on yous, you know, like. But you know, like, yeah, I don't know. Just felt like there was a bit of favoritism amongst that group, you know, and Neil wasn't given much of a fair go, I reckon.
Yeah, but I think that just turned into like a internal thing. That was not like somebody from the outside tells me to shut up. Like this guy Matt Eastman tried that shit. He's one of your representatives, AI.
Oh, really? I have representatives?
Yeah, well, I kind of put it together because he brought that word bulverism in. So I was like,
Oh, so
okay,
he heard me say a word and repeated a word.
yeah, of course,
Therefore,
I
he's
got to
my
put up to you.
representative.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
sounds about the quality of logic from your panel over there.
yeah. All right, let's not get carried away.
People
I
own things called
just put them
dictionaries.
to you. I'm kidding.
No, I mean, dude, it's a fact that that's what Adam was doing to me, bro. I mean, it's not even a mystery. And in fact, if you look at it in the lens of now, looking back, all his accusations, like he accused me of trying to steal his position on, like steal something that belonged to him, his position on Quantum Racer's show. He was really just projecting the fact that the whole time he was trying to steal from Nathan.
Whoa, back up. What? He claimed you what?
Yeah, dude, he accused me of trying to steal his panel position on Quantum Eraser's show.
Yeah, but he couldn't have meant it in that.
No,
Like,
he meant it, dude. I have it clipped out, bro. He was
I
being
gotta hear that.
absolutely sincere, dude. Listen, you don't need, dude. Why do you even need to guess, dude? You saw what he became. It's everything came to fruition, dude.
Yeah, but his position was locked in over there. I can't see him freaking worrying
No, you
about you
don't get it,
coming in.
Neil. Pay attention. It's not a rational fear. Here's why. It's because he knows the whole time he was manipulating the situation with Nathan to end up getting himself in and to take something that didn't belong to him. And so his fear was coming out against accusations in me. It was projection, dude. Do you get it?
Yeah, but was the book going on at that time?
Yes.
Are you sure? I'm gonna have to look into that.
Dude, the book's been going on forever, dude. It's like freaking we're gonna get GTA 6 before we get this book.
Oh, but there was a certain time when they because the book started with him narrating and the guy Chuck writing stuff down, and then they gave it to a
I
few
know, dude,
panel
but
members to read.
Neil, listen, pay attention. Adam
I'm
is a
gonna take
useless loser.
more
Okay, just
fucking
listen to
time.
me. Pay attention to this knowledge.
He says it again.
Adam is a useless nobody, loser. He's only relevant because of Nathan. He knows Nathan's about to do a project, and he starts to have designs on how he can interject himself into the project and steer it to make himself relevant in it, so he can by proxy get the vicarious merit from Nathan. And so, knowing that this is his scheme, when I come in and there's anything like that, he's immediately hypersensitive to it because that's what
Oh,
he's doing.
yeah. So pure projection.
Exactly.
You know, he got upset with that. That's the other thing. He came out and finally said something because Brian said to me, Adam's very upset that you said that about him. So what I said was basically what you said. I said, "Who was Adam?" He was a guy that was on Iron Elm Media, and he got arrested one time at a globe debunking thing in England. All right, cool. Guy got arrested for the cause. But who was Adam? A pharmacist, really. And who was QE before Flat Earth Debate? He was a guy that debated people online, right? Evotards. Oh,
Yeah,
they
but
got upset with
QE
that.
actually had a little bit more of his own fame going on, and he had some
Yeah,
real chops in
but
debates and stuff.
I get you, but my point was They got their name from Flat Earth Debate. That's how they got. Nathan even got him his channel. Come on. That's where most people know them from, especially Adam. Yeah, but they got
Oh
very
yeah.
upset at that comment.
Well, Jay, check this out, bro. The one guy's channel, when he was critiquing 24/7, he had a peak over 1,000 viewers, and after the book debacle, viewership's been going down consistently every show.
I don't know what show he has. He has like 30-minute old shows that he puts up.
Oh,
And
Quantum
there's-
Eraser show, dude.
yeah, I know. And people in
Yeah.
chat right away they were like, "Hey, what's going on with the book?" Some people
No,
are coming in and saying, "Give it
yeah.
back." And
Right. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you, Neil?
yeah.
So
I know.
so he was doing a certain degree. He peaked up on an up peak when he started to critique 24/7. Then right after the book debacle, his viewership declined steeply. So what do you think that means? That means that a lot of his viewership was from Nathan's cross pollination. And as soon as the book thing came, they had no longer were interested in watching his show. So I'm just validating your point there that the cross pollination from Nathan was a lot of their fame. Not that QE didn't have his own chops, but Adam, on the other hand, Adam is just like absolutely a nothing without Nathan.
I subbed to all their, YouTube channels after I found Nathan's channel, and I thought, hey, these panel members got their own shit going on. Hey, yeah, okay, I'm gonna look into that too, right? I probably wouldn't have found them. I maybe QE, but I probably wouldn't have found the others if it wasn't for FED. But nothing was stopping any of the other panel members from hosting their own show and inviting all their friends on as a panel as well, right?
Right.
Like, Owen had his thing going on, and occasionally,
Yeah, I used to
he'd have
watch
guests.
Arwen's show right before Nathan's show.
Right? Yeah, yeah. It was like, it was
Yeah, me too, until he started talking like an asshole.
Yeah, he kind of went very dark at a certain point in time, and then it became like too much spiritual energy to listen to.
Do you remember that time? It was in one of the shows you and I were left on in Discord, and we were talking to Alwyn about the things of God, and he flipped out and just left. I don't know if you
Yeah, they
remember.
all do. They all do, bro. So if you remember specifically, I do remember that. But if you also remember specifically when Brian and Adam really turned against me, was when we were talking about just the pure gospel, right? And Brian didn't like it, and Adam certainly couldn't let that fly. So he tried to come in as some kind of expert on the Bible, started quoting these verses, and I was just hammering him left and right with scripture upon scripture upon scripture. And then he accused me of lying about the scripture because I wouldn't give him the verse. And I told him, look, I don't have the verse off the top of my head. I just memorized long forms of scripture. Scripture
Right.
wasn't written in verses. And every Christian in the chat was saying, yeah, he's quoting the scripture almost near verbatim perfection. But Adam told the whole audience, make sure you guys know this man is a liar. He's lying about the word of God. Literally a hypocrite, claiming to be a Christian, lying about the word of God. I gave a verse, but AI didn't give a verse. Right? So this is what he was trying to do to me. And ever since that day, bro, that is when he really got a bee in his bonnet about me, because he knew I was destroying him and his stupid, pathetic antichrist arguments with actual scripture, because I knew what I was talking about, and he was upstaged like a chumpy bitch that he was.
Oh, he was upset at Mike because when I heard about it, I said, "Yeah, but there's a lot of scriptures I know. It's called knowing the scripture, not knowing the address. That's not a big thing. I know a lot of Christians that can't pinpoint
Yeah,
where
right.
it
But
is."
why would he accuse me? See, he not only accused me of lying, he accused me of trying to deceive the audience by misquoting scripture intentionally. So he was doing this tactic where, because he had one verse that he could quote the address, he was trying to make it look like he knew what he was talking about and trying to make it look like I was lying to the audience, even though the Christians in the chat were like, no, he's quoting the scripture. So like he was doing this entire like gaslighting campaign to the audience, dude. It was really quite embarrassing.
Well, he's he's one of those freaking little season guys that thinks we're living in Satan's little season. So, I mean, you got
Oh,
to be
he's just a
kidding me.
classic. He's just a classic self-righteous antichrist spirit, dude. It's classic. There's literally nothing special about him. He hates the idea that salvation is by grace, and he
But
hates the
that's what it
idea that
is.
people who he thinks he's better than are going to make it into heaven. So you know what Jesus said, Neil? He said, "Hey, guess what? I'm paraphrasing. You guys, being the self-righteous dudes, are pissed off that whores and
Yeah, yeah.
thieves and murderers will make it into heaven before your stupid ass."
Yeah, because they're self-righteous. Yeah, I had that conversation with him too. Because he said to me one time, I can't believe that I have a Muslim friend and he is such a good guy. I can't believe, because I'm a father myself. And I would never send one of my children, no matter how they acted, to a place. And I was like, well, you're not God, number one. And the Bible's clear on it. And we don't have it.
Wait, what? I don't want to even mention what goes on these days.
Dude, yeah,
Anyway,
but the thing is, the Bible doesn't describe all humans as God's children. So I mean, he already is demonstrating he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to the scripture.
Yeah, I did. I told him. I said, "Yeah, because we're all God's creation, not God's children. You have the power to become a son or daughter of God. Very simple. It's laid
Right.
out
So
right there."
ever since that day, Neil, he intentionally filibustered me every time, wouldn't let me speak, and he would just talk over me constantly, even though I was correct. And that's why I started doing that same attitude to him. Right. I wasn't just gonna sit there and take it from a retard. Right. And so that built the animosity between me and him. One, because I knew what I was talking about, and two, because he was a chump. And every time he tried to come up against me, he demonstrated it. I even took some of the panel members on the FED panel aside and showed them all the evidence of when Adam was lying, and they knew it was coming. And recently on your guys' show, they even said to each other, "Hey, we knew Adam was going to turn out like this. We knew it."
Now, let's just turn this table around. If it was the opposite way, and you were my panel member, I would take you back. That's just the
Why?
way I am.
Well, maybe you ought to take the backs of people who are correct rather than just allegiance by
I'm going to take
proxy.
you back on the fact that you're rolling with me. I'm going to take you back until you show me otherwise. Now, nobody was showing me anything clear with that whole thing with you three guys.
Well, dude, see, part of it, Neil, is that you were like that, right? So people that I showed the evidence to, they even told you. Okay, you were too caught up in emotions to think clearly.
Not emotions. I'm just loyal to the guys who I roll with
Right. So
until
the
they
other
show me
guys
reason to
just
not be
put
loyal,
proper
like now.
scrutiny. Right. So the other guys just put proper scrutiny to the evidence. During that period of time, Brian and Adam were saying untrue things that a simple look back at the tail of the tape proved they were wrong. And some of what they were saying, especially Adam, were direct lies, easily proven by the tape.
Yeah, this isn't Greece, Neil.
Until you show me otherwise.
boom,
If I'm with you,
boom,
I'm with you.
boom.
I mean, you guys all stood there while you were like friends trying to tell Brian, the things he was wrong about, and literally listened to Brian accuse every single one of his friends of being a liar, rather than just accept the fact that he was in the wrong. It's quite embarrassing, to be honest. But somehow I was the liar, right? Yeah. Well, you know what they say, the proof is in the pudding. I had a nuke in my back pocket the entire time. I got bored. And I had people look at see how I do it is I have people come to my server, I lay out the evidence, and I have them critique it, and then give their synopsis, and then I read all the synopsises to make sure that I'm not making a mistake on my interpretation of the events, right? So I knew I had all the evidence. I had very prestigious people peruse the evidence. I had their logic laid out, everything. But guess what? I didn't even need to strike because they cut their own throats, and it was a much more sweeter vindication than if I had tried to do it myself.
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
That's right.
No weapon formed against you shall prosper.
All right, Crit pulling that out of left field. That's correct. Now, if you can't give me the address, then you are not a Christian.
Yeah,
I
perhaps
gave you
even
the
a
direct
Satanist.
Everybody,
quote.
make sure you know. What is that in Isaiah? Right? I'm just
I'm not even
guessing.
sure. I don't know.
No,
I
it's
think it's
Braveheart.
Isaiah.
A Braveheart.
Braveheart, yeah. That's true story right there, bro.
Or you will know them by their works.
You'll know them by their fruits.
But
Yeah,
there's
that's
what I
a
think he's right about works too, though. I could be wrong,
Maybe
but
maybe a separate passage, maybe.
yeah,
that's a good board game. Braveheart or Bible.
Yeah, but when it says you'll know them by their fruits, who is it that you'll know by their fruits?
Like people who do
the
wicked shit.
Christians.
No, 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 no.
By the fruit that
Who?
they produce, you'll know whether they're good or bad.
Okay, check this out. You shall know them by their fruits. There's a sentence that comes before that.
I gotta
Who is
look
he
it up.
talking about?
The Pharisees.
I don't know. Why don't you look it up?
What is it? What is it?
Uh-oh.
Let me look it up and
Yeah, you
see.
knew the Pharisees by their costumes.
You don't need to check the fruit. Just check their outfits.
Yeah, just ask
They're
Mel Gibson.
phylacteries. They're phylacteries, bro.
You know what's crazy
Look like
about
a bunch
that?
of crazy nuns, flying nuns.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about that? How does one become a Christian, then go back and think they're a Jew and think that that's the way? You know, like you have to follow Torah, and if you walk in the spirit, you will fulfill the Torah. That's what I heard yesterday for 2 freaking hours.
Dude, what the heck, man?
Yeah. I had to drive my brother somewhere. He's one of
Apparently.
those guys
Yeah.
that went back to the Hebrew roots shit. Back to the law. So what does it say? You're gonna get judged by all of the law then. Good luck.
Well, listen, it's very relevant because a lot of dudes are using the flat Earth and the globe Earth transition and everything that's going on in politics, but especially flat Earth. And we've had specific sects and groups basically become vampire leeches on 24/7 and stuff because they want people that have just transitioned from one worldview to another and are kind of in a limbo because they're vulnerable to cultish and charismatic personalities. And so that's a ripe time for the pickings for people to get people to switch their religious views. And so they're hanging out in flat Earth to take advantage of that. Basically, it's the primary reason why they're here. And some of them are doing it unwittingly. It just is like it's kind of like a natural thing that just occurs. You know, like there's a super
Oh,
electric universe cult. There's a super Etherean cult and all different sects within Flat Earth.
I just looked it up. The false prophets. You'll know a false prophet by their fruits. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits.
Peter the Flat Earther.
Yeah, like the guy who harvests burgers.
Ye the flat earther.
You know,
Uh,
Peter, you know, now that you mention it, bro, Peter does look like a guy that would be typecast in a werewolf movie as one of the werewolf brethren. Man, that guy up there, oh, man.
Can you guys talk about? I don't know. I'll bring it up. What's your viewpoint on this whole Israel thing, AI? Or is that not allowed here?
I mean, I don't even know what you mean, the whole Israel thing.
Well, what's going on with over there in with the Palestinians and
Let's talk about Iron Dome. Is that what you? I mean, it seems like a strange. It seems just a strange thing they got going on over there. Strange. Did you see when Conan O'Brien went over there?
who?
Conan O'Brien.
No, I didn't see that. But I know
He
everybody's lining up with Palestine.
he determined everyone on both sides of the wall was just drinking a lot of coffee. He said maybe a little too much, too strong of coffee, too good of coffee. Maybe they should all just lay off the coffee a little bit.
What the heck?
I don't know. The whole thing seems like it's
Caffeine addiction.
the whole thing seems like it's just a never-ending saga. Which the origins of it you're not even allowed to speak of. Stupid. Fighting over rock altars.
Well, at the end, right in Revelation, it does talk about Israel being surrounded, right?
Sounds like somebody's trying to form what's on TV, like a book that was written a long time ago. Sounds like they're trying to play out a story.
It consumes NPR. It sounds like all these people are all experts on this holy war. All these atheists love to talk of holy wars, and that all sounds like someone's currently kicking their dog right in front of them. They're all just morose. It's a weird saga.
Yeah, but there's always been a cry to wipe out Israel.
Oh yeah,
To wipe out, if you can
that's
wipe
what
out
I'm saying.
Israel, you can make
Okay,
God out to be a liar, because
we're,
Israel plays an important role in Revelation.
oh man. I'm convinced that they just like the beaches over there. You ever seen those beaches over there? Neil? Photos of them?
No,
They're beautiful. They
are they
look like
really?
pristine beaches. I've not been there now. I've seen photographs. I also think that when I saw that Olympics that was in the Ukraine, they've got some nice beaches over there too. I think everyone's just fighting over the land they prefer to own. And they have these
We should take all
wacky.
that stuff too. Then, if they got nice beaches, we should take that.
Yeah. I mean,
Exactly.
luckily we have nice beaches here, and
The best beach I was ever at was Panama City.
What if Britain just calls backsies? Just calls, you know what I'm talking about?
You know something? When they had it, it was nothing. It was freaking a wasteland until people started going there and making roads and draining out all the sand and making freaking cities. Then all of a sudden, everybody wanted it.
I think that's what Prince Henry and his bride were trying to do, acquire California. They thought they were going to be kings and queens. They didn't realize Josh Brolin's already there. Yeah, they want backsies. Why is that even something we should be concerned with, Neil? You know what I'm saying? It's like, if people are really fighting over their property, whatever, you know, they say this is mine, and then it's ours, it's mine, mine. It's just, is that really newsworthy? Because all they've been saying for the last as long as like my entire lifetime, it's mine. What the, you know what I'm saying? How is that newsworthy?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe until some biblical prophecies start occurring, then toss it on the nightly news. But
They won't put that on the nightly news. Biblical prophecy. I doubt you'll see that.
yeah, I mean, I've watched videos where people build fences that encroach on their neighbor's property line by 2 inches, and they feud over it for years. It's sort of the same thing.
No. Who does the land belong to? That's you got to go back to. And go back to scripture with that too. Abraham purchased that land.
That don't matter.
Doesn't
What
ownership?
matters,
What does
What
ownership
was the
mean?
fee he paid?
what matters is that Britain conquered the land. They owned it, and they gave it to somebody, and now it's theirs. So regardless of any ancient claim, whoever Britain gave it to is who it belongs to.
Yeah, just call it British Israel. Get it all out there. Let the king have something to do. Remember how
I
they
mean,
used to do that? They used to call everything British this, British that, American Samoa.
yeah, the
Yeah,
idea if
just
like
call it
if you
what
could
it
have
is.
an yeah, if you can have an like the idea that you can have an ancient claim to a piece of land that's like 17 times removed and been conquered and given here and given there, and you just show up and be like, "Oh, it's mine now." It's like, no. Everybody would have to give up all their lands. Be ridiculous. Oh yeah.
I don't know. I think it's pretty important that God insisted that he pay for it because he was going to
Well,
have it given to him, and he said, "No, pay for it."
you mean
But then again,
Abraham
that's just
insisted?
me. Yeah, it's just that he paid for it. He was like, "What is it amongst us? We're brothers." But he paid for it. He said, "No." I think that's important. You can say whatever you want to say. The Bible supersedes everything, in my opinion.
All right, so I figured out why Brian has been incognito, brother.
Give it to me.
He's trying to figure out the right words to say to apologize me for being right about Adam.
He will never. That's something. That's something
Oh,
that did bother me a little bit. I had a private conversation with you. I called you and I said, "Look, for my sake, you're Christian," and I was. I was working on Brian. I was ministering to him, but you wouldn't let it go. I said, even if you are right, why can't you be the bigger man, I, and just put this to rest? You said, because I have bigger guns. Now, back then, yeah, it pissed me off. But what are you going to do?
Oh man, you think that's bad, Neil? Wait till you see my pitch data thing coming out. Oh man, it's gonna be brutal.
What's your issue with pitch data? I know you don't like when people don't present it correctly. So what's your issue?
Oh, my
Because I don't
issue
either.
is my issue is that people are touting it as raw data, and it's not. Among others, that's the main issue, roughly.
What do you mean raw data?
It's not raw data.
What is it?
It's post-processed data. It's what's recorded. It's not the actual instrumentation what they're doing because the subsystems have a fusion algorithm, and so the actual measurements are done prior to the fusion algorithm. So the end user output interface data is post algorithm.
How do they measure a plane flying straight and level flight at 30,000 feet then? How is that being measured over, let's say, just say a 100-mile area?
Well, see, the thing is, you're saying how is it measured? They just flying, dude. Like
Yeah, but they're
who's measuring it?
when they say their height is 30,000 feet, how are they getting that? They're getting that with air
They're,
pressure.
air pressure, correct.
Okay, so
In fact,
how you,
the
how you
readout on the
challenging the
data
measurement?
doesn't even say air. It doesn't say altitude. It says, I think it says altitude pressure,
Yeah, and that's
if I
it.
remember correctly.
And if you when you level off, that's your level flight. I mean, why would you want to fight against that? I don't get it. What are you, a fucking agent?
No, I mean,
I gotta go though. I gotta take care of something.
dude,
That's that.
arguments got to be good. They can't just be
Not an argument. It's
preferential.
a fucking fact. It's a state of fact. AI. That's your
Okay,
problem. It's not an argument. It's a
See?
fact. A flight levels off at 30,000 feet. They measure it with the
Yep.
altimeter. It's the air pressure. So you could fight against all you want.
What does
You're
that? What does
fighting
that
against
mean?
raw
What
facts.
does that
Present
mean,
your case. Come on Flat Earth Debate and present your case. You'll
dude?
get
Why
fucking
would it?
hammered.
Hey, Neil, are you under the impression that I need to go on Flat Earth Debate Show for any reason? Exactly. I guess by hammered he means talked through and muted and yelled at rather than out argued. But that's all right. I tried to warn those guys. Much better. Hey, what is it with people being incapable of making their arguments without getting a conniption? What up, bro? You snoring? Yeah, I'll take that. Excuse me.
Oh man, what day is it? Thursday? Dang.
So it looks like Jeranism was on with Shane and Alan on space audits. The link is being passed around. In the introduction to their show, they said, "Stay open. You might find the ether within yourself."
Oh yeah, Doug. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
The last one I heard was ether is the physical mechanism for karma.
That's funny. Your karma ran over your dogma.
Dude, you missed it. I was telling Neil that the pitch data on the NTSB sheet is post fusion algorithm data, not raw data. Boy, did he spaz out.
Yeah, I actually heard that. I was preparing breakfast. I'm like, oh man. Yep. And that's probably the biggest tip of the iceberg, but there are other tips to the same iceberg.
The thing is, some of the points about the pitch data argument that those guys put forward aren't necessarily wrong in the conclusion. They're just
Right.
wrong. They're using the wrong reasons to reach the conclusion.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Yep. There's no glow proof with what they're presenting with any of the data.
As the instrument itself is claimed to function in a certain way, and then the end user interface readout is post-processed after that function. So if they're claiming that this machine is just measuring a static reference shift as this is traveling over a straight line, right? Because that's how the machine works, they're wrong. That's the difference.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and gents, I was kind of 3 weeks ago. I had flew up to Reagan Airport, and on the way back, it was occurring to me, amongst a number of other things, of just how unsteady that flight was the entire time. There was turbulence for probably the first 3/4 of the trip, and I wonder, like, would any of that show on those little bitty graphs? Like, they show these graphs and say, "See, it's perfectly level for thousands of miles," but
Not
I
though.
can imagine that we lost more than 8 inches and gained more than 8 inches between every bump that
Yeah.
we hit on the way back.
Well, even the NTSB data, like the one that's actually the quote unquote pitch data argument that was handed around the specific flight, if you actually look at the actual PDF that they published, you could see that even the level flight line isn't a straight line. Now, that straight line, being straight or not straight, doesn't mean the plane is flying in that line. That's the pitch line. So,
Yeah.
for example, if in order to be at a level flight at a fixed altitude, the pitch line and the altitude line have to be straight, because that means you're maintaining altitude and maintaining pitch. Because you can maintain pitch and it look like a straight line because it's constantly 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. But if you're constantly rising and lowering in altitude, right, then you're not traveling in a straight line. So just because there's a straight line on a graph doesn't mean that the plane's trajectory is matching that line.
Yeah. The other.
Before you go on, Fred, before you go on,
Yeah,
I told somebody this who was a flat earther, been in flat earth for years, got angry with me, and then went and complained to other people, and they reassured him that he was correct, even though he was wrong. Because he was saying that the straight line is what proves the plane is going in a straight line. Maybe, but not because the line is straight. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is the first time that I've flown on an Airbus A320. I don't believe I've ever flown on an Airbus at all before. And, normally I've flown on like the 737 wide body or the 727 or the Mad Dog 80. And so, back in the day. So it's always been a good level flight to make a play on words there. But on this A320, it was a lot more like riding a motorcycle. Like, for instance, every time they would change to get on one of the new airways, you could really feel the plane changing speed for a second, and then you could feel it picking back up, and then you could feel it like the banks they took. There was nothing of this flight, if you will, was, say, smooth like one of the conventional air carriers in a big 737 wide body. So I did get a little different of an experience. And so what I wonder is how many people using this argument have either A, not flown a whole lot, or B, maybe they have, but maybe they've been in like a big 737 wide body or a 777 or one of these 787 Dreamliners. So they have a artificial experience, partially because of the plane, but also because the conventional air carriers they take a little extra time and they take their curves a little smoother and things like that. So a lot of things you're not fully cognizant of. So I just wonder how much of this is of these arguments are made by those who don't have a very good experience, or I should say a long storied experience with aviation.
Well, I mean, look, if a plane is traveling over a flat plane to maintain its altitude and it's going across, if it's going to be decreasing or increasing in altitude, it's going to be relative to that. If it's going to be orienting its attitude and pitch relative to that, it's relative to that, right? So there's either going to be this constant arc somewhere in the data, or there's not going to be. And now supposedly the systems are accurate enough to measure it, but the way that the systems are designed, they're designed to take any discrepancies below a certain magnitude and just put them through a fusion algorithm, which is then output as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. That means that any sub-rotation is algorithmed out in the machine.
Well, not only that, you don't have enough space on the paper to fully document every little bump and every little change, and so you have to make a compromise somewhere just from how you present a graph of, say, in this case, it was maybe 1,000 miles was my flight. So if you start to think that it could start showing 8 inches, it it would be kind of like making the same mistake and saying that the map is the territory. In this case, the graph is not the flight.
Bingo. Bingo.
In the same way that I hear these globies tell me about, well, you can't feel an airplane move, and I'm just going, okay, well, now I seriously doubt you've ever been in an airplane. It's kind of like the same mistake that, I do wonder. I know one guy who uses the argument that's flown extensively, but so I can't generalize it fully. But it seems to a lot of ways, I do wonder about a lot of the people who make that argument. One guy I know who makes the argument extensively has never flown.
Really? Tell me all about it.
Well, just somebody I know who uses that argument in real life, esoteric flat earther who's never been in an airplane, never will get in an airplane, but somehow the very device that he doesn't want to ever get in proves that the Earth is not a big spinny water ball.
Yeah, but look, it's not necessary that you have to get in a plane to use a plane as part of an argument.
Well, my point being that in a lot of these things that we talk about, there's an ineffable aspect to it that there's certain things that you can't teach somebody who doesn't leave their parents' basement. Now, this guy does leave his parents' basement. He travels a good bit, obviously by road. But my point is I think there's a lot of things that you just can't explain to somebody unless they've experienced them.
Yeah, my first real encounter with a gyro system was on the gunnery on Bradley. It has a gyro stabilizer for the turret, and it can actually lock onto the enemy target, and then it will control the turret to keep it locked on, regardless of how the vehicle's getting oriented on the terrain. It also works together with the ballistic computer because you do a laze on the target, it'll give you the range, and it'll automatically adjust the barrel for the ballistic drop.
Yeah, sorry about that, brother. I kind of dropped off there. We stopped at a stoplight, and an extremely good friend of mine was at the stoplight to the right of me. So,
So you got out of the car and gave him a hug in the middle of the road?
oh yeah, all 6 lanes of traffic. Just and they all just patiently waited there, and thought, oh, how cute. Yeah, but anyway, but to kind of highlight what I was trying to say there was just more or less feel like so much of the things we talk about, there is an ineffable aspect to it that there's just things that you cannot explain to somebody unless they've experienced it or similar kinds of experiences. And like you're saying, like working with a gyroscope and things like that, I'm sure that there's a lot of things about working with a gyro. I saw one was up close to one, maybe 2005 or something, so approximately 20 years ago. So there's probably a lot that I don't really understand about it. And, we can try to understand, we can try to make people understand, but I think that the concept of the map is not the territory or the graph is not the flight is one of those that you can't fully, truly understand unless you've somehow been involved in taking a map and getting out on the road and driving, or walking, or whatever, and exploring the places. And I think the same thing is probably true with the with aviation. I know a little because I've spent a good bit of my life around aviation, off and on through close relatives and such. And having said all that, my point being that there's probably a lot of little nuances about that graph and others that somebody in the industry would be able to add in that might take volumes to properly explain.
Ugh. Ah. You know, I just realized, Barrington, I was trying to critique an argument, and rather than parsing out their point, they just reiterated it's not an argument, it's a fact, and then just accused me of being an agent, and then didn't hear my critique at all. It's kind of interesting the way that works.
Indeed. Yep. Yep. I've had that happen to me as well. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Like, just entirely dismiss somebody and say, "Oh, he's a Fed." And then all they have to do then is, if you're when you're talking to somebody else, hey, stop listening to him. He's a Fed.
So what? This isn't a hacker convention.
Repeat that, please.
Yeah, it's like, so what? This isn't a hacker convention.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh man.
You know, here's what was interesting was I was around the militia movement a good bit in the 90s, some because I wanted to be and some because others were. And I had to hear a lot of nonsense. And I come to the conclusion that a third of the people involved were serious professionals in emergency management, things like this. A third were veterans that, like Vietnam vets who were just trying to relive their glory days. And about a third were. I'm sorry, then about a third were just paranoid. So I do wonder when I hear stuff like this, when they start calling people feds, I wonder, do they not take their crazy medicine?
Well, I think the same when people say that people are getting paid to be here as Globers. I'm like, nah, dude, they're just really that psychotic on their own. You got to give credit to the human condition. People are really butthurt about people don't believe what they believe, and they always got to be up in their business about it.
it is interesting, the conspiracy that is ascribed to a lot of Globers. There's no doubt about it. I can't imagine that anybody pays a Glober to come around and hang around Discord. I don't know what that would solve, but I'm sure that people like McToons and others have had subsidies that, because it seems like for some reason the big name anti-flat earthers stopped producing content 7 months ago, and they've got a couple things here and there from then. So I do find it coincidental that they all stopped, but then again, that could just be a YouTube thing. And I did ask, I need to dig back, but I did ask ChatGPT about McToons, and I put in his real name, and so it was interesting because ChatGPT more or less just kind of hand waved it by saying that a lot of various commenters on various things in YouTube aren't actually commenting on the topic. They're just working to get views, and they do it through not always representing things the way they are. And that was an untrained chat session, so that's not one that I trained to talk about flat Earth or anything else.
I'll be back in like 20.
Guys, there's a new bar opening up near me called Bar NASA. Should I go?
Sure, why not?
It's just propaganda.
God, dude. Dude.
All right, I opened my mic to talk, and I have nothing to talk about. Heh.
Well, obviously you did, or you wouldn't have said anything. I guess your thing to talk about is that a such a verbose man has nothing to talk about. That's something I would actually talk about as well.
Oh
So,
man.
did you hear earlier what I was saying, Yoder, uh, about some aspects of cosmology and discussions about the shape of the Earth are ineffable? So, somebody who's never proverbially left their parents' basement can't understand it. They unless they actually experience certain things.
Yeah, like how do you come into direct knowledge of anything except by experience? If you're a brain in a jar and there's no outside world to interact with, then what will you learn?
Yeah, like for instance, when I was in Indiana talking about this subject with a friend of mine, we were I was explaining to him about what it actually looks like when you look on to the distance from the beach, and
Yeah.
I started seeing his eyes glaze over, and then I realized that he's never been to the beach or a large body of water before.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked with a guy yesterday who brought this up about boats disappearing over the horizon. And I gave him my personal account growing up on Oahu, where from across the street where I lived, I could walk to the beach and watch Navy ships pull in and out of Pearl Harbor. And then I asked him about his experience. He's like, I saw a video on the internet. So how does he distinguish a general case from a real case? How does he, or like a specific case, how does he doesn't, obviously, and if you watch boats drift off onto the horizon in different parts of the world at different kinds of climates, you're going to see different things throughout different times of year. There's a lot that goes on. Like, I think it's important to bring up the fact that within a very tiny, narrow viewing angle, there's a lot of information packed in. There's miles and miles and miles of ocean, tens, hundreds of square miles of ocean packed in to, like 0.1 degree angle that a super zoom camera zooms in on and brings into focus. You lose a depth of field. So who knows if between you and maybe a boat 30 miles out that there aren't a series of successive waves, maybe some standing water, some shoaling, if even, it's a 5-foot eye height. Maybe there's an interference pattern of waves. It's about a 5-foot eye height. It's blocking the bottom of a boat that's tens of miles beyond it. And then without the camera, you're not going to be able to resolve those waves. And then when you zoom in, those waves get flattened because you lose the depth of field. I mean, that's just one instance where you can present something that looks like a boat going over the curvature of the earth, and it's not. But then the miraging effect that takes place commonly above the surface of the water, that's something that is very often studied. The NATO Sapphire trials, that information that I post in 24/7 with the two teams, the Dutch team and the German team, who came to the Chesapeake Bay and did surveys. They were studying the effects of the marine effects just above the surface of the water throughout all times of day, especially at night. That was the whole point of what they were doing, trying to come up with a model to characterize and predict the path of light over that surface. And another thing too is when you see further out into the distance, the surface below your feet extending to the distance rotates. It's kind of hard to describe because if you look straight down at your feet, you're looking perpendicular to the surface. If you pick an area far out in front of you, that surface may be at about, I don't know, a 30-degree angular tilt. And as you gaze out further and further and further to the horizon, it's tilting and tilting and tilting further. So you have such an oblique angle of view that things start to disappear, and it reaches that limit, that diffraction limit of your vision, because the angle's so narrow. And that's how we see. It's obviously not how the world really is.
No doubt, my friend.
So you're going to be seeing more of the side of things facing you, objects further out in the distance than the side of things that are closest to you. If you're standing directly over something, you're seeing the top of it, and you're not seeing the side at all. And as you move it out, you start to see more and more of the side and less of the top because of that rotation. And what do they claim with terrestrial refraction? But a simple curve around a curve.
Yeah, and now,
When if you're yeah, go ahead.
no, continue on, brother.
Well, the curve around the curve, I think, is oversimplifying what their own claim should be, because if you're going to be seeing objects that appear to be lifted up far off in the distance and flattened out, it's going to be the same as if you were no longer standing 5 feet off the ground, but you had to be standing 200 feet off the ground to see over the curve of the earth. And this means that angular tilt relationship would have to be different than what they portray. And because it's not, it means that curve is, in my opinion, not following a simple curve, but a complex curve, which makes the whole claim even crazier. Never mind that every point from the observer to every point in a variable distance requires the light to follow a different arcing path modified by the environment itself to do so in such a way that the entire scene for potentially hundreds of square miles gets flattened out. And then it just so happens to be that other observers in your vicinity are seeing the same thing, even though they're standing in a different place. So each of those paths of light are modified to be observer-centric. So, when I'd watch these boats go out to sea from Pearl Harbor, I mean, it's a humid place, man, and many days there was just kind of like a haze, and the boats would just fade into the haze. They'd get really small, but then they'd just disappear. It disappeared to that atmospheric fence. The light gets absorbed and scattered, and voila, it's gone. It's gone. And that point is reached before the diffraction limit of your vision in many cases in these kinds of environments, humid environments. In my mind, one of the best places to do a long distance observation might be a cold desert, a desert that remains cold for most of the year. So maybe a high desert, something like maybe Mongolia or something, Mongolian steppe. Or maybe some of the plains of Siberia.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's interesting that there's a lot of different ways that you can go do observations. But no matter how you do them, the GT is going to try to come up with some funny explanation rather than actually seeing what the experiment is doing. Well, not really experiment, the observation and how the observation was performed. They're going to come up with, like you say, things. They're just going to pull out refraction or whatever else, and then their explanation of how the refraction worked is going to be sketchy at best, if they even
Yeah.
have if they even have one. So, obviously, the ticket here is that no matter how much the lamestream science community has bloviates, they still have yet to reject the null hypothesis that the Earth is flat. They have allegations and a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And well, that's not really in my field of expertise. I'd love to talk to you about that portion, but that's not my field of expertise. And so my thought comes down to who grabs this bull by the horns and starts to wrangle with the bull. That obviously in mainstream science, they're encouraged to not get outside of their field of specialty, but yet they do. They do when it suits the cause for them. So, how do we hold their feet to the fire and hold them accountable for the things they do and say? Simply when lab coat makes a statement of some sort, and we know that it's dubious at best. How do we start in a more organized way of calling them to account and trying to get some organization like Retraction Watch to put this stuff in their site?
Oh, I mean, the most we can do is ask them. Ask them if they're recounting a real experience or something that they saw secondhand, or like on the internet, or recounting from somebody else's claims. And there are plenty of people on our side who are guilty of this.
Yeah, and as far as retraction goes, I am entirely agnostic.
I mean, when it comes to asking about their knowledge claims. But
Yeah, and I agree. I think that it would be more effective that even if they don't, say, officially respond, that it would be really interesting to start, holding their feet to the fire. Okay, was this a personal observation? How exactly did you come up with this? What did you rely on, and what standard did you use to rely on that? And force them to either not respond or to respond. And because right now there's a group called Retraction Watch who they've been pretty well agnostic as to the content, best I can tell. They're just sincerely looking for retractions, and they start reporting on requests for retractions and this and that, and they don't stop talking about the issue until it's either retracted or upheld. And the short story that ends up being that not nearly every one of them are retracted. Now, of course, I don't know what they're not reporting on, so to speak. So I don't know if there's more to the story or what there. But from what I've tracked with them, they do a pretty good job of putting those people on blast. And so I wonder how we slowly get them to hear us out and retract things like the distance to the sun calculation. The whole bouncing radar off of Venus.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I think the path to get there is a long one, and it's not straight.
Well, it doesn't have to be. It's kind of like you've probably heard me talking the other week about Wikipedia. On Wikipedia, you have two entirely different sections. One is the actual discussion page, and one is the talk page. And serious researchers on the topic read both. Your casual person just reads the Wikipedia page, but your uh, serious researchers on any topic go through and read the talk page. And so, for instance, if we started going in and disputing the neutrality of some of these pages and such, it would, and even if we ultimately lost, it's